Hello, everybody. Welcome into OOOTECH. We're here for Quintessence Day 4. It is Squads Day. Myself, MadMagical. I'm going to be joined in by Luna to have a bit of analysis to start off the day as well. We have Tsunani, who's going to be helping out with observing. We have Twin A, who's also here, who's going to be helping out with the casting. So let's start off with Luna. How are you doing? Are you hyped for some more squads today?
Yes, I am hyped for some more squads today. It's going to be really fun. The teams are pretty interesting, so we'll see how it goes.
I mean, I'm really excited. Squads, you know, we are going to be bidding farewell to it on Wednesday, but what a great way to end it. We had EU. I don't know if anyone watched on Sunday. They had a fun farewell to squads on that day, and here for NA, we'll have today and tomorrow that we'll be doing so, but I just want to get a little bit of your thoughts here, Luna, going into this game and going into squads in general on what you're expecting to see from some of our players, especially because it is the second to last day squads will exist.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't here yesterday, but I am curious as to how this is going to go. I'm not exactly sure because the teams are very different. I see a lot of players that are not on their usual teams, and I heard there's one team that has only 3 players. So honestly, I'm not sure what to expect. We'll see how it goes.
You know, that is honestly probably the best analysis we can get on this because anything can happen here when you swap up players last minute, change things around. But I do hear that we are getting close to our first game here for Quintessence Day 4. It is the group stage, so we'll have 3 games for Group A, 3 games for Group B, and then the top 3 teams from each of those lobbies will automatically qualify into the finals, while everything else is going to be based off points. So you can have a lobby that has everyone go in, or you can have the opposite where it's going to be spread out everywhere. It could be either teams. So I'm going to toss this over to Twin A and Tsunani to get us into game 1 for some casting on this one, and we'll see you on the other side. Twin A, Tsunani, take it over.
Oh, baby, that's right, everybody. It is time. This is it. Like MadMagical said, the final squads tournament of SUPERVIVE possibly ever. And what a way to send it. We have some very, very strong teams. I'm super excited. As you said, we're going to have 2 rounds. And with me on the mic, Tsunani, one of the best to do it and one of the easily most analytical. You have just eyes seeing things that I didn't even know existed. How are you doing today, friend?
I am chilling. Excited to see these games. I am on observer duty, so hoping I don't goof up and miss any important fights.
Nah, you win these. You get these. Right away dropping in. Kind of what we were expecting, everybody. More or less going about their own lives as usual, wanting to just get those levels. It's a pretty common thing to not go or not fight level 1. We did. Okay, I was worried we weren't going to see anybody drop Cold Fang. In the gold meta, Cold Fang is really strong. Downside being they're going to be pretty far from other teams. Most of the action going to be happening in the center. So although they will be strong gold-wise, they're not going to be getting that KP that they possibly desperately want to advance on to tomorrow. And right out the gate, we have Kula going down via Krillo. K versus K action, and Krillo comes out on top. Verification, do we have Resurgence off?
Resurgence is on for the prelim games. So
Okay.
for the next 6 games we're watching, we will be seeing that as we see Krillo able to connect the ball in the tree. Phantom Force a dash out as Zen swings in, subbing here for Scrub, but it looks like he's filling those shoes nicely as Phantom is knocked. Doesn't look like Mars will be getting out as we get the slam here by Zen, getting L embrawled. No mana left, trying to pod race out, but Krillo able to get the resets, and it looks like Oath will be falling.
Oh, like you said, he lasted long enough for the teammate to at least respond to back where the other 2 are. Looks like they are very far south. And again, just trying to farm up right now. I don't see any or very much action going on anywhere else on the map. Little Kingpin standoff in the center. Pink up north doing their own thing. But I always compare this moment to like a pressure cooker just kind of waiting. Right now, everything's slow cooking, it's waiting, but eventually you're going to hear that whistle and teams are going to be forced to fight each other. The pressure is going to pop, and that's what I'm most excited for is after the teams have their level 6s, level 7s, and they kind of run out of that real estate and are forced to fight each other for that space.
Looking like Fel have set themselves up very nicely, taking the Academy into Gridlock, where they have Red Book, have their level 7s probably, along with 2 gold armors.
And it's pretty fascinating what a difference that will make day one, just having the ult and that gold armor over everybody else. So undoubtedly, they're now going to be on the hunt, hit that UAV, try to see what they can find. But again, I don't really see much going on. Orange will probably be able to get these uncontested. I doubt Dark Green's going to want to come and get it, especially with, I think that's Krillo way off to the west. Yeah, way off to the west from them. Recalled to another teammate, but it's not that group teammate. So an uncontested vault for a couple golds. Orange is going to definitely be enjoying that.
Areg did pick up the gold key, so if he wants to find this chest, he will meet FP as they play in, taking the anomaly in. Areg hits a hook into the slam. Fresh Porridge getting some follow-up here by Gay Boys, able to heal. We're getting a recall here onto Areg. It looks like Hat want to play this fight, connecting the slam. Fresh Porridge is a little low. Last member recalling in. Jabo forced out, but we get a double shield bash put against a wall. Zen able to swing in, not finding the slam here. As Nuke splits up FP.
Ooh, I appreciate Hat's tenacity to just keep poking on the back foot, somehow have the advantage here, dunk from the KP, but now all of a sudden it's Green Hat that is caught a little out of position. Fresh Porch having to heal, and right now they're just scrapping with each other, all separated, waiting for that first knock to come through. I thought it was going to go the way of Hat. Looks like it does, as both Jabo and Galaxy Gay Boy are dropped. But now we have another team coming in, courtesy of JDL. Jang smelling blood in the water, as he usually does, and wants to get in on this action. But Hat, Krillo's got his ult now. Ult's in, as it gets dropped, though, by Miss Kate. That was quite the turnaround right there. Curly 1 for 1. Dylan's low. Zen is surely going down if they can hit their shots. Jang, unfortunately, also dropping, so it's Curly at 2 for 2, but a res going on up north, and JDL is going to want to get away from this. I don't see them continuing this fight.
Well, it looks like FP maybe looking again.
Fresh Porridge never left, and now try to go in. I wonder where the rest of FP's team is, or Fresh Porridge's team is, because... oh, there they are. They had to kind of lick their wounds and try to reset. So Fresh Porridge maybe actually saving the day for JDL by making his presence known and making them think, oh, we don't want to be third-partied. They're having to disengage right now. So JDL, a little blessing in disguise there, courtesy of Fresh Porridge.
Yeah, that fight was pretty rough, as Krilla wasn't able to find a knock with the Fusillade. Miskate just barely able to finish with the shift. That extra bump damage doing, I think, around 100. Meant that Krillo, if Krillo got the heal off of that, I think that fight would have played out way differently.
Absolutely. And looking at it from the north, Yggdrasil just kind of poking their head. Just trying to make their presence known. No fight just yet going on. We do have, what is that? Icarus Glide, though. Level 8's now pretty much around the table. People can get up to level 9 soft cap here, trying to just figure out where they want to position for this next circle. I don't see too many powers that are standing out either, outside of like the glider jet here or there.
Yep, and a lot of teams have actually handshaked some of these Guardians at spawn day 2. Surprised the fight didn't break out as Krillo behind enemy lines, unable to find the bowl onto Jetski, and Powered Auto able to follow, but Jetski able to swing out. Areg fishing for a hook. Sorry, not Areg fishing for a hook.
It happens. They saw Skedaddle trying to sneak in for the backside for a little pincer maneuver, and Hat immediately turning on that lone Firefox, who had to ult just to escape.
ADL scrapping with Fell.
There's some action, but Fresh Porridge wanting to get in once again, looking for that constant third party. Oath slam from the top rope. JDL able to get away because there wasn't as much follow-up from Orange. And up north, we have Skedaddle dropping Saucy Hack and still wanting the smoke. Little shield pull, unfortunately hit a tree, did not get the damage or the shield that they needed. Skedaddle's going down, Miss Kate's going down. Jang drops Maddie. Cat with a bow drops Dylan, and Jang, JDL, I don't know where the remaining member is, but they're definitely hurting right now. They escape, but the fight continues as Fresh Porridge cannonballs their way in, chasing down, is that Palmu right there. Definitely going to be able to get this. Ghost, you did great to distract so the team could get away. And it looks like, oh, JDL, they are going to be able to all respawn and live to fight another day, as we have some action, 2 different fights going on to the north. Ponyboy, little worse for wear. Beautiful jump in from Mocha right there. Juice trying to ult, not really hitting anybody. Phantom doing the exact same thing, but you're facing off against a very angry Hudson staring you down. And our first team goes down as OYO is sent back to the lobby.
Dadley able to pull his weight, winning for the family, taking out Oyo as the first team, while 2 fights break out on the right side of the map. GCR looking to lock arms with Hat.
They're locking arms, and the yeehaw from Hudson as he's spiked over the abyss. Man with only 1 dash, long dash though it is, it's still only 1, and had to resort to the glide. J-Bo dropping Krillo right there. Big Mocha also dropping Goth Cowboy. They have a fight on 2 fronts, and they're winning both of them. As Madly inevitably goes down, but is going to get rezzed by the Luna. We have 2 battle bunnies in this fight, which feels a little rare, but I love seeing it. Dadley putting in work right now, as Mint is going to be the last one standing. I spoke just a hair too soon, as Mint and Int are also eliminated. And then there were 7.
Yeah, that fight looked like it was a little one-sided, as Dylan looks like a refugee here for JDL. Hoping these teams on the right side finish their fight, can maybe sneak a res near heart.
Maybe, possibly, probably. I do always love seeing a good ult come in. Skedaddle ults it as well, just to apply some of the pressure. Has to escape. Trev, not much health and not much you can do when they are pushing in against a ranged character like Myth. As OC or OCR just trying to escape right now.
Yeah,
it looks like fresh.
Skedaddle's ulti wasn't quite able to find the impact he was hoping for. He was forced to bail early, which meant GCR didn't quite have the strength to play the numbers game.
I really like that Ghost ult right there, since they made the change so last hit gets the boss soul. I feel like it's really added to the strength of Nuke and Ghost ult, especially if you want to throw it on top of there just to secure for you. So Damage Soul going the way of them, and looks like Fortress Soul. Oh, sorry, it's Shrapnel Soul and Fortress Soul. Fortress going to Hat, but now they're scrapping with Big. Madly and Mocha, big mad from yesterday that they didn't quite get the games they wanted with Claire, as they're diving in, looking to get a knock on possibly Zen. Great route coming in from Claire, and the dunk from Mocha right now as they chase. Are they going to get it? No, they went too long, and not Orig is able to win that fight off of just not gliding and having that good discipline. It looks like Trev and the GCR crew were able to drop Madly as well. I don't know quite what happened there. I don't know if it's because Mocha chased a little too far, but unfortunately Big just a little caught off guard, or a little spread thin.
It looks like Madly was trying to hunt for Krillo, who ran off pretty early, or didn't quite run off, but recalled at the beginning of that fight. We noticed that Saucy Hack sacrificed himself so that Hack could play for the soul. And they did get it, and it looks like with this res, kind of worked out. Arig forced to potentially recall as their base camp.
Look in the top right. Looks like we have Dark Green versus Mint Green, and Dark's going to be pushed out while Mint Green is waiting. They only see Era Puzzle, who has a beautiful satchel right there. Unfortunately, Krista misses with her stun. That could have been a deadly little stun right there. But it looks like they're still going to pursue and push, as Hat's back is to the storm, and they're going to run into Pink. And speaking of, we have Light Green fighting. SNA able to drop Maddie. Fell dropping Fresh Porridge somewhere else. And Cat with a bow. Beautiful punch as everybody is just fighting. We have 3v3 right now. Can't touch me. I can't see whose the name is. It's Hacks. Tries to make their move, and somehow J-Bo barely surviving. Spoke once again too soon as a snipe from the Ghost hits their grenade, allows them, unfortunately, to get back up, only to snipe them a second time. SNA going to be the sacrificial lamb, trying to slow them down as their final remaining oath escapes to the south. And once again, pod racing to hopefully escape as Galaxy Gay Boy, as Purple dives in on Hat.
Yeah, that fight was a little decided there by Aphios' punch, finishing Fresh Porridge, who was just inches away from getting rezzed. And it looks like GCR want to scrap in the meanwhile. I think it was against JDL, who stepped the heart res while 2 of them got knocked. So it looks like in the end, GCR got a little stronger from the resources from that scrap, but couldn't quite connect an elimination. As we do see Fell looking to play for the Gnarled Heart here.
That makes me happy and sad because it's Final Destination, and the Final Destination is at the heart, which I think would be really exciting to see teams that have like the constant res but the constant threat. Will the Gnarled Heart go into one of the teams? I'm sure that's going to be changed here soon. And I don't think it quite got placed. No, as a crown got picked up. As Azarath desperately trying to run, hits the ult. It's just not enough. As SNA is able to eliminate the team Era. Era's tour is over for this round.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think their full name here is Snaps. Their tag is PS, and I think that's what they normally go by. Usually an arena player, but they have been playing a few games of BR as of late.
See, love to see it happen. Looks like the Gnarled Heart has been placed down here to the south, so everybody's going to have to push into the winner of which whoever wins this scrap is going to have wonderful positioning going their way. Cat with a bow goes down, and just to counteract, they do the Bebo boombox to keep them invincible. 3v3 right now. Fresh Porch, so getting the crown, and Sings is able to get it. Probably going to punch him, eliminate maybe, and have the full team up. But it doesn't even matter, as it looks like they might be winning their fights. Yes, they are. Orange is winning this fight, and surely this is going to be game over, man. Game over for this Ghost. Great
Look at the
snipe.
snipe on the pot. If we can get a knock here on Jabo, or Jabo, unable to find it. If he got the knock there on Jabo, full team would have come up, and I think that would have swung the fight, as we do have a scrap here on Heart. Hook connects here by R on Mocha.
Mocha's just been hitting just hook after hook after a hook. They are just an impressive player. And I wonder how many teams are noticing now that there's the red storm going on. Dylan, last person with a crown. Rock meet hard place going down here. JDL out in 5th. GCR just going on a tear. Looks like there's another crown that Hat had to pick up. But there we go. Surely they've caught on now. And again, for those at home who don't know, if you see the storm is red on your map or your mini map, that means a Gnarled Heart has been placed. And this Final Destination now means nothing.
Yep, and it looks like we do have the final 4 teams here. Hat, GCR, FP, and Big, all pretty strong teams.
All strong players. I'm just trying to look at powers right now to see who has it. And Galaxy Gay Boy with that delicate disguise. Try to get that little snake. Trev, though, no stranger. Here's the sound. And is just trying to reposition to be careful. I'm assuming Pink is just going to keep moving south because you don't really want the smoke here. All 4 teams just trying to vie for that little circle position that we're approaching. And I'd hope they have jump pads because they might get caught in a little dead end street right here, but they're just trying to wait out that crown timer, so nobody should be able to approach them as GCR and FP are starting to scrap.
Yeah, it looks like Hat really determined here to play for the crown res, which hopefully leads to a placement as long as they're able to avoid this main confrontation. These 3 teams vying for power, although it also means that they're not able to quite utilize their Fortress Soul. Which wouldn't be bad in this type of map, where we see like a very clear separation between where the teams want to play for. Nobody really wants to step over the abyss, as Mocha hits the hook into the slam, and Fresh Porridge is down. I was gonna say earlier that FP with the 4 yellow armors, now 3, they looked like they were quite poised for a top 2, but down a member, Galaxy Gay Boy has to play for the crown. That might not be the case anymore.
Oh, Fresh Porridge just reaching a little far, which was very bold given that there was a crown temporarily there on the right. Was that not Org trying to get a little bit of hook? But now the target is on Orange team's backs. They have their little island right now, but it's just they're hoping nobody for a minute and a half wants to jump on them. And it's going to be about a minute before the storm starts moving in. Honestly, I'm going to give it to Team Big right here on their positioning. It'd be great if they had the Fortress so they could set up walls, but just their positioning alone is terrifying for everybody else because it's creating this choke point where everybody has to go through that little opening to get to where it is. And oh, Mocha almost getting it, but now has to watch out for a hook that Org might be throwing out here soon.
Yeah, it looks like the big difference here is that Big setting up near the Gnarled Heart are able to play off these hooks created by Mocha. GCR as a comp are forced to wait for this all in. They're really hoping to play for a third-party angle. But the problem is that FP and Hat are also forced to buy their time, as GCR are looking to force FP into a bad situation.
They are, and I really like this. Okay, Galaxy Game Boy, it's not their first walk in the park, not their first rodeo. They knew the hook was coming and had the wall up to prep. But in spite of that, they have to make the engage against Green right now, hoping to get that knock and maybe get the team up as Krillo goes down, but so does the Hat, and all of a sudden, everybody is up. A hook comes from downtown, courtesy of Mocha, and just like that, the dreams are shattered as Orange Team is eliminated. But look at this. Such strength coming from the Hudson as all of a sudden Pink is diving in, and they get the full knocks. Claire goes down, Juice goes down, and Madly fighting tooth and nail. The limit or drops heard, but it's not quite enough as Big is eliminated in third place. And does Hat not have a jump pad?
They're trying to recall to their base camp. It looks like GCR were able to play for the third party the second Mocha hit the hook. Trev finding the RMB, forcing Mocha to get stunned on the wall as Hat now colliding with GCR. Krillo goes down first, and it looks like Skedaddle in the thick of it. We do get spiked by Jetski, and Hat do get cleaned up very nicely. They were forced to recall into the middle of the storm, unable to find good footing, and GCR, after wiping that team, able to just clean them up.
You're right. It looks like Hat never fully recovered from the engaged Orange Team that, was it? I forget Orange Team's name. I'm sorry. The Orange brought down on them.
It was FP, I think.
You're right. You're right. It was FP because they were down Fresh Porch, who was caught just slightly overextending. And so they dove in. Hat was down one person. They were already hurting because of the recall. Looks like they did have a jump pad, tried to attack, but uncoordinated, down a person, or slightly uncoordinated, down a person. And not having the positioning, it was just a recipe for disaster. GCR was able to capitalize on. Beautifully done. And now I want to pass it off to Luna and Magical for their thoughts.
Well, thank you guys. I mean, a quite exciting game to start off the day, especially for our groups. Like, very close competition
Luna and Magical.
Right there.
I don't know if they were quite ready.
Oh, no, I'm muted on Discord.
I was letting Magical take it over, but he's muted.
I forgot I was muted on Discord. They can hear me on the stream, but I forgot to unmute on Discord, so that's why it is A-okay. But quite an exciting game to start us off for the groups, right? I got down to the wire there at the end, was really close, but sadly for a lot of the teams, with how the positioning was, it was a difficult circle to kind of play around. Don't you agree, Luna?
Yeah, it was a difficult circle, and I forget the names, but the green team, they're off on the right end, they're stuck in this little spot, and we weren't even sure if they had a jump pad, and then all the guy on orange who went out there, and it was kind of sus about what was happening in that final circle. But if you want to jump to the analysis, I thought it was pretty interesting. If you let me know when you're ready. I have my screen shared.
It's just loading up right now. Okay, perfect. It is ready, so let me... There we go. Everyone can see your screen now.
Cool. So, where was it? So I thought this was pretty interesting because you had the orange team and green team. Those were the kind of the FP and FEL. Those were the two teams that I was watching throughout this match, because FP was really strong. They had good armor, they had good powers, and the FEL, they had Shrapnel Soul. Mm-hmm. And there have been a lot of scraps between these two teams. I was like, oh, whoever wins between these two teams, that's the team that's going to win this match. However, let's see what happened to FEL. So FEL, you see them, they have this fight over here, and they win this fight. Where is it? So they managed to win this fight over here between Hat, and Hat kind of just backs off. And if you look over here, in this one moment when the map goes away, you can kind of see it. Oh, wrong one. You can kind of see it right down here, but I don't know who this is exactly. But they pick up this orange armor. I think it's the Bebo. Yeah, Bebo picks up this orange armor, and you'll actually see he has no. Oh my gosh,
it's broken. Yeah.
Yeah, right here. So it's broken, and so when they go into this fight, Bebo has no armor, and they're kind of just caught in this bad spot. And orange team, they just get lucky and have this perfect fight against green team. Yep. So they managed to win this fight. All right, let's move forward. They win this fight. They move forward over here. They get this really nice... There's all this, scrap fighting over here. And eventually... I need a better way to scroll through this. Sorry, guys. Okay, so we're over here. And then this moment that everyone else saw. orange team is... Did he already go down? Right here?
Yeah, this
Question
is
mark?
after
Yeah.
Fresh Porridge was dropped.
Okay, this is after. Sorry, right here. So fresh porridge, right here. You know, let's zoom in over here on the map. It's kind of hard to see it, but the it's not working. Okay, anyway.
There you go. You got it.
So anyway, there's this area over here. There's this over here. This team over here. This team over here. This team over here. This is where you're gonna see everything happening, right?
Right.
And so Orange is in this perfect position to win the game. They just got to take their time and do everything good. And then Fresh Porridge, you know, he likes to. If you see him a lot, he likes to go out and do these crazy plays. But for some reason, he just goes out and gets himself killed. And then if we move forward, Orange team, they're kind of stuck in this bad spot. They're getting they have their disguise and their invis and all this stuff, but Pink team does something really smart where they know that Orange team is kind of weak, so they start pushing in on them. In just a second, right here, you see it, and they're starting to encroach in on their space like this, and therefore, you know, they see over here this island is taken, so they can't go here. Orange team, they don't know where to go, and they just decide they don't have any vision.
No.
There's no vision here. They don't see this, right? So they just decide to go into this pit,
I
and
think-
everything kind of falls apart for Orange team.
I think they suspected because they knew the poll. There was that poll.
Well,
that
yeah, they knew
Orange
there was
sent out,
someone there. Yeah,
and it was, like the biggest problem is like when you look at Orange's positioning, as you're kind of talking about, it's like Fresh Porridge getting caught out there now puts them in this awkward position where that real estate they have up in the top that you were just highlighting beforehand, right here. That is terrible position to have because all it takes is one ghost summon Napalm, as we saw, to push them even further off. Rain of arrows. Now they are literally stuck. How do you get out of this one without your primary engage? And so for a lot of these other teams, they are easily able to capitalize it. Even for our green team kind of locked in the forge here, they put the mobility field down so that engage that could have come from FP was completely neutralized. So they win this pretty handedly. I even got a little bit of assistance from Purple.
yeah, and actually, I think this assistance is what lost Purple the game because Pink team saw this, and you know they see okay, they're using their cooldowns. They dropped their boombox already, and so okay, all right, now it's our time to go in. I think this is what gave Pink team the win over Purple, and then Green team, they're stuck in here. I'm not sure what's going on, but you know they're taking damage from the storm. They throw this nuke. They're trying to play it safe over here, but they're just too slow. They throw the nuke. They try to teleport over, but they can't teleport over because the damage from the storm, and so Pink team is just in perfect position.
They just looked really good in this one, and because they were able to really take that really strong position and the circle favoring them as well, just kind of gives them the game. Hat, props out to them. The fact that they were locked in the forge in a really awkward spot too, but were able to survive all the way to second is really good on them. And if they had maybe like a little bit more of a favorable end circle to play around, it could have gone a little bit different, but Pink, I think, we're just in too strong of a position. They were able to win that one pretty handedly. And now I do believe we are getting close to having our next game ready for us to watch. So they're sending it in right now, getting close. We'll toss us back over to both Twin and Tsunani to get us through game 2 here of Group A qualifiers.
Well,
All right. Go for it, Tsunani.
Yeah, after that fight, I'm kind of liking some of these comps. We're not quite seeing the same meta we normally saw in squads. I assume with the patch change, as we can see with the presence of a lot more Huddies. They seem to do pretty well in the top 4, so I'm pretty happy with that. Makes these end games a little more interesting, a little more brawl like.
Quick thing. Go Hudson. Yes. Woo.
Yes, sir. Huddy appreciation thread.
I'm sorry. I know we're meant to be doing like good analysis right now, but literally Magical asked my brother if he could make a meme about how much Magical loves talking about Hudson. We made 2. I'm just so happy to see it in real time. So thank you for that. Going back to what you were saying though, Tsunani, you're right. Like the dynamic hunter choices really makes the end game so much more enjoyable to watch. It's like, okay, do they have a Hudson? Do they have a KP? Oh, they have a KP and we're hooked now. So it's really exciting. We also saw a couple of Lunas. I see one on the map on Team Purple as well.
We
those
disabled portals, or they're supposed to be not used here, but
Or is it one of those, if you, as you're not allowed to buy it, but if you find it, you can use it? I remember hearing something like that yesterday. And does JDL, they have to, yeah, they know red is in here. Level 2s and 3s versus about level 2s and 3s. And it looks like JDL is hoping to catch Phantom kind of sleeping and kind of standing on their own. Not quite. Weren't able to steal that last farm. So currently level 4s mostly going the way of red, save for Ponyboy being level 1. And there are currently 3 teams here, and red caught in the middle more or less of both of them. Going to have to try to find a retreat angle so that they don't catch the smoke of 2 teams at once.
Pretty interesting that all these teams landed contesting this. We do have a fight between GCR and Big, it seems, or I think we just got caught in the heart. Unlucky.
Possibly just got caught at the heart, but it looks like that fight is still continuing on down south, possibly just chasing them out, vying for the space. Again, Coldfang pretty strong, and look, there's another 2-way tunnel right there. Jang chasing him down.
It's Ben from shop, I see. Okay, just to confirm. So I guess there's nothing we can do about. Oh, I think it's just because it's too easy to get from shop.
Yeah, Theorycraft added them permanently to the shop, so everybody trying to get their last second season goals or whatever they are. I can't think of the name all of a sudden, are able to do them. Red coming down, trying to fight right now. That's OYO, who I think were the first eliminated last game, and not off to the best start in this fight as Krilla's running back north to try and just get away. A little death box revive, so that way there's a little less time on the resurgence if they do have to scrap again. But that fight was pretty rough for them, so extra experience going the way of JDL as they're going to walk away with these golds.
Yeah, it looks like they weren't ready to be committed onto that, as there was a little lack of cohesion when they landed. I think Phantom died somewhere in the abyss trying to feather. I'm not sure, but he did die in the middle of I think Ponyboy getting felled.
That would honestly make sense with where the chest was placed. So the fight was over before it even began, with them already being down 1. So respect on the other 2 for knowing to stay back. And we have a little contention over here as we're fighting over just the biome boss that spawned. Era facing off against INT, and Mint probably looking for that hook. Doesn't quite get it. Has to be careful though, because it's level 7s and way of Mint Green as they're just trying to fish for what do they want to do. Bebo with a little bump. Doesn't quite work. The hook somehow, I don't know what happened with that hook, but fortunately able to miss. Mint going for a dunk, doesn't quite go their way, but a spike over the abyss, and all of a sudden Mint Green, in spite of their levels, might get eliminated right here. Yes, they are out with a slug wave to the back, right in between the shoulder blades, and ERA is sent back, or sent out.
And it looks like, I'll comment on the fight right after we get out of this action, as GCR split between 2 fights. Looking like it's fine though, as Oyo was a little weak. No mana here on Mars. While JDL are still fighting Fell below us. A lot of action happening as all the teams played for Coldfang and Wellspring, and Zone in Scav makes it so that these teams will have to wrap up their fights soon, or they're going to get caught in the edge of Storm. In the meanwhile, it looks like GCR not able to play this third party quite as neatly as...
No, but look, the last standing, and I don't know if they're going to be able to escape from this. Great teleport, double juke. They have the feet, but the Storm, it doesn't hurt much, but gets the spike? How did you do that? Actually, I don't know if it wins them. Phantom surviving by the skin of their teeth. Unfortunately, still in a rough spot. Hopefully more of their allies are going to be able to respond, as not Orig drops Mocha somewhere on the map. I don't know how they were able to escape from that, though.
Oh, and it looks like this fight is not going well in the favor of Big, as Hat completely wiped them. Not a single member dropping. I think the fight started off with the hook, and from there, 2 spikes. Not able to be a winning position.
I just want to say, for anybody listening in, I did not mention Big this time. That was no longer the commentator curse that I keep cursing them with, it would seem. So we're down to our 7, and I'm really appreciating how scrappy this day 1 is actually being with all these teams in here. It's really, really fun, because last game it seemed like everybody's more or less taking their time, but 3 teams down already, that's a pretty uncommon occurrence in a high-level lobby like this.
No, two teams because we're down one team.
Oh, you're right. It's 9.
Yeah, Dylan tried to fish for the hook on the boss, but last hitting not quite in time. This GCR maybe looking to do something here, and I stand corrected because they're all cutting down, playing for this level 9. Jetski serving as a little bit of a protector. Maybe a fight happening now, though, and grind.
Kind of interesting to see that almost no teams are in the circle. There's a few on the, like, holding the line and saying the onus is on you to make entry into here. You have to push into us, which you don't want, not having that, like, area to retreat. As they start scrapping, Shiv dives in with a fuselage, doesn't really knock anybody, but does some good damage onto Maddie right there.
Yeah, Krilla's ulti got canceled almost instantly, I think. I didn't quite see by what. I think it was a punch, as he is a little caught here. Double Bull able to buy some time, as the ultimate from Bishop coming in, getting pushed away by the spike grenade. Bomb connects onto Saucy Hack, but he gets a finish.
What a shot!
The laser getting the snipe with no vision, as Fell now trying to play through these portals. GCR show up, but they've decided maybe not when they see 6 people on the other side of that portal. Krillo trying to feather out. Pomu almost able to get the spike.
It's not quite where you want to be, but good follow-up right there from Saucy Hack, able to drop both Pomu and Maddie. Saucy Hack played incredible with those snipes. They just don't seem to miss. Good job. We have the Felix engage right there, but unfortunately, Bebo Boombox is more or less negating anything that they were able to do as Miss Kate goes down. But a great hook right there and a dunk as a follow-up. We have 3v3, just narrowly missing with that Zepholt on Jetski there. Zeph goes down, and we have a third party, as is the theme with this game. And it is all up to Dylan once again to try and escape, as he might be meeting up with the team in the north, but trying to find a means of reviving his fallen comrades.
Yeah, action after action in this game. So quickly to commentate, the reason why a lot of teams I think are hugging Edge of Storm is because the greatest concentration of camps happen to be in these zones, where we can see Wraiths, we can see Grind. The problem with Scav is that I think there are only 3 camps, and then 1 Guardian, which isn't quite enough to support an ecosystem of 5 players. If Porch connects a punch, Fell playing for the flank, not able to find it. But Fresh Porch able to skip with 1 HP, but the 2 remaining members of Fell right below him, playing for the E-plat, trying to deny Spike, but we just get finished with a simple shift. Jabo able to barely get out. Fell caught in the middle of 3 people, finding the slam. Volcanic Rebuke not able to finish Jabo off, as they're trying to back out, but OYO... Behind them, Fusillade able to clean them all up, and FP is wiped.
Dang, off of just a slight misstep, possibly engaged. Great hook right there coming in from not Orig. And all of a sudden we have a 4th team in the mix as Cat with Bow is trying desperately to escape with people on the hunt. Great punch and great stun right there. Dylan is really in a bad spot. Unfortunately couldn't escape because he was cut off by other teams that were wanting to scrap right there. JDL goes home in this game too, as people are trying to figure out their positioning into this next circle.
Extremely bloody first 3 days. Half the lobby getting wiped immediately, and it looks like we have our final 4. Fell, Hat, OYO, and Int. Well, Fell a little weak trying to get this last res, but it might get denied here by Int, who are thinking about it. No, it looks like they won't be able to get there in time. All 4 members back up.
And probably wanting this fight, though, knowing that they're going to respawn with half shields, possibly no powers or weaker powers. They do try to go for the fight, but they're able to escape. And beautiful fuselage, Luna getting away with Ponyboy. So Ponyboy's going to get back up, hurt, but they're going to be standing.
Oh, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to get time to get resources, as we have the double snipe here by Saucy Hack, trying to zone off Phantom with the ultimate, but Zen is around the other side. Ponyboy trying to run away, looking to play over the lasers perhaps, running out. Zen potentially looking for a chase. We also have Mars trying to run away. We'll see who can feather better. As I'm not sure Mars will be able to get across in time. I think it's close. Maybe not close enough,
not enough as the KP turned around. And credit where credit is due. Saucy Hack played amazing in trios, in arena, in everything. Doesn't seem to miss. And not Arig, unfortunately, getting that pull over the abyss, tried to shift to keep themselves above ground. And it was just too little too late, as all of a sudden all the ults are coming out and Pink is gone as Mint is trying to run towards the center as the last surviving member of Pink, with beautiful engages coming in from Hat.
Unfortunately, Arig was not able to reposition near a ledge so he could mantle, falls to the abyss because he had just a little too much hang time. Krilla was able to hit a monster double bola for the engage, and Zen was just able to nicely clean up. His Ponyboy is last here. Free shots here for Krilla. Was able to dance around him, gets a finish, and now 3 teams are left.
I was just shooting fish in a bucket for Krillo. That was just fish in a bucket. It's 3 teams, but it's more like 2 1/4 right now, as going for a crown, hoping probably to get just that like beautiful hook into dunk. And that was weird. It looks like they had to click to pick it up right there.
I think they had to interact with it, which is little buggy, but it is. And fell. The half dies to natural causes, I suppose. Not sure what happened there.
Looks like 2 of them are trying to chase down this crown, possibly. Hat's actually in a really good position. Beautiful B-bomb right there to get some damage and just send them away. Mint really, goes for a hook, falls way wide. And now that cooldown's down, Saucy Hack dropping the ult right there. An ult from Bro gets the... Gets the dagger away, and Mint must be devastated. Surely they thought they had the dunk right there, but Krillo knows what to do. And just like that, we're down to 2 as Fell is able to get away with the final crown kill. So it's 4v4. Let's see what happens. They waste no time as they start scrapping. The engage from the Bishop, punching away, doesn't quite get the knock that they were hoping for. Brawl ult right there just to get that iframe in and not drop. But all of a sudden, Zen caught way out of position. Cat with a bow able to escape. It is 4v3 right now. And it just looks like everything is working out in the way of Fell when it comes to this final fight.
Yeah, unable to consolidate their CDs because Hat tried to get the finish onto Mint, I think. But since Fell was able to get the final hit, they decided to pull the trigger. All ultis refreshed, but weren't able to find any conclusive finish. One member did die. That was Zen, getting chased off there near the end because of the 2-way tunnels. And it looks like they are able to play for Crown. Arig on that funny KP champ, looking for the dunk. I do think it is pretty doable with this map, so we'll see how Fell play it out.
It's looking good. It's just a 4v3 right now, and it looks like they're trying to be safe. Maddie giving them a little hallway as the 2-way tunnel comes in, and Hat gives them the little rope-a-dope right there and sneaks in on the back line, kind of catching them not out of position, but giving Hat a good fighting chance, and not Arig running away while the 2 play zone defense to keep Fell away.
A good rotate there. I'm sure Krillo made that call, spamming the call for the 2-way tunnel as Saucy Hack is getting engaged on. Able to get the spike grenade into the wall and half falls, trying to chase here's Aphios, taking the anomaly through into zone. No mana left. Is Saucy Hack able to kite out? It looks like that is the case. Krill and Arig able to now play for the last remaining members.
Here comes probably a hook. I don't know. Pamu does spot not Arig going on a little fishing expedition right there. And that was actually a pretty funny little magician switch up right there, of falling through the trap door and all of a sudden a brawl popping out where they once were. It was just very oddly satisfying for me to see.
Yeah, with the timer, Arig will most likely just play to run away, unless the kill is extremely free, but it looks like half playing for the Obsidian Slam. Arig forced the mantle, misses his returning slam. Do we get fanned out? We get spiked! And now the fight is way less favorable for Hat. As Saucy Hack on the 1v2 gets punched around the wall, into the abyss, into the spike, and Krillo is now last, trying to play for the crown. Do we have the ultimate? We do have no Fusillade available, and now we just have to play to kite for the 1 minute 50 seconds left. Maddie trying to cart in. Krillo able to sidestep it, but now we don't have dash for a second as Pamu, taking the glider jets, pushes Krillo off the fan. Krillo does the spike! And now Pamu forced to deal with the consequences of Maddie's mistake. 2 members left for Fell. Trying to play for the Obsidian Slam. Volcanic Rebuke gets dunked. Little too early, and now the turns have tabled. Afios, last member remaining. Can we pick up the crown? The second crown that was on that little island.
Oh no, everything was going your way. And you, Maddie, you spoon-fed Hat the much-needed spike. I don't think you're getting away from this one. As Hat walks away the victor, Cat with a bow played great. Afios, I believe, to take it down to just the one person remaining, punching somebody into the abyss. Or spiking them, it didn't matter because the storm was going to finish them off anyways, and all they had to do was take their time, play it safe. And unfortunate, Maddie, one of the best players in the game, still made the common mistake of gliding over the abyss and getting spiked when they have most wanted crown. Tragic, but well done by Hat taking away that win. And we're going to pass this off to Luna and MadMagical. What are your thoughts?
You guys couldn't hear it because I had myself muted. But when Krillo got that, I was just like, there's no way. There's no way he gets this right here. It was a crazy play because I'm looking at that game too, and that was really Krillo trying to put on a showcase of how to play Shiv. The denial of that dunk that could have happened earlier for a different crown play that was literally at the nick of time to make sure that Int didn't get the crown and then Hat survive was well done by Krillo. And then getting the dunk there to make sure the team gets back up. They pick up the victory. Well deserved for Krillo and for Hat on that one. Just got to make sure I put that out there first for everyone to hear. But I want to get your thoughts on this one, Luna, especially because I'm curious. When we look at these games, and especially we look at the past, like for squads especially, a lot of these games tend to go more towards the 25, 30-minute marks. But we've seen these last two be a lot quicker. And granted, we have one less team. We only have 9 teams in this lobby. But still, wouldn't expect the games to be at the end game, essentially, at only 15 minutes in, Luna. So can you kind of what is your thought process on why that is right now?
So I have a couple reasons for that. So one, these aren't super competitive and it's a little bit more for fun. So that's one just basic reason. Mm-hmm. And the second reason is if you're seeing my screen, correct?
I am, and now they are. I was waiting for you to give me the word, and now I've moved it so that everyone can see it.
Yeah. So if you look at the screen, the map is pretty small.
Right.
Half the map is Abyss.
Very true.
And so all the teams are coming in from the west side, and all the teams, they're all right over here. And I was wondering, looking to this, why was the Hat team, why were they so dominant? And it's really just whoever wins out this craziness on the west side over here, that's the team that's gonna be really strong. And you can see them, they're taking out Fell, they're taking out who else? Yeah. They took out a couple other teams too. I'm kind of just skipping ahead for the sake of time. But they take out Fell here, they win this fight. And then they also start engaging with, where is it? Right here. The Team Oyo. Mm-hmm. And by this point, there's already only 4 teams left.
Right.
So you see Oyo over here. They're losing to Green. Green is just chasing them down. There's still a lot of space on the map, so there's a lot of space to run through. And I think this is the first crack in the armor of Green Team Hat. And so you see the KP, he starts chasing Mars. Unfortunately, he just doesn't have enough glider fuel to get through. And as soon as this happens, the Int team, they start engaging. And actually, they get the spike over here. And they're just doing a good job. But then Green Team, they still win this fight. And then I think they immediately go to another fight. I don't remember.
It's just they found Oyo first. It was like they
found Oyo.
Yeah, they got the almost wipe onto Int. They noticed Ponyboy was behind them. They got that, and they were able to just set up. Is what I kind of was able to see.
Yes, but at the same time, all this is happening. Green Team over here, they're just chilling, vibing, doing whatever they want. So that's why this is where things start getting interesting. And then we get to this fight over here, and it's just kind of craziness. I wasn't really sure how to analyze this part, but Green Team gets the upper hand. And if we keep moving forward, there's just then let's get to the
Yeah,
that
yeah.
very end where the craziness happens with the last
crown.
man.
Yeah, right here,
Go away,
right here,
Pine.
right here.
Right here. Yes. So let's watch it. Let's just watch it. I don't remember what happened, but let's just watch
I
it.
do. It was at first I thought he was gonna look for Maddie there to try to get the knock on him, but then I forgot it was Tonk Tonk, so you wouldn't be able to get it. But then Maddie went back after Tonk Tonk, one auto at the moment the glide happened, gives Krilla like right there. See, literally, it was almost a fraction of a second when the glide came out, gets the one shot onto the perfect target, and that completely seals the deal for this game. Like for Fel, even if they start getting some of these knocks over the Abyss, because you had the full revive, the crowns were so far away, it just gives like whoop, it just I love that reaction from Krilla and shows how good of a player he is.
Yeah, this should not have happened. Green team should have lost 100%. You know, I just realized there's two green teams. Hat should have won, should have lost this, but you know, sometimes it's just those little tiny moments that you have to watch out for. That's what makes or breaks some of these games.
All right, but I do believe we are dropping into our third game of this group, so we're going to give it back over to Twin and Tsunani to get us in.
Yeah, real quick for the viewers, there are 4 gold armors in OOOTECH, so we have 2 teams here, Int and Hat, trying to scramble, find the 2 that are within the chest scattered around Emo. In the meanwhile, we are also trying to play for this level 6. There almost will definitely be a fight unless one team is able to make off with both of the free gold armors. As Hat is a little split up, 2 of them opted to go grab the camps here in the north. Playing for a little bit of time.
I kind of like that strategy from Hat of not overcommitting. Try to grab the golds if you can find them, but otherwise, let's not fall behind on levels. Let's not overcommit and kind of use or lose that resource of time that should be spent gaining levels, getting our abilities up and stuff like that for sake of like the poking and prodding with another team. So good on them. And also, just before I forget, shout outs to MadMagical and to Moonlit Battlegrounds Luna for that analysis. That was brilliant.
Wow, it looks like Hat found the key, so they're able to insta-find the gold armor and pick up the other 2 gold armors. Like Thieves in the Night, they can now leave, play for their level 6s, maybe look for a tempo fight, and looks like Hat was just a little sad about that as they're looking for the chase. To maybe rotate towards Ion Acres, play for their level 6, because now all the camps are gone from Emotech.
Ooh, dangerous right here. They're trying to break into a vault. They are alone, and there are 2 teams nearby who are actually scrap with each other. That Bishop choosing to forsake because they see the danger happening just north of them between Hat and Int.
Yeah, if he was going for the solo vault, hears the wind rings above him and decides, maybe now is not the best time. Well, the rest of his team now catches up and they can think about it. In a little on the back foot, scrambling for these scatterings of camps in Vanegrove as Fel find one member of Int.
It's true. I like that Int is trying to get away right here because they're down levels, they're down armor, they're down everything in this fight, and they're surrounded by teams who have powers. They have level 6s. So Pink's really caught in kind of an awkward spot. So respect to them for trying to get away as Ponyboy trying to make a move right now. Has damage, but gets dunked by Mocha right there. Just reached a little too far into the cookie jar right there and got bit for his efforts.
Tony boy, that was a little illegal, man. We're donating double glider jets over after that death. Greeting for that finish, chasing the Aluna, which I don't know, maybe it looks good in the moment. As Mint misses the RMV, Salsiak able to gun them down, trying to dash follow up, but the LMBs are just in range, able to get the finish. Herd absolutely gunning down Idrisel, who's forced to run back. Hook connects on the board, so that denies the level 6. But maybe Herd deciding, who, by the way, GCR is a third party in this fight. Not worth it, seeing the triple gold armors on the side of Hat.
Oh no, poor INTs. Just keeps getting worse and worse and worse for them as they're desperately trying to escape. And there are now 2 teams on the hunt of this poor little bunny. It's rabbit season and they both smell it.
In the meanwhile, we do have a little bit of a collision between FP and Fel. Neither team particularly strong here, rocking the white armors, and Herd found here by GCR. Oh, we do have another fight in the top right. Sorry, splitting the tension here. As FP and Fel get a knock.
It's all good.
Like
Skedaddles.
Skedaddle can't make it out.
Skedaddle, there's not a whole lot they could really do there. I'm looking at if you can take it to the action on the far left side. It looks like everybody was scrappy. I apologize. We might have just been a half second too late. Everybody was fighting, but it looks like Half is trying to make a move right now as JDL Cap Microwave was able to eliminate somebody on the opposite side. It kind of looked like these teams were scrapping. I do apologize for that, but it was more of they were just kind of dancing around each other's range. But Red camping it out. Palmu knows something is wrong, and they're trying to make a fight here with Red, maybe take over their base camps. I looked like Mars was missing some levels here, but the 3 green having a lot of presence to push Red out.
Yeah, Phantom fishing for some poke here as Palmu dashes in. Spike nade a little preemptive. Mars dashing in afterwards. As Fel also looking to follow up there. Ovo a little poked out. If I want to play this as the instant before it comes out, Mars able to buffer the punch from Aphios, who's forced to dash out. Phantom now isolated. Dagger not able to get out as we get spiked before then. A little too late for Resurgence as well as we're in the Wisp. Now Kula, Mars, and Ponyboy are forced to find an angle to play out.
For sure. If you notice too, there's little to no armor in way of Team Red right now. Oyo, they don't have that 20% plus damage reduction, and that really can be devastating. That could be the big difference maker in a fight like that. Moving on, Skedaddle getting caught out, dodging the punch, tries to do the shield, and maybe was hoping to get the anywhere but here, and it looks like they did bring somebody with them into that little teleportation device, but they did get knocked for their efforts.
In the meanwhile, Arrow were able to find 3 members of Big. Mocha now last, trying to run away. Slam isn't able to connect on the Fresh Porch, who has no mana. Tries to mortar mid-air. Mocha trying to run away. Does have the glider jets and the frog jump, so this is actually pretty playable.
Pretty playable. That is a very mobile Kingpin. If they're able to make the move, which they do, to use the frog jump and get over, I really like how they kind of drew them into that dead-end position, only to jump over it. Very beautifully done. Now, does Palmu check brush? They do not. Oh, no. It's April 2025 almost. You got to check bushes, people. Got to check the brush.
It would have been so funny if Mocha found the spike when he was trying to glide by and then just take the wind rings down. But maybe just in my wishes for now, as GCR and JDL might be fighting. Aphios falling to Era. Oh, they are just fighting here in the bottom left.
Kind of crazy, much like last game. What a violent night 1 we have, or I guess night 2 right now, as Fel is our first team eliminated, falling to Era, and now Miss Kate and Jang getting some knocks now, Skedaddle as well. Some violence after violence. It's so hard to keep up as it looks like there was a third party involved. We have the Celestial coming out for hopefully a saving grace, but I'm sure this is going to be a knock going to Jang. Zen getting that kill. Dylan and Kat desperately running to the north. I like the portal there just to give them a little extra space in between the 2 hunters right there on the same team.
Yeah, it looks like that fight really quick by Aaron Fell was extremely one-sided. I assume a very nice timely engage by Bishop and Felix were able to clean up the members of Fell. And in the meanwhile, this third party here in gridlock
fighting up left.
Oh, true.
Yep.
Playing for the soul, it looks like.
Phantom goes down. Ponyboy follows by Fresh Porridge, diving in with a cannonball, gets the haymaker on them, and now the soul is going to go their way. And it's XP Soul with its recent-ish buffs is really, really strong, giving you just 3 quick levels and allowing all your abilities to get to level 4. It's a very sought-after soul in the current meta. It's just a sought-after soul in general. It's just so strong now.
You definitely would say it's one of the top 3 souls, not even considering its general use cases. And looking at this team comp, looks like it will serve Fresh Porridge well, Jabo. It's decent on Brawl, really good on snaps here. Okay on Oath. So overall, they would definitely do benefit, as we do have a collision here after we got the res by Kula.
Oh, like... Ponyboy is just deleted. Madly is
it's-
also getting some knocks down south. So much violence going on that it's hard to track. Wonderful spike coming in, by the way, Krista Azarath. I know it has some fans out there who are going to be very pleased with that performance right now. Bungie Gum with the properties of both rubber and gum on Juiced. Juice goes down to Saucy Hack as a third party comes in, decides they want to fight as well. And Era is eliminated at 8th.
Well, trying to find this engage here onto Trev, but with the White Knight Skedaddle, that momentum is getting canceled. Miskate now for a counter engage, getting the bump here. Skedaddle, 1 stack of Ignite. Can we get the second by Miskate? But it looks like Miskate will be falling. A little overzealous, unable to find any damage, and GCR are able to turn this fight.
Great turnaround by them, but they can't sleep just yet because it looks like Hat is really close to. Oh no, it's just the KP, just kind of like scouting, seeing what's going on. Pink trying to push back right now. They are able to regroup after doing some damage there to Fresh Porridge, but now Fresh Porridge healed up, has the dive, probably wants to scrap. And no, there's a scrap going on down there, Abyssal Breaker, but that instant for it, nullifying everything they had. And Cruella running away, hiding in a brush. Does anybody check brushes now? Madly with a question mark? What a hiding spot as nobody is looking, but now, oh, that true vision coming in from, they know. Okay, the true vision coming in from the base cap probably would have exposed the rabbit sooner or later. They opt to make a run for it, gliding over, and good escape, but unfortunately Dylan now running right into the loving arms of another crew as he is the last one standing. You don't want to go that way, Dylan.
Not quite sure Dylan has enough gold here to buy a crown, so he is biding his time. Unable to play for this res because we can now hear 2 teams are fighting, it looks like. Fresh Porridge trying to R&B shift in, looking for an angle. Gateway finding the Oath ulti onto 1 member. The sustain, not enough as we find the Crystal ult able to rake him down. 2 members left. Idrisil trying to kite around, air dash away from Snaps, who is hot on the chase. Meanwhile, Min also trying to run away, but the pod racing might just be enough to catch up.
I really like how they split 2 and 2 and had good communication. Great dunk coming in from the Brawl to stun Mint, or at least lock him down for a second. They try to run, and no, they get hit again. And Galaxy Game Boy putting up the wall and saying, even if I don't finish you, the storm will. Dylan is also caught out. JDL eliminated by way of Big. And now we have Big versus FP, and FP, they're split up, but they're looking strong, and 2 of them might be scrapping on the left side. I couldn't quite tell if they're able to get away. Oh, that bunny.
Yeah, it looks like Dylan was trying to take advantage of that fight going on, look for a cheeky little beacon, but Big was able to stop it, as Kula is still in this bush.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Now, fortunately for J-Bo, their team is able to get them back up. Still, even just the 3 of them, very, very strong. Nobody around to contest, and even those that could see him didn't quite want that smoke just yet, as we have our final 5, final 4 1/4, with the buddy just hiding out as best they can.
Looks like Hat want to play for this life orb. Or maybe not, trying to secure some space, secure a base camp. Not sure how Kula is going to make it out of this one. Assumably, if Big are forced in a fight, that might be her time to run out. But if anybody wants to take control of this bush, her cover will be blown. So we'll see how this pans out based on how looks like FP might be forced to play for zone.
We just saw Tom Kick do this actually with Sprokane's tournament this weekend. Of last one standing, couldn't go for any kills, but was able to really lock in some good placement points by just playing stealthy. I think they were about to go out at 9th and ended up 4th or 5th that game. So in this case, Krula, I forget when they became the last one, but already in 5th and maybe hoping to get top 4, top 3. Like you said, if everybody starts fighting, they might get a sneaky res off to the southeast right there, but they really have to have a lot of favors, a lot of things go in their favor. Roll a lot of nat 20s, if you would, for my D&D fans.
Oh, Hook is found here. Ari able to get the slam, and it looks like Trev will be falling, trying to dash out, but Skedaddle not able to pressure enough, as Crown is picked up by Herd. Ghost Ulti comes out, forcing him to waste his shift. Will Hat take advantage of this angle? One wire comes out, Ari looking for the slam. We are able to grapple away. And Jetski waiting on the wings as well.
Ooh, what a good grapple. They have the red GA and they just can't use that Guardian Archangel there with everybody else. I don't know if Herd's going to hope for an angle around because all of a sudden everybody's moving. If the box is not in the storm, they might be able to pull something off, but I can't quite see it. Looks like Not Arig is going to eliminate Skedaddle or knock Skedaddle right there. And they know, Hat knows. They see FP waiting in the brush, hoping to get a sneaky knock on one of them.
And we get the red GA, but Krillo, paying attention to the base camp, decides it's not enough as Orig almost gets a slam, no shift. GST now playing for the bottom beacon, perhaps.
That was scary. Yep. Sorry, that was so crazy. The Huddy barely channeling their inner Neo from the Matrix and dodging that big shot coming in from KP to give themselves a chance in this game.
Wait, this beacon might be doable. You can hold ground pretty well with a Huddy, although it looks like they are just waiting for other teams to fight first before going for it. Nuke comes down, taking out the base camp of FP.
They might want the experience and the free power that comes with the crown too. Like, they didn't have much time left. Yeah, so that, if they just wait for, like I said, when you do pop the most wanted, you do get 1,000 experience. It gives you a free power. That's a dice roll. It could give you something phenomenal. It could give you, I don't know, Mana Cloud or something. We don't know. But it's really, really a nice reward for waiting out that 2 minutes or getting a knock.
And it looks like they will be getting it off. For what it's worth, the XP from this is pretty small now. It's not like a guaranteed level or level cap anymore. As we can see, Herd and Jetski, the two Alive members, they didn't even get to level 14. But, I mean, for what it's worth, after level 13, you don't get any new skill points to allocate. So, doesn't make the biggest difference. And it looks like Kula might be getting spotted by GCR, who are looking to make their move.
Oh, no. Krilla, you gotta run. No, not there. Who's going to get fed the points? I appreciated the root effort right there. All that waiting, all that camping, got them 5th place as a reward. So good for them just waiting. I wonder, I don't know if they got caught.
They didn't get exposed yet. They just assumed because GCR were shooting all the bushes, they would have been spotted.
Yeah.
I think they would have originally been 7th place. I think Dylan's team and then the orange team fell before them. So 2 placements, we'll take those, you know?
Yeah, honestly, we take, good hook attempt right there from Orig, Not Orig, but everybody was ready for it and was able to like respond just in time to not lose the advantage that GCR currently has. Honestly, GCR is looking really good if they can hold this. They're trying to push Hat a little around to the left and make them fight everybody else. It's something that Lemur actually taught me is when it gets to this endgame, you don't have to fight. You just want to kind of push everybody else to fight, then take advantage when they're in that weakened state. Great punch, great stun afterwards. Mocha able to get out, but they are hurting because of that punch coming in from Fresh Porridge.
Big unable to find a solid engage, but Hat now playing for the third party. FP finding out that this wasn't quite a free engage. GCR looking to take some space as Big are forced on the right side. 2 members down. Have to think about Crown almost definitely going on Mocha, who has 2 extremely strong powers, able to get back as we saw earlier. As Gay Boy almost finding out their bush. Maybe Porridge. Oh, they are so close. And Mocha's forced to play around as it looks like Claire will be the sacrifice. Can we frog jump over? Yes, we can. Potentially bite a crown here. Not enough money, though, so I'll have to fish for this crown as a fight might break out. Herd able to get the mantle grapple up. While Hat have taken space. Hat looking extremely strong here. Double Abyssal Scale, Glider Jet, Nuke. 4 gold armors.
In spite of FP's strength, it feels like they're the ones kind of pushed into the corner right now with GCR and Hat like just trouncing on their space, encroaching on it.
Yeah, waiting for the zone to move as it is starting to slowly shift now, which gives them a little more space to play onto this bottom right island. Looks like GCR and Hat are not quite looking to force this. And Mocha, a little opportunistic, hoping for a hook.
He still doesn't have the crown, though, so he's got to make a move eventually and doesn't go. Oh, I see it. Tries to go for that crown. Galaxy Game Boy, though, knows better and is waiting for that. Or at least they're trying to reposition so they stop getting attacked by 2 other teams at the same time.
Mocha's dream here is that FP are forced in the middle of a fight and he can sneak a hook into a slam, but FP are aware of this and are trying to deny it. Mocha's land slowly shrinking, and his glider jets are almost out as he's probably forced a frog jump.
There comes the frog jump.
Oh, is he not able to feather over? Oh, just able to get out, as we do see a fight between Hat and GCR. GCR on the ropes, 2 members down. GA is canceled as Jetski looking to play for the 1v2, but not able to land any abilities, and we get finished here by Zen.
I missed that fight because I was watching Mocha have such patience and such just like care with when to glide, how to take shots, and somehow stay standing to move them up 1 extra spot in the placements. Possibly 2, because Hat doesn't seem to know that they're there. And if Hat decides that they want this fight, then that is big for Team Big right now. But FP, they have the island, they have the positioning. They're looking pretty as this final circle starts closing in.
Looks like Saucy Hack, a big knower. Oh, we do find Mocha, who's trying to get finished. Frog jump over with the glider jet, but there aren't that many places to wiggle around as Zen is now able to land on them. Arig not able to find the slam, but FP take this moment to play for the third party. Double punch that does CC both. Oh, and this fight is turned, but the Fusillade almost able to chunk down Snaps, who does get finished. 2v3 is Krillo able to find any more? Red Jade able to bring up Arig, but that is not enough as Sauciak is now last. Oh, Spike Nade able to push him down, but the sand wall able to negate that LB assault, and Sauciak trying to kite out, but last member left. No crown, no armor, no abilities, and that game goes to FP.
GGFP. They saw the opening. Hat was chasing, looking for that easy KP, and it was a big no coming from FP with a beautiful punch to knock 2 of them into the storm, damage them, knock them, and despite the GA res, they were just hit back into the storm 1 more time. So good job unlocking the opportunistic achievement right there from FP. Beautifully done. Great fight. That was the longest game we had. It started off so violent, but then we ended up going for 21-21. And Luna, Magical, take it away. What do you got for us?
I mean, props out to Mocha, who was ratting for a good amount of time there. And even at the beginning, like, it's kind of funny to see how Mocha was the one survivor for Big at the very beginning when there were a lot of those chaotic fights that you were talking about, Twin. And then also at the very end when there was only 3 squads remaining, including just Mocha being by themselves for Big. Tried really hard, got close to being able to get over, but I was looking at the position of a lot of the crowns. It was very difficult for Mocha to do much since the crowns were in the middle of the 2 oppositions that you saw in front of you, plus you had a lot of Abyss that you had to work through if you wanted to even get to that. But it was still a fun game. It was a lot of fun to see, and I got to give a lot of props to FP on how they punished that Hat focused too much onto Mocha. They all turned to try to take out this team, and then FP's like, wait, they're not focused on us anymore. This is the perfect time for us to strike, so we can now get them into a bad position. They got over that Abyss that they were struggling to find a way to get over because that wall makes it so hard there at Magebog. And I really got to say, props out to a lot of our teams for Group A. And Luna, I kind of want to give it over to you to talk about these teams, because as we are going to move into a new group after this one, looking at how these groups kind of played out, they were very chaotic, and it was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah. Do you want to?
I have a transition.
You just want me to talk about it?
I got it.
Cool. So, obviously, FP and Hat, they were the 2 titans of this game, and it was actually really interesting. You can see them. FP, they're over here, and Hat, they're over here, and they're kind of just dancing, like staying away from each other the whole game. And then if you move over here, you'll see that FP, they're up here. Hat, they're down here. And they're kind of just like dominating opposite sides of the map, and it's kind of like this big clash at the very end. So if you look over here, actually there's one thing that's very interesting. So by this point, I'm trying to find by this point, FP, they have both souls. They have XP soul and they have damage soul. And what's really interesting is that if you look at Hat over here, they're all level 14. But if you look at FP, they're 1 and 2 levels down despite having XP souls. I thought that was really interesting. So I wasn't really sure who was going to win this. I thought it was going to be a Hat, and here's why. So the circle starts shifting, and FP, they decide to go in on big. And I thought this was a really big mistake because look, if you look at the map down here, look who's over here. You have, you have FP right here. They're coming in. So we keep going. FP, they are using all these resources. They're losing armor. Meanwhile, Hat, they have all 4 gold armors. If you look at them over here, they all have 4 gold armors. Meanwhile, FP, they're blues, and some of them have very little armor.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought Hat was going to win. And then we keep moving forward. It's a pretty long fight. I think here's the reason why Hat won. It's right here. This guy right here. He's the one that gave the game to Hat. And I'll just let it play out. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny just to watch. And this is where I was kind of saying, like, look where the crown is. The crown's all the way down there by FP. And so you have to go over the abyss, through those walls somehow. There's only 2 ways, really, to reliably enter, even if you have the Team Frog jump. You have to then get over there, grab that, then get back to this mainland. There's no way you're going to hide anywhere, because now they're going to notice where you are. And so for Hat, where they were checking every brush. Look at this. They're hunting down every single one.
And they couldn't find him. And then look, he suddenly shows up. He runs around. And meanwhile, they're using all their resources to get this guy down. And FP, they see what's going on, and they just take advantage of it and push in and take over.
Like, this is one of those cases. We talked about game 1 with Fresh Porridge, where he had that really awkward, jumped in, tried to get some scouting, then immediately got pulled and punished for it. This time, this is a great use case of why Porridge does this so often. Because he's able to get this information for the team, the double punch out into the storm that sets everything up. His team's right behind him at this point, too. It was a great play and great heads-up mechanics from FP on how they initially punish Hat and are able to take over the fight completely.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Hat was in control of it. Well, they didn't have control of the circle, but they had control of a lot of space, and they just gave up their space. And FP took advantage of that. So that's that. FP wins.
Yeah, FP wins. So we are going to try to... I don't know if we're going to add up the points now. I'm going to look at that to see if we're adding up points beforehand or if we're just going to get into the game. Because that was the last one for our first group. We do have another group. And to kind of go over the point system again for everybody, it's the top 3 teams from each lobby will auto-qualify, so that gets 6 teams in. And then the rest are based off the points that they get in their lobby. So say there's one lobby where it's very close. A lot of teams at the top, especially even the top 6, all have all these points, while everyone else is way further down. And then the other lobby, you have like 2 or 3 teams that dominate, and everyone else has very little points. It kind of tries to even that out and give those teams that did really well in their group, despite not having a great finish in placement, have that shot of getting into the finals still. So yeah. So I'm just trying.
I was going to say, if anyone else wants to jump in.
Yeah, you guys go.
So I guess just like quick status update for those watching. I think we're still waiting for 2 teams to finish. One of the sub teams still looking for 3 players, and then I think another sub team is still missing 1. And we have 1, so now we're waiting for 3.
Okay, so we're getting closer to that one. And then Twin, I know that you have to go soon because you have.
I've got about an hour.
Okay.
So I've got we'll say a good hour before I have to go because something work, something sleep.
Yeah, well, that's why I was going to give you the opportunity. If you want to keep casting, you can, or if you want to step out, because you.
I would. I'll be honest. I would love to, because here's the thing. Fun fact: April is mine and my brother's birthday month, but it feels like every time I cast with MadMagical, it's like my birthday. It's just it's a treat. It's a present. Santa got my letter. Christmas came early. So like the longer I can stay on the mic casting with you or with Tsunani, who again, I don't know how you notice half the stuff you notice. Like oh, they're out of mana. They have this power. They have no shields up here. And by the way, there's a fight up north, and here's what just happened, even though it was off camera. It's like, ow. Oh, God. I'm just seeing the flashy lights and sparkles like it's the 4th of July. So
yeah, I
don't know.
can't vouch for Tsunani on this, but my ADHD definitely helps me out with a lot of that because my eyes just are going everywhere. And so my attention is somehow able to multitask on everything else, except for just one thing.
Oh, it's the same for me actually. Sorry, ADHD, which maybe is a prerequisite for casting.
There he is. We figured it out.
Yeah, I will say part of it too is that when you're playing the game, this is like the amount of details you have to notice when you're a fight, like counting people's cooldowns, looking at the mini map, seeing if anyone's coming, trying to evaluate your strength against the enemy team. Putting that like brain power into just watching how everyone's doing is actually pretty similar. So just like playing in these types of games has really, I think, trained my attention to just notice all this random stuff that's happening.
Real quick, Krillo looks like they're saying they can sub for a team if they want, since finals are tomorrow. So Krillo, I've used this line a few too many times today, but something I respect about this player, they just want the smoke. They want to be in there. It's for the love of the game, the love of the action, the love of proving they're one of the best to do it. Like, they tried to handicap themselves by playing Brawl. Still amazing, in spite of what everybody else says. I'm a fan. So, yeah, I just want to throw that out there for Jang and for all the TOs, in case you needed one more.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, we're just trying to get that all figured out right now. I believe we are very close to getting our next lobby. Like, if I look at this one, I think it's just waiting on 3 players. Yeah. So just waiting on those 3, and then we'll be able to hop in for another game. Another set, because it is going to be a 3-game series in this one. So it's these new teams will be playing 3 games, and obviously they're trying to play for points, placement, kills, so that way they can get to the finals. And the finals are going to be tomorrow for everybody who's out there watching and listening. So we'll have a lot more games tomorrow as well.
Okay. Now, elephant in the room. We got to talk about Moonlit Battlegrounds.
Mm-hmm.
So far, they have won duos and trios, height 1 arena, and Quiz on Moonlit. Quiz, you liar! You told me you're not playing tonight. But
it could also be like a last-minute sub. So
also
keep
true.
That
also
true.
true.
Keep that in mind. There are a lot of last-minute subs that we've got from a lot of our players. Also, we have Madly, who came in and just raided Jang's channel.
Yep.
So thank you for that.
Let's go, Madly. Let's go. I'm a pun intended here. I'm a big fan.
So yeah, I like Madly just because they were playing Hudson today. That's it. No other reason. Not just because they're a really good player who's amazing at Jewel and now kind of going away from Jewel to Hudson. But love you, Madly. Just saying.
They still have the Jewel. I ran into or I had the pleasure of teaming with Madly earlier, and they were on Jewel, and it was just like watching beauty in motion with everything they did. It's like I forget that it's other teams who are suffering while I just get to stand here and be like, oh, he's so good. Oh, I should play too. Now,
this is a question for you, Luna, because this kind of just brings up a conversation I was having the other day when talking about Europe with Zikrik, Minato, and Orlando's. And they were talking about like the difference between NA and EU metas. And EU, they don't, like, nobody touches Jewel. Jewel and Hudson are like not seen at all in EU. They're far more likely.
Yeah, they're all about the bishop.
It's the bishop tech, it's the kingpin, and even a little bit of a Luna sneaking their way in that a lot, like way more than we see here in NA. So, what would you say is like the big difference besides like just those kind of few hunters that we've seen as the picks for each region? Like, why do they tend to gravitate towards these?
That's a good question. I think early on, NA was like this hide and bush meta, which was unfortunate because Tom Kick coined the term NA Bush, which still pisses me off to this day. But I think, honestly, I'm not sure. I think NA just wants to fight more now, and so we get all the aggressive hunters. Whereas I think EU, they want to not necessarily take their time, but get into a position where they get more advantage, get more information. Like, whenever Aiden plays in NA, we always see him going what is it, the hover wings, and you're just flying everywhere, getting information everywhere. So I think that's a big thing where they just want more information and abuse that information with KP. I think that's one of the big differences.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So a little bit more, like, it's not saying passive as in, like, they're not willing to fight, but just more want that information before committing to a fight, while NA is a little bit more willing to risk it.
Yeah, I think that's an issue with NA right now, is that a lot of teams are not playing for information. Like the teams that are winning are getting information, like TLD, MB. Like for MB, we always get information and then fight for space, fight for objectives. That's like the big thing. So I want to see NA teams step up a little bit in terms of that.
Ooh, okay. I'm curious.
NA's kind of in a weird spot right now.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see with Eva coming out on Wednesday too, how that's going to kind of change up a little bit of the meta too, since it seems like she's going to be it's strange. It's like a pseudo drain tank, where she's also going to be more of that support style that we've seen, at least from like the little bit of teasers that have been out of there. Like, it's not guaranteed that's going to be her kit, since we haven't gotten that information fully announced yet for us, at least for people who aren't privy to a lot of the stuff behind the scenes. And so I'm really curious to see how these extra hunters, like, one of the big things I've always said is that Oath is going to be one of the most dominant hunters, no matter how much you try to hit that hunter, just because of how much value having that front line for a team is, until you have a hunter that is in a similar vein to that. What do you think on that, Luna?
What are you talking about, Eve?
No, I'm talking about Oath,
like being
now. Just new hunters in general, and Oath and being like a frontliner. Like, I don't think Oath will go out of the meta until we see something that is comparable to Oath, and we just don't have anything like that yet.
Yeah, I'm curious as to how well Oath will do in trios. I think that's going to switch things up a lot. I haven't watched a lot of the scrims because I've been busy, but do you see a lot of Oath in the scrims recently, or not really?
I have been seeing them. Like, I don't know about others, but I have been seeing a decent amount of Oath still. Yeah,
honestly, I'm not the best on like the meta team comps, but yeah, I don't think Oath is gonna go away. He's just still so strong. His shield is really valuable. Now you have one less person shooting at your shield, so I think you'll still be in the meta.
Yeah, I think so too. But obviously, we still got squads going through right now that we are playing through and through, and I believe that this one we will have myself and Twin cast this one. So Tsunani will let you sit back for a moment, even though I do value your information that you bring to the table for a lot of these games.
Yeah, no problem.
Just because I know that Twin has to leave soon.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so why don't we get into our first game of Group B, myself and Twin A. So Twin, as we hop into this game, I'm excited to see how this is going to go. We do have Moonlit Battlegrounds playing in this one, so we'll be able to ask Luna a lot of questions
at all
going into this next one.
No bias at all, but right now Moonlit Battlegrounds has just been the dominant force of this tournament, dominant in recent memory, even dropping TLD, who I don't think is here with us today in hindsight for the squads, but at a recent event as well. They're gonna have the target on their back. People were even saying in chat they're just gonna drop on MB and try to show that they're the big dogs in the lobby, but money where your mouth is. Let's see if anybody actually does it.
Yeah, it's right now. I have a couple of teams already looking to drop at Academy, since we do have a fairly northern drop for everyone. We have a lot of teams actually dropping at Academy. Already seeing MB and Up facing off one another. Up take the southern part of the Academy, as well as a little bit of the eastern. It is going to be a bit of a fight between Quiz and Flame Dav trying to get that minion. I believe that did go over to Quiz.
It looks like it did, and right now, Quiz, they got the minion, but they're having to retreat a little bit to the north because they were kind of losing that fight against the Jewel there. And look at that, just like the Star Flash trying to get around, get the sneak. Quiz, though, very slippery.
Ooh. Almost didn't feather that one. Yeah, we got very close to not getting under the wall in time and was almost punished, but now MB only 3 in Academy. They got to be careful with how they try to go for the fight. Spade was able to get a little bit of damage on TNN, but not enough, as now Quiz has rejoined, going for the long play on the other side, and the dash in from Flame Dab. Not going to be able to get the static charge, but they already took down Spade. They push back height.
Huge.
MB scattered in 2 directions. Pine going south. They've already sent Quiz up north. Well, Flame Dav wants to hunt down the bunny, but the bunny season has ended. Not going to be able to hunt that down.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I asked if anybody was going to drop an MB. They did. And not only did they drop, they won. That's so hard to do. That initial pushing Quiz out, taking advantage of the 4v3, chunking them. Jules were just narrowly missing dashes on both sides, which could have been the game changer for either. But going the way of Up, good for them. They have the loot that comes with Academy. They'll have those early level 7s, assuming MB didn't sneak off with the red book. And it actually looks like Up is still chasing.
And this is something I love about Up. And with trios coming, we did see that Up had broken apart into different directions for a lot of these players. But this is a team, when they first came into the scrims, when they first came into tournaments, they made quite the splash as these new players that a lot of people hadn't really heard of. Yet they were willing to fight against TLD at their strongest with Paz. They're willing to fight against Gap too. They're now showing they're willing to fight against MB, even if they've only come back together for this final squads round. But it shows the prowess these players have and why I think they're just all so fun to watch. And one of the reasons I'm a little sad to see trios come in, only because it breaks up a team that is so hyped as Up.
You're not wrong with that. And it makes me think of the quote, in order to be the best, you have to beat the best. And so I'll always respect newer players on the up and up that want to do that, want to really throw their face against the best teams in the world. And even though you lose and you lose and you lose again, you get better because of it. So it is wonderful seeing how far they've come, as you pointed out, and the bittersweet feeling of trios.
And we do have a trio here. RSK, unfortunately, only going to be RTK, Karo, and Mitch P. They asked, I think, if they could play with only the 3, and that was given permission if they couldn't find a sub. So, unfortunately, without that sub that they were able to find, they are running only 3. I'm curious to see how well they're going to do. If they somehow make it into the finals with 3, I mean, that should automatically put them at the top of everyone's standings when it comes to trios joining us Wednesday.
Yeah, for sure. And it's funny because I noticed that people in chat were pointing out, like, why do they have 3? Put me in there, put me in there. They couldn't get a sub that they wanted. They wanted the 3 of them. And that is brave. And I love it. I love to see almost like the bad manners now. Getting surrounded right here, getting pincered. The hook missing from Dylan. But they're in a bad spot right now. If Pink chooses to engage, which it looks like they're not quite wanting to overcommit.
No, neither of these teams want to get third-partied. They noticed that JDL were here as well for BBC, and then GOT as well, realizing there's 2 teams. They started going up north. They were willing to let JDL and BBC have the initial fight, but when a pull lands like that, GOT is going to get got as Conra going to be the first casualty. The rest of GOT now trying to peel away. It could be the chase down from JDL as we do go north as MB, even if they're back up on their feet with the gold armor for Quiz, he has to double dash away to try to get out of that one with this nice second win. Almost finding him. TNN out of nowhere was able to RKO Quiz. Height scattered too. We're still seeing that MB struggling to find their foothold on the map as we go over towards GOT and JDL. We have Resurgence on, I guess. Right? I didn't even realize that from before with Lodge taken down far away, but should be fine. Teams should be back up on their feet momentarily, except for when we look at Moonlit Battlegrounds, who are struggling still upwards, continuing the hunt, but now they have to deal with LOV, who put themselves in the Vein Grove and in the sights of Up, who want to find as many knocks as possible. They're waiting for that flank angle from TNN, but he misses the punch.
Close.
Not able to get that onto IFSARS. Instead, it's going to be the dash back and away, trying to make sure they're safe, and then Star Flash with the slam down, takes down 1. They got the pull on the B-bomb, doing a lot of damage to them. Might be able to revive their Void, but when you punt it away, Illusion couldn't do so, and they're getting damaged, but Massive was able to take down 1, making it a little bit better for the team until they get the revive, and now scattered away, LOV will be down to 1 player.
Oh my gosh, I have become such a fan of Up right now that they just keep scrapping. But I'm going to go back to that option coverage from TNN right there, where it looked like Quiz might just barely get away, and then unfortunately got like the arm sticking out from behind the wall that got him. And less than that, Dylan goes down by height. It looks like Moonlit Battlegrounds were able to come back just in time. And now that they realize they're behind a little bit, they're going for these other teams. They're going for these powers. It doesn't matter that they might have not had level 7 right away. They want JDL and said, why are you allowed in 2 lobbies? We're sending you home early.
Oh, I think that was it stolen away? No, it wasn't. Moonlit Battlegrounds
no.
do get the cluster nuke. I thought that snipe from the Arcane Railgun was going to be enough for BBC to take that out from Moonlit Battlegrounds, but as I was talking about before, I didn't realize that Resurgence is still on, so Moonlit Battlegrounds not as punished as they could have been earlier on. But we're seeing that Up now find themselves in an awkward position against Love. Love was able to take control outside of Kobayashi's. They got 1 knock onto Starflash, but Up are not done. 3v4 be damned. They're willing to fight, but TNN a little bit too far without the rest of the team. They have the revive behind them with the beacon, trying to bait in as Massive puts down the chain, tries to slice and dice onto Toilet, who looks for the second win, but it's body block. Tong dodged away. Not going to be able to connect onto Up as they have to scatter too. But when Moonlit Battlegrounds show up and say, Up, you look like you're in trouble. Can we help you out? They go for the fight against Love instead of trying to chase down Flame Down because they want the full team wipes. They want the points instead, but a good clone away from Love keeps them in a better position for Illusion as they still try to throw out the peep bombs and wait to see if Moonlit Battlegrounds are going to dash into them. They have 1 chain connected, but nobody got enough damage. Unstable Matter will create a little bit of chaos for Love. Give them some time to heal up as they look to see if they can reform them around Moonlit Battlegrounds, who are trying to get some pinch damage on the other side, and then they dash in with the chains. Massive unable to find the knocks as Pine forced to use the ult preemptively. Doesn't get the revive, the full combo out of that one to keep the team alive. Instead, Moonlit Battlegrounds are going to bail out of that one.
Oh my god, this is why I love SUPERVIVE. Action-packed, you never know when there's another team waiting. Up bit off more than they can chew, ran away just in time for those 2 to scrap, and scrap they did. Although nobody ultimately went down, that was so fun to watch. And now Up's fighting with GOT, while over here we have Light Pink versus Dark Pink.
Keep in mind, not a single team has been eliminated. Yes, it says 9 up there, but we started only with 9. So every team still up here as we get into day 3. The push back Up have reformed, and they are feeling just as powerful, taking down the 1-3 squad. Unfortunately for RSK, they needed that 4th member to get out of that.
Okay, our team Up, are they like Saiyans or something that they lose a fight and come back stronger? Same could be said about Moonlit Battlegrounds. They were just so dominating right there. Brave dive in, did ulti out right there from Cat Microwave. I always forget that with Jin. I'm like, why? Oh yeah, you have an exit strategy.
Ooh, and no exit strategy there for Got as Up. You talked about it before. They're feeling like they're hitting Super Saiyan at this point because they are the powerful team, chasing down everybody. Second win, almost was able to get the clone to the back line, but it was a nice dodge until the dash in. Finding the damage, Unstable Matter with the singularity, locks in Love, but it's going to be the slash back from game over with the crash down and felt the anomaly. But now Massive is going to be in the sights, trying to see if they can turn it back, but TNN not with Starflash, and Moonlit Battlegrounds might just join into a third party on a game over the slice and dice from height, but not finding the knock on Abibo. Instead, he has to be careful because there is Illusion dashing in, but that tier 5 armor for height gives them a lot of power in the fight until TNN finds the spike onto Love, down to only Illusion, who can't get out of this one too easily. Tries to juke, but guess what? Quiz is on the other side to catch you, trying to take you down before the rings, but Illusion barely gets to the rings in time and should be able to glide to safety.
I forgot to breathe during that entire exchange. Up successfully eliminates 2 teams from the lobby, goes for a third, narrowly doesn't get them, and MB comes in trying to do the same. This just shows the level of people to have the discipline to not glide over the edge right there and just choose their timing to be able to escape. That was a little brave attempt at a res right there. I respect the effort, but it was kind of illegal, to quote Aiden.
I mean, you try to go for some of those crazy plays, right? You're hoping that you can get something back for the team. Doesn't always work out for you. And now we're seeing down to 7 teams, another fight, this time in Ion Acres, but the third party, JDL, are behind. They pull in BBC and take down 1, while BBC still have to deal with Moonlit Battlegrounds, 2 of their forefront, and then behind them, JDL cutting off their retreat, not letting them get out. Blue is going to be the target, trying to take the anomaly to get away, but it's right to Moonlit Battlegrounds, so he has to get around the fort in order to survive. Another anomaly, but into JDL, and Blue is gone. BBC, they might live, but they have been broken apart by 2 teams, while JDL still still tries to fight up against Moonlit Battlegrounds. RTD gets eliminated by HZ on the other side, while Moonlit chased down Miss Kate, almost able to find the knocks on a lot of people. They got one. Dylan's going to be the next target with Lodge on the other side, but a lot of damage as somehow BBC have gotten the revive. They might be able to rejoin, but we go back up north because Up still fighting, never stopping, chasing down Love, getting rid of Massive, then looking for Illusion as Game Over 2 has to get out of there. Love have lost another fight against Up.
Oh, how did Moonlit Battlegrounds get away with that? Two teams fighting, and they're sitting in their lawn chairs in the front yard, eating popcorn, drinking a beer, and just watching until finally it's like, okay, they've hurt each other enough. Now we're going to get involved. Like, that was what you need to do in that situation. You don't fight, you third party, and you wait for your opportunity moments. That's why Moonlit Battlegrounds is so strong. Once again, though, excellent escapes all around. We still have 6 teams left, and it's a very hurt 6 teams, but it's incredible that people have been able to escape as they have.
And I like this from Game Over. So Bebo's passive, people kind of forget that he can walk over lava and the icy waters and still be fine without getting hurt. Good tech there from Game Over, showing the Bebo prowess. I'm proud of you. But we're looking all the way over here. This crown that was taken way out of the storm. Do you have enough time to get to the anomaly? Don't actually get there in time. Went on the lava. That was the problem. So took the damage from the storm and lava at the same time. But Dylan has gotten a crown on the other side. That's a long time to kill it. Here's Quiz looking for the slam. But guess who's behind you, Dylan? They're not letting you take that crown. No MVP, but the slam down from Star Flash. Starts out the fight against Moonlit. They dash in with Surge, but you gotta be careful. No one's there. Flame. They're waiting for it, seeing if they can get the damage. They dash back in with Static already built up, but it's gonna be Quiz taking him down instead. With Star Flash getting away. The pull in from Height, but he is not done. Sliced down Star Flash. While TNN with Toilet have been able to split up the fight enough for now with Height dashing back towards Pine. The bunny is alive, and same with Height, but TNN has got to be careful with how they want to approach this. They only just got the team on the other side with BBC already pushing in. There's a fourth party that can join in as well. We see that HZ are nearby. Eye of the Storm not dashed away. Flame back to land, but the Forge is not going to be your safety as BBC have found damage on the Toilet, and Up, who had barely been able to win against Moonlit Battlegrounds, now struggle with a 5th team showing up. Love out of nowhere to get rid of Moonlit Battlegrounds. If Height doesn't get out of this one by the skin of his teeth, dashing from every which direction with the B-bombs flown out. Height finally falls. There goes Moonlit Battlegrounds.
Oh my gosh, it felt like they were just... Moonlit Battlegrounds, that game was like Sisyphus. They were just pushing a boulder up a hill and up a hill and up a hill. When they finally succeeded, they were knocked right back down and just found themselves on the back foot. Incredible they even got 5th for the start that they had. And it took, what, 3 teams chasing them down to make it happen? Like, not to sell any of these teams short, but man, that was hard fought all around. As now they're fighting for Bubba's brain. HZ, and will they get it? I don't know if that pull is enough.
I don't know. You might have to wait for the cooldown, but it does seem that HZ, they got themselves Bubba's. They already have the damage tool as well, while TNN tried to engage onto HZ. Chains have connected from the salvage hook. Not enough damage, though, onto Toilet. Was able to heal up just enough before that threshold came through. As they're looking for the play. Up, despite all the fights, despite all the havoc and chaos that they have been a part of, they still somehow remain up, all 4 of them, even if battered a bit from each one of the fights. Like you talked about, it seems like it only empowers them.
It's true, and I just noticed they said that it looks like Game Over might have gotten a crown off from knocking Pine.
Yes, he did.
So it looks like we have 4 teams. Everybody is up. Some may be a little stronger than others in regards to power and armor. Actually, still overall not too bad as everybody's trying to find their foothold in this final circle. Up kind of on the edge right there, so their back is going to be to the storm. But what a hook!
Nice to take down Flo.
talk.
They already summoned the napalm a little bit too early. Flo's trying to hop back, but they have that vacuum cleaner to try to make sure the Wisp can't get near. They've sent out a nuke, and guess who's down in the flank? It's going to be Love behind them, HC as well, but they're going to be pulled in. Starting off the fight in BBC, down a member. It's going to be difficult. They sent out the Mega Avalanche, but it's our own doom. You find immense, and now only Zed and Blue will remain for BBC. Up have taken the fight over to Love as they were able to get the knock first, and then the dash away with one grab grappling hook, but Starflash says you're not getting out of this one too easily. We're chasing down Love, getting rid of Bebo. Only Void remains, or not any longer he does, because Up take down another squad.
Oh, they felt Love in the air and they punished him for it. Love getting eliminated right there, kicking and screaming. That Mega Avalanche was a good effort. Didn't quite work out for them. And now look, Up has great positioning inside the circle right there. They can edge guard Starflash hiding inside the bush right now. I mean, I would assume BBC knows that they're trying to stop the death box.
They're trying to make sure they have themselves a crown on one side, but Zed, you've got to get the kills up in the air. They're pulled back as they rip apart BBC, but they've lowered down the countdown to 25 seconds. You got to get one more, dodging away from the Zeph nade, but nobody's joining in to help you out, BBC. You're on your own, but he finds it anyways with the help of the lava. They're back up. You misplayed that one. They chased down on the flame death, unable to escape from Zed's wrath with one more snipe onto them, reviving Blue 2, even if TNN's back up as well. It's the chase down from Zed, and now HZ have joined in to try to help out, but TNN in a 1v1 duel against Immense, Flow having the crown as well, but pulled back as Up trying to get the crown to work to their side, but interrupt! No slug wave there for Starflash. TNN did so much, but eventually it was too much to bear. Up have fallen. 2 squads remain. 2-way tunnel to bounce around and try to rejoin the fight. But I got cut off right there. I got frozen, unfortunately, at the thick of the fight.
Oh no, this is the worst timeline. Why is it frozen? That stun right there on TNN was one of the most clutch things I've ever seen. That was the difference between Up winning this and Up going out in 3rd place. So that was huge. We're going to have to get an update to find out what happened. Tsunani?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened, Tsunani. Everything good on your end?
Your mic is muted.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
I think the only appropriate response is to start panicking.
Yeah. Oh, he just messaged saying PC shut down. Oh no.
No.
Oh
no.
Oh,
That is,
okay.
That is not a good thing to see, but it's okay. I have an idea. Unfortunately, we can ask who won, but I can load up SUPERVIVE really quick, and we can have the magical producing, observing, and casting at the same time going down.
Okay, I do want to talk about a couple things while we start getting all that situated. One, shout outs to Zed. I played with them earlier and said that they are the best ghost I've seen in a long while. They're incredible and wish them luck. And look at that, just 1v4, I think it was able to get the crown pop, and just insane how he was able to dance around everything and get 2 separate knocks to get that off. And then TNN chasing down that oath, going for the 1v1. I thought when he ulted in, he would surely back out and reconvene with his team. He said no, kept going after it, almost made the clutch play, and just got stunned out of his punch at right in the nick of time. That would have been so big for Up, and instead, as we said, they went out at 3rd. I don't know what happened, but I like to think that Joe SUPERVIVE came down from the heavens, blessed the match, and let them separate, rang a bell, ding, 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 and then they ran at each other like the opening to the X-Men cartoon from the 90s. Just 4 people sprinting headfirst into each other.
I mean,
I have the stream here if you needed it.
Okay, you have the stream up. Okay, yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Watch.
Oh, it's still going?
Who wins? The audience.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
It's still going?
It's still going. We're tossing it over.
Yeah.
What?
We're going back. We're going
2
back.
more
We're
crowns
running
are
it back. Oh no, we got back
Oh
just
my
in
God.
time.
We
Unfortunate.
missed the greatest match of all time.
Oh.
2 more crowns were popped when it went down.
Oh. Was anyone streaming that?
I think
Yeah.
Blue was. I think Blue was. So Blue of
sad.
BBC, I think, is streaming. If people want to be able to clip that, but at least we know who won. So it is going to go over to HZ. They are the winners of game 1. BBC getting 2nd place. So a little unfortunate we weren't able to see how the last little fight went for ourselves, but at least we know how it was besides just getting told.
I'm gonna call. We've got a prophet in chat. Savvy Heroes said HZ wins game 1. They called their shot. They said, but they also said they were dropping right on MB. So I apologize. I was not a believer.
All right,
Sorry about that. My I think my apartment got like a power surge.
Oh,
so
no.
computer, just died, and then Wi-Fi also took the L there.
Yeah, I mean it happens. So,
Man.
have you gotten
sad.
everything fixed, or do you want me to sub in for the observing?
It looks like my Discord's fine, but
Okay.
my SUPERVIVE isn't connecting for some reason.
Okay.
I can also observe for this one, Magical, if it'll be easier for you to do the more intense portions of casting and not have to control the camera as well.
I mean, I'm all
give me
good.
1
I'm all
second.
good with everything. We'll get it all figured out. So we got to get the players ready for the games, anyways. If we can get Tsunani in there for the observing, that'd be perfect. Because I know that you have to get going here soon, Twins, as well. So
Yeah, I probably got time for one more and then I should step out.
perfect. Yeah. So what I'll probably do is, yeah, I'll get out of here. Let me leave party. If we have enough people already and we can get Tsunani in there, and we don't need me observing, we'll just have Tsunani do it.
Alrighty, I am here.
So-
Yeah, sorry guys.
It's all good. So for people who were in
happened?
that match, who didn't hear, Tsunani had a power outage right as it hit final 2, and you guys started scrapping. So we didn't see what happened until the very, very end when HZ won. So I don't know who went off, who did what, how everybody survived for 2 or 3 minutes in that fight. We missed it.
Yeah, like I said, I believe Blue is streaming right now. So Blue is a part of BBC. That was one of the players that played in that one. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure they were streaming. Just so that way, if you guys want to go back and see it, I'll probably ask for Jang to send me the VODs as well, and I'll stitch them together later on, where I can add this in so that people can see how the games ended. Yeah, Blue is streaming, so Blue _SV is where you can see it.
Alright, Discord stream should be up now, so I think
Perfect.
I'm back.
Alrighty, well, I'll let Luna get a little bit more of that analysis in before we get into the game, but I think the players are probably ready to go and ready to fight one more time. So Luna, as we get ready for this next game, you got anything that you'd like to talk about firsthand?
It's kind of tough with with that ending, but I think overall, Up winning the engagement at the very beginning of the match, and then they kind of just took that lead throughout all of it. And actually, let's take a look. Give me 1 second. I'll share my screen.
There we go.
If we need a little bit more time, let me pull that up.
We're dropping now.
I think
we're-
okay, never mind. Just go ahead.
We're
Go ahead.
dropping.
It's okay.
We're dropping now, so we'll just get into this, and we'll get more of your feedback after this one, Luna. Sorry about that,
Yes.
but
No, it's all good.
But I'm excited to see how this is going to go and see how the teams will be. OC said that Blue is live with no VOD. I'll get the VOD from him later. Don't worry. Like I said, I'll probably stitch it together so that it's all one cohesive thing that I'll put on YouTube for everybody. But I think we should get into this game, and it'll be myself and Twin to cast this one before Twin A does have to get going, and then myself and Tsunani will end the night. So, Twin, after a chaotic game 1 where we didn't get to see the last fight, but we did get to see a lot of the fights leading up to it, there were some insane plays. Got to give a lot of credit out to Zed, especially from BBC. The 1v3
Yes.
outplayed to bring the team back up when I thought everything had been lost for the team.
Yeah, and that outplay is an understatement right there in and of itself. Zed played immaculate, watching his back the entire time, wasn't getting hit by anybody else that wanted to get involved in that. Just getting those knocks, didn't get too greedy and try to confirm it and box him, kept on the back foot, and the entire team waiting as though they knew what was going to happen, popped up and then dove on Up and really, really hurt them there. Now, again, Up still almost made the comeback after Zed got the crown off. TNN just needed that punch to go through. But again, Zed and BBC were just so on point and helping each other out right there. So great job by Zed.
And now we get into our second game for Group B. Another northern drop. Instead of going from east to west, it's west to east this time around. And only one team, it looks like, going for that Academy drop. Up are going to be there. But guess who's nearby? Moonlit Battlegrounds. They decided to go for the gridlock with all 4 of the golds.
You're right. It is all 4 golds. And I kind of wonder if they get their 6s quick enough, if they're going to try and like contest anything in the Academy. They've got to assume by now everything's been looted. But Moonlit Battlegrounds not being on the back foot right out the gate, getting 4 gold armors, they are going to be a terrifying team in this lobby because right now they're mostly being left alone. And that's the recipe they need to win. After this, they're going to start going on the hunt.
I mean, I would imagine so, especially with these teams and how we've even seen games played already for our group stage. This is technically the penultimate, the second to last day of squads that we'll have on a competitive level for NA. EU saw their last competitive one on Sunday, and today and tomorrow will be the remnants for NA. And I want to see some bloodshed between our teams. I want to see them all be scrappy as we were seeing in the last game. This time around, not quite seeing nearly the chaos that we had beforehand. Maybe teams a little bit more respectful of one another, especially seeing how up last time they wanted to chase down MB to prove, you're kind of saying it's like they want to show the world that they are the team to beat and they are the team to take over the helms from everyone else. They did a great job of that last time. The only problem was I think they went for too many fights at a certain point and then finally got caught out, surrounded by everyone. Same thing happened to MB.
It's true, but in the realm of KP, they're probably sitting pretty right now because they eliminated the first 2 teams. They ended up 3rd overall, so they got a lot of knocks to their names right now. Sure, they only got 3rd, but still, there was that world where they got 1st. So I'd like to see them now, or I'm excited to see that they were uncontested in Academy, and I wonder what kind of tear they're going to go on now.
And looking at a lot of our teams where they have dropped BBC, Catacombs into Cold Fangs, so they'll have a lot of that gold, a lot of loot by themselves. They have the desert to play with too, so they'll be sitting pretty when it comes to some of these early team fights. But we do see that JDL already moving. They noticed that a team was on this vault. Love might be in a bad spot, but JDL aren't fully grouped just yet. And then we go over towards Underrot and RSK. This time they've recruited a 4th member, Madly, joining in with the team to help sub in momentarily, but they face down the fully gold-plated MB. Moonlit Battlegrounds, I mean, the moment you see all 4 of their members have gold, you bail out of the fight, and that is exactly what we saw there from RSK, but we see that JDL still looking for the fight against Love. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade at the moment with Lods getting back to the broken bridge, and the spike down! He feathers it perfectly to take Illusion too. Only Bebo, where you gonna go? You don't got no cart. You don't got no hope. The train's not your salvation. With 13 seconds left, they're hunting down, and a first team eliminated on day 1. While Up are now down to 1 player. The victorious team from game 1, HVZ, chased down Starflash, who's now on a new hunter. Not playing the Kingpin this time around, has gone over to Brawl.
Oh no, Love is out and Up is on the run from last game's chaps, as you pointed out. I was wondering too, like if the teams realize it's a marathon, not a sprint. No, they just jog the first lap, and now it feels like they're all sprinting right to meet in the middle. We have our levels, we have our gear, we want the fight, we want the blood. And it looks like these two are really trying to position around each other. Great diving right there from Cat Microwave.
A little bit too far and spotted out by Mitch, who takes him down. You forgot about the opposing Jin, didn't you? Focus on your own, and now with the singularity put down, this could turn it around. Helps out JDL, getting a lot of damage. They've already been able to take down nearly all of them. RTKT taken out of there, and only 1 remains as they will have to split up. It's up to Mitch P for RSK to survive.
Woo! Miss Kate narrowly getting the kill on that Jin before they ended up getting a knock and getting some health back. What a turnaround. Mitch P being in the right place, right time there to punish the overstep from Lods. And I'm really liking this glide right here. Punched a little too high, though.
A little too high?
But the glide with... The glide with a bomb drop and a spike!
And now they've put them back. Ghostu's trying to get away, but the rain of arrows makes it so it's not an easy retreat. And HKD, the last one, nowhere to go. And on day one still, we're getting into night one. Actually,
Everybody's
day
back.
two.
Everybody's back.
Everyone is starting to revive because of Resurgence. Just enough time, but it's going to be difficult. HKD is down to the wires, punted into the wall, but RSK, who are able to utilize that Resurgence as well, they have rejoined this fight themselves and are looking to see if they can take down any of the low health members of either team.
Oh, I appreciated how we saw the oath that respawned earlier going down. Respawn, saw the writing, and glided over the walls to try and give them a chance. But look at that. 3 days, 2 years goes down, and RTD is eliminated by, I don't know what God stands for, but they got RTD.
Yeah, another team eliminated. We are down to 6 teams already. It is only day 2, and 3 teams have been wiped off of the field. And looking at where the circle is going to drag us down towards Skyrat's run with the desert and a lot of abyss to play with.
Yeah, not only that, if you look at the top, they're, again, kind of being funneled together where, like, there is still some space, but they're going to be vying for, like, that little bit of positioning. So we're going to see these fights, like, right here between BBC and HZ, where they had to run into each other. They didn't have a choice. And, oh, good shield right there to block it and allow the Luna to get out.
Our number one
sorry,
and
not
two
a Luna, the
squads.
Ghost.
Yeah, it's all good, but our number 1 and 2 squads from the first game, what a vortex charm! Landing on a 3. Blue had to blast off to get away, while Zed is going to be the target that chased down, forced him away, but then another team showing up to take out Blue, but also take the spot away from BBC. Gives them a little bit of relievement as now they're fighting on the tracks, but they've already been able to root down a couple members of JDL, and they've split Dylan away. Miss Kate hit by the snowball and then taken down by the spin barrels. Only Lods is alive for JDL.
Alive and just barely escaping to the west. That was a great turnaround by them because they were actually the ones that were caught out. And all of a sudden, JDL just lost that fight as we have a cross-post oath ult from 2 different oaths right there.
And BBC, who are the team reviving on said post, they already lose 2 members pretty much instantaneously down to Zed and Blue, while Jang was able to get away for HZ. But it's going to be difficult for our teams that took the number 1 and 2 spot in our last game. No longer is Resurgence there, and with how this circle is, there is not very much safety. Look at how spread out and open this map is going to be.
Not kidding with that one. And look at that. Moonlit Battlegrounds getting fed some more. They're chasing down members of UP. They still have those gold armors. Nobody's been dropped yet on their team. They're strong, but as well, if we look to the north, they're riding a train out, it looks like, but purple is kind of cutting off red and in its own way, pink and orange. They might have seen something on the train that I didn't notice that they wanted to go for.
I think they got the Abyss Specialist off that for Dylan. I think that's what they were able to grab really quick. And getting something like that is pretty nice. They were able to get it pretty quickly, too. It wasn't like they were in the storm for too long. So having something nice, when you have all this Abyss to play for, you definitely need something like that.
Exactly. Your Abyss Specialist, your emergency platforms, glider jets, anything like that, hover wings especially, things that help you survive and not have to glide. And sure enough, pink and purple end up running into each other. Chinese Spy gets the hooks out. I don't think it's going to be enough. They're going to have room, each of them, to disengage, but orange up at the top, RSK kind of peeking Madly, giving a second shot at a lobby. I think Madly's hungry. I think Madly wants to scrap.
And Madly this time around playing their Jewel, going back to the tried and true, not playing my hoodie anymore, going back to their El Clasico. And with RSK, they are an aggressive team. Shiv, Jin, Jewel, even Oath there can help back up a lot of these fights. So when they go in, they all will go together.
It's true. And actually, kind of looking at it, we notice that Jang is on the Void, and I'll get to that in a second because these two teams are fighting. Great fuselage right there. Knocked down Chinese Spy, and just like that, Jang and the pink team, JDL, they wanted third party this. And look at that, Savi Hero.
Already
our team are winners from the last one. Fourth party, though. Fourth party from UP.
Up showing up, and JDL have been split up as well. Jang forced to singularity by themselves, looks for the pop, was able to take down RKT, and tries to swap away, but the chase from Madly gets rid of Jang. Well, Up now see if they want to take this fight. Change there as they have the fortress on their side, and Slice, even with the double hover wings from Karu. They could chase it further, but they decide they want to hold off. Snow run behind them. They don't really want to chase just yet, and RSK, they'll be able to retreat onto their home base.
JDL Dylan able to get the res off for JDL right there. What a turnaround. The surprise third party, fourth party. You could almost argue fifth with JDL coming back into it, but RSK ready for them and just really lays the hurt onto Jang right there.
Miss Kate feathering the best she can. It was able to mantle back up, not using any ult because there's too much thrown down at her. And JDL have to hope that Lodge is able to get away up. I've taken a little bit of the attention from them. RSK are still pushing towards the north. They have that base camp, and they've spotted that Up got themselves that Deathbox revive.
Up kind of got away with something illegal there. I just don't know if Orange realized that Up was doing that. RSK trying to maybe set up for something in the end game. We don't know yet, but Up getting away with a very sneaky death box. And look at that. You are all alone on your own island. JDL lives to fight another day as two teams, BBC and MB, that are even looking at them, end up colliding with each other instead.
I'd almost argue that Up were able to kind of punish that RSK had focused so much attention elsewhere that they were able to get that Deathbox revive, because then if you dive over that abyss, it's too easy for Up to punish, even if only at 3. So RSK took like the more calm and focus-minded play, but right here, they had the high ground, and they feel like they have some power up against Up. They got to be careful because how much damage has already been done to them, and Madly separated from the rest of the team, spiked down by Dav, and having one less. Now RSK in a bad spot as they try to dash away. Their home base not helping out. That base camp not giving them the vision they need, because now they notice they're surrounded from all sides. Flame Dav even looking to chase down Mitch, but the snow run is coming through as they try to go for a dash to dash, with Mitch outplaying for now, but turned into a snowman on the respawn. Flav gets rid of Karo. Is there enough time left? Illusion thrown out. You've got to get the damage as Mitch takes down Flame Dav. Revive for Up is not going to be stopped as now they try to chase down RKT, but RSK, they're back on their feet. Even if RKT falls, they're still alive, and Up are down a member.
I can't believe how Mitch just did that against the Jin v Jin, the mirror match right there. That was so beautiful to watch. I like the effort from being invincible while you're a snowman to get the res off, but it just gave Mitch the time they needed to pounce.
And we're seeing a lot of teams continue to duel and have these battles everywhere. BBC are now down to Flow, as we already know that there's that really far away respawn beacon that's
MB's
still
fighting.
in
I'm
circle.
fighting MB.
But we do see that MB, they quiet
split
this game. Keep in mind, this is probably one of the more quiet looks we've seen from Moonlit Battlegrounds going into any of these games, but they are willing to be patient. They've got gold armor for everyone but Spade, and now they feel powerful enough to dive on a Jang, deny the singularity, won't do any damage to Moonlit Battlegrounds as they've been able to scatter Dylan away, looking for a long play out of there, but I don't know where you're going to go. That respawn beacon up to the north is not safe.
No, it's not. And I was trying to talk about it earlier, but I really like Jang's Void pick with all the dive characters that are coming out. More Jins that we're seeing, especially. Void's ult is a wonderful counter for that, but they just haven't been able to get anything going every time he does catch somebody in that ult.
Oh, Mitch has gotten the crown. Illusion's back. Looks for the damage on the TNN, but the salvo not helping out because they were able to find the knock for Dav instead. And now Up. Push back, Risk. Try to see if they can find another fight while Moonlit Battlegrounds get rid of Jang. 4 squads remain. We see that 2 of them have lost 1 player on each side, but only 2 are fully formed. Moonlit Battlegrounds, Up are the 2 teams that you have to watch in this one, especially because Moonlit Battlegrounds have that Fortress Soul.
Not only do they have the Fortress Soul, but they're going to have the Gnarled Heart. So they are in a very, very strong position for this endgame.
TNN over to the tires, bouncy castle, Up to back them up and save the life of their bishop while they put the fight back to JDL. It's going to be Lods and Miss Kate picking up a crown for Lod. Snow runs coming through. Want to make some snowmans out of you if you don't go out in time. But it's going to be the damage from Miss Kate with a burn down on the Flame Dab, not respecting the Felix. But unfortunately, Miss Kate too with the Flame Shield, not going to be able to do too much. Flight of the Firefox away, back over to Lodge, but they need to get that crown down if they want to be able to win this game. While Caro tries to feather away, spin dash over towards Miss Kate, but the damage spike for JDL brings them back into the game.
So if you didn't know, when you're on a rail, when you're grinding, it doesn't count as solid ground. You can be dunked through it, and they understood the assignment. Lods has played this game enough, saw the opening, what a stellar dunk to pop the crown. Great. Oh my gosh, that was so cool to watch.
And speaking of something that's kind of fun to watch here for UP, they've taken over the fortress that had been set up earlier by Moonlit Battlegrounds, but this is not safety. You've got 1:30 and no time left on the clock. Another team to fall as Moonlit Battlegrounds try to take back the castle that they had built with the Flight of the Firefox into the back line, but not enough damage. It finally takes down Quiz, but they're over the edge and over the abyss. Miss Kate in the middle of 4 will fall, leaving only 2 alive. Dylan and Lodge, the dash from Spades wants to get rid of Oath, but has separated the Jin from the team.
We're sorry, but your win is in another castle. Moonlit Battlegrounds again. The opportunists, they saw the fight, they heard it going on, they jumped on a very weakened team. It didn't matter who came out on top, they were going to get hurt. And look at that, they know to check the brushes there. So Lod's desperately running for their lives, trying to make something happen. I don't know what they can hope for. Runs back towards Dylan. We do have 2 dunk-capable characters here, but Moonlit Battleground feels too smart to fall for that. Height gliding up high just to prevent it, diving in on them, and still no crown to be seen, no res beacon. Dylan falls to the world. They denied the KP at
Quick
least.
buy, and now with the boombox put down, it was enough time, but how do you get away from this one, Lodge? You gotta fall off the miracle of all miracles, but the dunk from Quist denies that, and Moonlit Battlegrounds take game 2.
Quiz, I felt like they were waiting. They had that dunk primed, the dunk finger, the trigger finger ready. And sure enough, as Lodge tried to jump out, the moment they cleared the abyss, Quiz was right there waiting. You love to see it happen. Moonlit Battlegrounds, that was one of those. We said it at the beginning. They had so much room to work with. They were given the golds. They were given the opportunities. And that's all that team needs. They didn't even have to rely on the Fortress or the Gnarled Heart because they were strong enough as is. And everybody else fought hard, but in their weakened states, it just wasn't enough. So good job for them getting second place. But MB, or good job by UP getting second place. Or not UP, I'm so sorry.
JDL.
I already spaced. JDL, thank you. Good job, JDL. Because JDL was kind of on the back foot quite a bit that game, but they did good. They did good. Second place is something to be proud of. As I think it's time for me to step out. Tsunani, you good to step back in?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Twin, for joining us. It was always a pleasure to cast with you, and I hope you get some good sleep because I know you have a quite long couple of days ahead of you for sure.
It's a little 72-hour shift. It's nothing.
All right, go get some rest. Go get some rest. Get out of here and sleep as I'll bring in Tsunani. But I'm also going to bring in Luna really quick. I want Luna to be able to talk about it's your team. You know, love you too, Twin. But Luna, it's your team. Moonlit Battlegrounds, a lot more convincing in this last game.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I forgot to share my screen.
Okay. I'm ready once you are.
And all right, let's go. Okay, so I'm leaking my DMs. There we go. Okay. So the story of the match, like I can literally just click anywhere here and you'll just see fighting. Actually, I'll play it. Fighting. It's just nonstop fighting this whole game. But, you know, we said MB was pretty quiet. And, you know, over here, they're just down here in gridlock, getting the armors like we said earlier. Down over here. Where's the map? There it is. They're over here getting Fortress Soul. And then down over here, they're all by themselves, just having a jolly old time. And, you know, getting, you know, whatever it is that they need. So when we start going, it's not much of an analysis. It's pretty simple. They just took their time, built up everything, got Fortress Soul, and then when it came, yeah, see, even here, there's all these teams fighting up here, and down here, MB's just by themselves, having a good old time. And then just slowly over time, MB just picked off the fights that they need, and there's just some sick plays over here. Where's that one amazing spike by Height? I just want to watch that again because it was so good. You see, they're just taking smart fights. That's really all it is. Controlling the space, being on the edge of fights, not getting third-partied. And there's that amazing spike right there. And then we get another amazing spike over here at the end.
Way too good. Like, just watching the mechanics of that player and how they've been consistent on Brawl, even like when Brawl was nerfed, tried to play a couple of different hunters, but still went back to the Brawl at the end of the day. This player just understands that how that hunter plays through and through, and it's always so fun to see how they are. And watching how they are, honestly, one of the strongest players. But we do got to get into our next game, so I am going to bring in Tsunani for this one. We are a little bit late to the party as we are down in Cold Fang's Keep. And we get to see how our teams are playing already. 3 teams have dropped. Oh, no, 2 teams have already dropped. Up versus HZ. HZ winning game 1. Now look like they want to take a little bit of power back for themselves, especially against a team as chaotic and willing to scrap early as Up.
Yeah, this early game was pretty chaotic. I know Stream didn't catch it, but I think 5 teams landed in this Prisma Underrot area, immediately split, and then we had 2 teams insta-land Cold Fang. Chinese Spy got a little gunning down here onto Flame Dav, which is pretty funny to watch because he had no shift after missing that shot, but it looks like they want to contest this Replicator.
Trying to get it. Looks like Starflesh. No, did not get it. HZ, I saw the level up on their side. They're going to be able to get that replicator for themselves. Up, forced back again, struggling to hold the keep for themselves, even with the B-bomb thrown down by TNN. We're even seeing a new look for TNN, not onto the Bishop this time around. I mean, something more that can help out if the team ends up falling behind and try to play for some of the Abyss later on. But this fight is not looking good for Up. They're just not able to find that way to crack through Chinese Spy, who's putting down the fire with the spin barrels and keeping the rest of Up at bay.
Toilet doesn't step in that bramble at the last second. Okay, that would have been kind of funny. And we do have a fight here, as I know we have Chinese Spy gunning in, but
yeah, we do see
looks
that.
Like a very close 2v2.
Love is down to 1 player now. Massive been the only one on Felix trying to get away, but Conra hot on pursuit, looking to see if they can find the Felix, but the Felix out, not playing that one out right, was able to get taken down by Love, and now it's all down to game over. But it is still Resurgent, still have that one on for the second lobby. They should be able to get back on their feet so long as they play passively for a couple minutes.
Oh, Pine on the KP this game.
Interesting.
I was gonna say earlier, I was under the assumption that most of the members of MB were queuing random, and I think Pine was doing that, but not the others. We have a hook here and a double dunk by Dylan.
Dunk by Dylan onto RSK. Our 3-party team that brought in Madly eliminated so early on by an absolutely monstrous slam from Dylan.
I think Oath tried to shield bash him off the slam, but didn't quite get the timing down.
I think so too, and it's a little bit tragic there for RSK as our team that, like we said, we're the 3-man squad from game 1. They brought in Madly last second to sub in. Props out to them for playing despite the hardships that they had to go through for this one, but eliminated early in our 3rd and final match for Group B.
You hate to see it.
But now, Tsunani, kind of looking at how the games have been so far and seeing at how our teams have really been kind of all over the place on which teams have been at the top. BBC were able to get 2nd place in game 1, and I know you and I were really surprised on how great the macro from Zed had been. I'll put that conversation on pause right now because Love and Got seemed like they just want to have these fights over and over again, but it's always Got who are taking the advantage back against Love. Game over. Thrown into the abyss with the Wisp as it is going to be on to Illusion to get out of this. I don't know how you're going to get away when so many are chasing you. You are only level 7. Oh, no, you're a level 7, so you have the clone, but it's getting really dicey.
I will say Illusion on Jin. Out of anybody in the game, I would leave in a 1v4 situation trying to run away. He could get out.
Yeah, once I saw it was level 7, I thought it was still level 6 for Illusion, so that's why I was under the assumption, like, ooh, that's going to be too difficult to get away. But level 7 for Jin is a lot more likely, and now Got shit's a little bit too long. Have run over to BBC, but Zed, actually the one caught out there, not respecting the level disadvantage that BBC were at up against Got. They're already losing one, as Resurgence will be able to get one more revival for the team. Salvo dumped out by Jason inside of town, but it's going to be daybreak soon. You got to stop the fighting in a couple of seconds. Blue even blasting back towards the rest of BBC.
Yeah, just real quick, that play by Zed, that micro for the crown res in game 2, where I unfortunately cut out for the final fight. I would like to cover that hopefully after this game. Really quick, touching on how the early games for a lot of teams have been going. If you've been paying attention to MB, almost every game consistently, they're playing for at least 2 vaults.
Yeah.
Every member, obviously, very experienced with the vault cracking, able to secure all 7 unlocks by themselves, and I think that's part of the reason why they've had so much tempo early game, as GOT try to fight a fight here with BBC.
And they get the fight perfectly, because they take down 3 nearly simultaneously. It's only Blue who has to blast off away. MB, even though they hear the fights, they don't actually chase this down just yet, until Quiz spots Blue. Bye-bye, BBC.
Yeah, to wrap up that point real quick, you'll notice that a lot of the top tier teams who are familiar with scrims heavily prioritize playing for these powers early game. Partially because, Resurgence lets you, if you die with them, their powers are still soulbound, but also because powers are so key for these like day 2 fights, where usually there isn't a large gear or level differential, as there is a fight here between Up and RTD.
RTD kind of struggled in our first 2 games, and now going up against Up, one of the scrappiest teams we have here on the Breach, as they are chasing down 3D2Y, who has to blast off away from Up, but JDL, they've been hearing that there's a fight down south, and they have ventured in this migration to look for some. We're getting only one at the moment while we go back up north, and we see that GOT have run into MB, finally going for the fight, realizing now is their time to strike, but Love have been waiting this entire time to third party with a nice engage, and the burn down from Felix, taken down 2, almost feathered away with a mantle, trying to get back onto land. The clone saves him, but not your teammate. Annie is gone, and he's not okay. Neither is GOAT, as Illusion gets rid of most of the members of GOT.
Fighting after fighting. Part of that kind of makes me glad that I don't have to cast a play-by-play for these, because there is just a constant stream of action, as now MB wanting to prove my point here, looking for a fight, but maybe deciding it's not quite worth it.
Yeah, not really wanting to chase up north. The levels, I think also the lava, plus where the circle is taking them, they decide they'd rather have a better stake in the land down south, play towards the catacombs, because we have our teams with 2 of the souls in catacombs, both of them deciding to land near there. So HZ are winners of game 1. They're going to reap all the benefits of holding on to catacombs.
Well, it's unable to find the slam, as Starflash was able to get a micro dodge with his shift, but it looks like, we can swing out, at least mobile Jin player.
As now, Lods chased down, but JDL were able to find the back line onto Shiv, so they might be able to stop that Wisp and put Up down to 3. But Up are chasing. They're looking for RTD instead. Well, JDL now having grouped up, they've got Jang back with the team. They've put down a bomb, a nice blast back from the B bomb, but Up still in a bad spot as they get themselves into the keep.
After seeing some of these fights break out in this lobby specifically, where we have some of the best Jin players in North America at least, duking it out, it is kind of impressive how much impact he has, even though there are theoretically 3 other champs that are able to stare him down, as we do see a single pick here by JDL.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to that meta conversation we were having, the difference between NA and EU, where I feel like NA, one of those hunters that they do like to play a lot more too, is Jin. We see a lot of really proficient Jins here in NA. There are a couple in EU, but I mean, not so much as where we're seeing it on so many different teams comparatively.
Yeah, and it is also funny, specifically in this lobby, that we have all the Jin OTPs for the most part, as Connor's able to get out with the hover wings.
Ooh, holding on.
Very nice power on Bishop.
Yeah, probably one of the strongest, but that base was not safe, as they had already owned the shot. Blast off back, but a good clone away from Illusion. They're trying to see if Conroy has enough time in the air, tries to use the grenades to gain the distance, might be able to do so because Love are distracted by HZ, finding the spike on one side, still fighting back on the boat, but the boat is not working. It's about to sink as they got the salvage hook landing, the push in from HZ. Eye of Sorrows has been split away from game over. The Void is going to be the one they focus on first for HZ while they let the Shiv get out to the distance in Abyss.
Yeah, and for those unfamiliar, I have Saros' Lumi Rain. As Conrad playing for the crown, Game Over's Dagger brings him right
5
behind.
seconds. Uh-oh. Game Over wanted to steal away the crown to bring back in Love, but the Hover Wings tech keeps Gaunt alive as Love will fall. But JDL, a little bit too aggressive, even with the play of the Firefox. The burn is on your own team, and now Moonlit Battlegrounds pushing back onto Dylan. Nice spike with the chains to remove JDL.
The fade away tether spike by Height. As Toilet has Shift Max playing for the Abyss, we got Timu Bebo over here.
I know. I'm like, very interesting to see that over for Toilet. Maybe one of those adaptations once they lost TNN, who was playing the Bebo for their team, but not having that emergency Zeep anymore, just going for that crown as you were talking about. Should get up back in the fight in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, that is like a little piece of leveling optimization I think I've seen Lemur use a lot, where Lemur, unlike most champs, opts to not go for the insta level 4 on a preferred ability, and Pine trying to go for the Blink Slam, not able to find it.
And looking for the damage onto 3D2Y instead. HKD is trying to escape, but there's a team to the north, and that is not a way to get out of that one. Still 2 members will survive for RTD. Down south, Pepper and Gosu are alive, kind of going for the bush strats and hoping that they can find a crown, but Moonlit Battlegrounds and HZ are looking like they might fight while up. Do find the revive out in the Abyss.
Yeah, I actually don't think they moved from that bush the entire time. I think the other 2 members tried their hand and were dealt a pretty bad one.
I think so
Finding
as well.
MB is up, now trying to hunt for, it looks like boxes. But with no armor, no camp.
I mean,
An
there
opportunistic third party.
is the shop up north that is controlled by HZ right now. They could go for that play, or they could try to maybe go all the way around for the one outside of Catacombs, but neither are really that safe for them to find. And kind of looking at how they are scouting out, they see that GOT are there, so they know that south is not going to be the option. They might instead try to see if they can send some players up north to do the same kind of scouting mission.
Speaking of which, I'm surprised that HG were able to just get both souls for free. That is probably one of the more interesting spawns I've seen, as Gosu is trying to dip out, but we do have a fight here breaking out between Up and GOT.
Yeah, GOT were the ones in control of the territory beforehand. Toilet blasted back, but finding the spike. So can get out of that one with Skate, and seeing a couple crowns down south. Might be able to go pick one up before the storm starts to push in. And now Gnarled Heart placed down all the way up here. So we will have a change in the guards of how we are looking at this one. Almost the box revive for Gosu. They're trying to go for the death boxes, but unfortunately for RTD, HZ were still there, and they're able to bounce back and deny them from reviving the team.
Yeah, this end game, as we're playing over mostly islands, is not looking so good for teams that want a third party. A lot less bushes to camp in. Unlike that, I think it was game 2 of the other series. As Pepper maybe not able to get the feather across. A lot less opportunities to bush camp on this map. So getting forced out here as Toilet is 1 HP.
Healing up as much as possible, and GOT, seeing the crown, realize that's the play they were looking for. They got to get rid of Up before they can revive, and they do so just in the nick of time. But Moonlit Battlegrounds have now joined in, and they've taken out Jason Bourne. Over these scattered islands is not going to be that safe for any team to play up, least of all Moonlit Battlegrounds, and that's why they decided to go north instead to deal with the more looming threat of HZ, looking for flanks from Height. Chain onto the column, and Pine with the Blinkstone not able to get the land onto the slam, but instead they're waiting it out and seeing if they can find the pull with the help of the vacuum and then give Height a better position.
I am hoping that Pine eventually hits one of these Blink Slams, but I guess we'll see as he goes for the true combo here. The hook into Blink partway through the hook.
Yeah, going forward with the Blink too, not even going backwards with it like you normally tend to see. But this is also, from what I heard earlier, was a misclick apparently for Pine, not meaning to grab Kingpin, wanted to go back onto a Luna, but is going to try their hands at something a little different than we're accustomed to for Pine.
Well, I'm sure we'll hopefully see one play here, and at worst we do have Quiz here, Mr. Dunkmaster.
Well, let's see.
As Pine fishing for a hook, but not good enough.
No, and seeing down south that there was the revive for GOT. They had lost one of their players, but had waited enough time to be able to revive. So all 3 of our remaining teams are still looking pretty healthy. Moonlit Battlegrounds, they won game 2. HZ, they won game 1. Got only team here that remains that hasn't been able to win one of our games so far, and they are looking pretty strong, but they got to be careful of that. Blinkstone, it was denied from Annie. Was able to blast away, so no slam down from Pine. Instead, now it's Moonlit Battlegrounds. You have to pick up a crown to survive.
Maybe got a little overzealous with the hook there. We saw the vision, but unfortunately, maybe not the execution with it. And I am kind of surprised that HG have not opted to take advantage of their Fortress Soul. Maybe setting up a little island here to prevent an all-in by GOT or MB.
I think it's kind of going into the strategy of being the last team to actually look for a fight, wins in battle royales, letting these two scrap, kind of hurt one another before they join in. It's a 3v4, and it's the play into the back line, but look at Quiz. They had the walls that actually denied them from finding the knocks back. As Connor is up in the air, is going to finally be taken down, and that's going to be the revive from Hyde as they were able to execute the kills. Pull in as well. Pine making up for before, but GOT are still strong. They still have Jason. They still have Goat on the other side, and they picked up one crown. All it takes is one spike, and we know how good Jins can be at that one. That's why Hyde decides not to chase it initially, but HZ are now starting to push in onto their position, while Hyde's a little bit too far out as looking for the change on a Goat. Could follow it up, but that little island is enough, and the pull to safety from Pine to keep Hyde alive as they look for HZ up north.
All right, it looks like HG have now taken control of this island. I'm surprised Goat didn't try to go for a blink slam, but I think Hyde was a little prepared for that opportunity, as Pine's hook not able to quite find a connection.
No, and GOT are still pathing up north, and they're looking for any play. As we talked about before, it was a gnarled heart that had been placed down to disrupt and corrupt the storm. And this is giving these teams even more to play with and more land to deal with, as right now we see HZ and Moonlit Battlegrounds fighting for control of said land. They pulled back in only Hype for a moment, but Pine gets a huge pull into the backline. Boombox placed down just in the nick of time, but now GOT seeing their time to strike. They want to join into the fray, but it's going to be a lot of damage onto HC with a slam down again and denying any playback, but the salvo unleashed was able to get one. They could stomp on the Wisp, but Goat has to decide who they want to get rid of first. Decides to go for Quist, tries to get any damage possible as HZ are down to 3, and same with Moonlit Battlegrounds. They've sent out the crown and they've sent out the Pokeball. The damage onto one. Goat get the resurrection as they got the kill on a Chinese spy. But a Height 2 wants to bring back in Moonlit Battlegrounds. Everything is going both teams' way as they're fully reformed. Moonlit Battlegrounds up in the north. They've got gold armor for Height. Chains and with the spike walls to their backs. They slice down GOT. No blink zone to save you this time as Quiz wanted to re-engage. Snap on to Goat. Conrad's too low. Blasts back into Quiz's hands. And Moonlit Battlegrounds take 2 in a row.
It was a really good bomb by Jason Bourne there, able to connect with all 3 members, but unfortunately, without enough time to consolidate all the dropped armors, all the dropped pots, MV are just able to tempo a win.
Yeah, and they take their second one in a row, GOT getting second place. We're going to bring back in Luna to talk about this game and kind of take us through another Moonlit Battlegrounds victory. Now, Tsunani, I am afraid to say this because now I feel like you're just working for Luna, because the one game we had issues was the non-Moonlit Battlegrounds win.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, I love hearing the another Moonlit Battlegrounds win. No bias whatsoever. But yeah, let's take a look at this. There's not really much of a overarching story like I've been saying in previous games. Are you on my screen?
Yeah. Also, your mic's a little bit crackly right now. Just want to let you know.
Crackling.
Yeah.
Is this better, or is it the same?
About the same.
Might be a connection.
Okay. I'll reconnect. Give me one second.
Okay. So we'll wait a second for that one. Try to get him back into this one in just a moment.
How is it? Is it the same?
Much better.
Clear now.
Much better. There we go.
Okay, cool. All right, sharing the screen. Here we go.
Alrighty, here we go.
Oh.
All right, so let's take a look. Let's break down that last fight.
Oh,
right about.
Connection problems are back, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it's when you're trying to stream this. We're getting the connection
What
problems.
is going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
All right, well, we'll just drop it. It's
okay. It's okay. We can
fine.
still talk about it. We'll still just talk about it
Yeah.
normally. Yeah, see, now your mic's fixed again. So, okay, we'll just talk about the games and see. So, Moonlit Battlegrounds victory, go from there.
Yeah, I would like to show it on the screen, but I can't. But basically, Moonlit Battlegrounds, they were playing from the what is it? They were the underdogs, surprisingly, in this last 3 fights, and oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Okay, HZ, they have a big advantage. They're up on.
Yep.
They're up on. They have Damage Soul. They have Fortress Soul. I think they're the ones who placed Gnarled Heart, right?
Yes, they're the ones who placed Gnarled Heart as well.
So they're playing around the armor fortress area thing where it gives them more armor. Now that's their advantage. MB's advantage, they have 4 golds and they're up on levels. Only issue is Twist. I'm just looking at it right now. He has no armor. Like his armor's just dead. So the MB had to figure out a way to break through this. They have Hudson with Damage Soul, so it's a big poke battle that they have to win. So the way they were opening it up was, if you remember, you can look Pine on KP and Height on Brawl. They both went up north, while the poking champions were on the lower side, and so they were kind of like splitting their attention. They were splitting their attention, so it was kind of hard for them to go in to focus on one area. So then they went in through that, and then they got third-partied by the GOT, and then just chaos kind of broke through that. HZ got caught in between MB and GOT, just through all the different maneuvers that the teams are doing, and so HZ just got caught in the middle, and then MB was just in a better position with the damage and health and the armors to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it got.
I wish I could show it, but
yeah, no, I wish we could see it as well, just to kind of be able to go point by point.
I'll play it. I'll play it. I just won't talk.
Okay, how about we'll do that. So if you want to get it ready, I will be ready to watch as well. So there we go. So we can just walk through each of them. So here we are. You can kind of see, as Luna was talking about, how HC had this great position, having gotten themselves the soul as well. I think the big factor too wasn't just that MB were able to kind of outplay HC, but having to deal with another team on the other side too is such a difficult thing. Pine gets a great flank, as you're talking about, Luna, all the way up north there, but then also seeing that they have this whole side to deal with, and then GOAT on the other side. They're focused more on MB than they are respecting the fact that GOAT can show up and wreak havoc in this fight, which got GOAT all night with the crown as well is going to be big for GOT to get back into this game. So they start off this pull, and they use the boombox in a very defensive way. Oops, losing that again. But it's kind of cool to see how these games work out that way for some of our teams. I think I lost Luna for a second.
I'm here. I'm just not talking.
Oh, okay. No, we lost.
Is it fine or?
No, we lost the stream for a second. It went away. So I don't know what happened there,
sorry.
but it's
Hold
okay.
on.
Because I think Toilet and Jang are here as well to kind of get us through some of the results that we might have. So Jang, Toilet, are you guys here?
Hello.
Hello. So how goes the point tabulation?
Hello. We have not started because I was playing.
Oh. Well.
I'm doing it right now.
So okay. So we do have our points that we still have to go through for everything before, because we want to make sure that we tell everyone who's going to be making it into the finals, so that we'll hang out here for a little bit of time. I think, Luna,
Yep.
did you get it fixed again?
How do I sound? Is it better or the same?
It's about the same. Yeah, it's about the same. Whenever you're live,
Okay.
I think, like with the stream, is when it gets like that. When you,
All right, I'll just turn it off.
yeah, when you turn it off is when it gets better. So I not like we've gotten to hear a little bit from you, Luna, but I also want to hear from Tsunani, because we were talking a little bit before. Like some of the players that really impressed us, Zed, especially in that first game, the micro that they had in those fights that got BBC that second place finish. That sadly we didn't get to see how it really concluded at that point, but just initially going into some of those fights was really impressive.
Yeah, honestly, I think Zed has been a pretty underrated player. I've seen him in BR a lot recently, and I think every time I do a little random checking, I'm like, I've never heard of this guy before. I could try to send a fight, and then I die, and I'm like, okay, maybe it didn't go the way I expected. Maybe I messed up that time, and then that happens like 2 or 3 more times. Oh man, okay, I didn't learn my lesson there. That's embarrassing. But in my head, Zed was solidified as a very, very strong Ghost player in BR. And then today, he put on some crazy moves there in that Crown Resin game too. I am going to see if I have a replay of that because I would really like to go through it. That is probably one of like the craziest microplays I've seen from a Ghost, especially in such like a not like high stakes because this isn't like a super serious tournament, but last 1 of 2 alive against 3 people trying to jump on you is definitely a very tense situation.
Yeah, it's like, I wouldn't say that this is a high-stakes game and, like, there's much to play for except for pride, but every player is going into this one trying to win, right? Every player is trying their hardest, so having it where you're in a position that is that stressful and can put a lot of pressure on you, even if there's not a lot at stake, is still really impressive to see from Zed.
Yeah, I think there were a few really solid plays too by Lods today.
Yes.
I mean, I think as always, just a very clutch Jin player when you need to play for a res. But I am like kind of surprised that at the very end of I think it was game 2. He was almost able to get out due to the boombox, but the problem was that the brawl pushed him out and then ended up body blocking him. Committing that first RMB, trying to dash out, just wasn't quite good enough. And then Quiz was just immediately there, ready to pounce when he was taking the last angle, which I think is just like an excellent showcase of awareness for these top tier teams, where they're already like tracking what is like the most opportune angle for someone to leave and covering those angles.
I agree. I mean, there are a lot of impressive players throughout every one of these teams that we could probably talk about each one of them individually over and over again and really be able to hype them up. But that's why I love events like this, where we're getting into a new format coming up soon. So a lot of teams are going to sadly have to change because you are going to have to drop one of your players when going from 4 to 3. But there's still a lot of potential for these players that might find themselves sadly on the outside of the little team that they once had. But there are these new players that you can look towards playing with that might not necessarily have a team or have just recently been putting a lot of the effort in, who now want to make a new team and really start showing up. That's why it's like, I'm really always hyped about looking at the players that were on UP originally, back when they first were starting to play, and seeing how a lot of those players grew. Sad that the team kind of split up because Squads was going away, so they decided to go into separate directions for each of them for trios. But still, each one of them are someone that you can shout out as being these fantastic players and worth making a team built around alone.
Yeah, and I think as somebody who's been covering these last 2 trio scrims, the meta is very interesting to see as players figure out what they want to play. And I actually think that once certain champs solidify themselves as very strong in a trios environment, that leads to even more team reshuffles. I've noticed that there are like around 2 to 3 squads that tend to hang around and have some subs floating around. And I think that landscape actually changes a few of these fights. Like we know New, which has Kenneth, Lods, and Rich, have won a few of these games, taking games off of MB, off TLD. And I also think that I guess they go under Hat now, featuring Krillo and hopefully Scrub and Arig.
Yes.
Have also gotten a lot of close fights. So I'm actually pretty excited because instead of having like these 2 really strong teams being MB and TLD, now we're taking some parts of them and now we have 4 or 5 teams. So every game you have like this little unexpected outcome where there are so many strong contenders that you have to follow all of them throughout the game. And that leads to so many different end games that I'm excited to see.
And I only see that as a continuing trend, not just with trios, but the future of SUPERVIVE as well. Getting towards, as like Zikrik likes to say, I dubbed it the summer of SUPERVIVE. That will be coming up soon because when we have the full release, a lot of things I think are going to change for SUPERVIVE. We'll see a lot more players that want to play at this competitive level, and seeing as how some players, like, they might not have joined in SUPERVIVE right away, but they still have those skills that they can come into this game and really start growing quickly, that we've seen from quite a number of different teams. Like, that's why I like to hype up. That was a big one for me. Fable was the one beforehand that was playing for a while, but slowly but surely growing. Afro, she's really shown how good of a player she can be as well. So there's a lot of this potential for SUPERVIVE and for a lot of these teams to start showing off and starting to build themselves, getting closer and closer towards the end.
Yeah, and then also real quick, actually, I found the VOD, so I would like to quickly cover the play there by Zed that I was talking about so passionately.
Give me
I'm
one.
really curious to see this. I want to know
yeah.
what we missed.
So, well, maybe just like not highlight as much. So
Give me a sec,
this
give me a
is
second.
this is why I was still able to stream.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'm just gonna get it set up, and there we go. Okay, perfect. You're good.
Yeah. So for just to refresh, it looks like this was game 1. The context here is that Zed going for the crown. We have a Deathbox res. Up, maybe I think they're able to just barely get vision. They can hear the Deathbox res. So Starflash is poised. We have Toilet ready to gust him in, and then Zed obviously trying to play over Abyss. We get the insta double slam here by Starflash. So now Zed is assumably last surviving, as Blue barely able to get out, but gets caught by extra damage. Zed able to get the spike here onto Jewel, which means that she's chunked, forced to ulti out, but then crashes down onto him. He kites back, finishes the LMB, and Flamedive is now knocked. So 25 seconds on Crown. I don't know if he has nade max. I don't think he does. I assume it's laser max like most Ghost Take and BR for like neutral game, but I digress. Play for the nade here. So nade is down. Up, maybe wanting to play for this all in. Cutting back, able to dodge the Zeph nade. So as the members of Up are trying to push him towards assumably the win rings, he takes a step forward here, which means that the punch and the hook don't connect. Tien gets hit by the grenade on this part of the wall, and then this gives Zed his passive and guns down Tien, who, because he's in the lava, isn't able to get healed by Toilet, which gives him the crown res. And then now they're able to kite back, play the fight, Flamedive a little overzealous, getting chased down by Zed, and then all of a sudden, this 1v4 situation gets turned into a 2v4. And then he also hits the laser at the end, just to sell the clip. Me personally, this is probably like just one of the craziest, like well played out micro fights I've seen from a player, and this got me really hyped up. So hyped up that it caused my power to go out, unfortunately.
That's what it was. It was too good of a clip. So Zed, next time you gotta chill. It's too much for the entirety of his power in his apartment complex that it's just gonna start shorting everyone out.
Yeah, and then I could also, I guess, jump through this game while we don't have Luna to give us the playbook. I think it was near the end of game 2 where we saw a bunch of crown shenanigans going on. It was specific. Oh, it was before this. It was with the last 3 teams. I remember Lauds got a dunk. There is just like a slight piece of information. So while I try to figure this out, for context, I think it was explicitly mentioned in the cast that first of all, for when you spike on a rail, it doesn't count as solid ground, so you can get dunked through. The second piece of slightly important information, though, is that if you know a spiking champion wants to dunk you through the rail, you can jump up right before it hits you, and you get spiked back onto the rail, which is something that we've seen a lot in Arena, but I don't think I've seen happen much in BR tourneys. So just like a little tidbit of information. I think it was Carlos that got spiked at one point, and I don't think he's privy to that knowledge.
Maybe. I mean, it's also you don't tend to play around the rails nearly as much as other things unless you play a lot of Arena. So it is one of those kind of tech things that if you're playing more Arena, you know about those little interactions. But I think for some of the other players, maybe not as privy to that. I know Lodge does like to play a decent amount of arenas. Have seen them play in some of the tournaments in the past, and always looked really good. Like just seeing that mechanic right there, very very well done by Lodge.
All in all, these were some really nice games to watch. I will say one thing that I am not sure if Jang and Toilet want to change is more consistent storm shifts. Because I think this one specifically is not traditionally played in scrims. I guess we'll see in the future.
Which one did we play in this one? I think we just
this is like the ice bombing run. I forgot.
Oh
what it's
yeah,
called.
the snow run. Yeah,
Snow run, yeah.
Snow run, bombing run, they're kind of the same thing when you think about it. Just one knocks you and one kind of freezes you for a little bit. I see there's very little difference between that and bombing run, personally.
You know that difference did come into play earlier. It was like earlier in the match.
It was in this one where it was the knock on.
It wasn't this game.
It was on this one. It was on this one where there was the knock on the respawn. Well, not knock. It was the snowman onto the respawn beacon that allowed the respawn. Right here. So
right here, yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So it was where it kind of gave enough of a window, but at the same time, it was just a little bit. I think it was well played still. by how up we're able to, like Flame Dive, especially how they played on the respawn and utilizing some
Still
control.
was insane.
Yeah, just like going for that, getting that Mitch P off of it initially, and then trying to go back in. Then Mitch P also playing this one really well. Both of these Jin players really showing how to play each hunter respectively.
I'm actually curious how, because it seemed like they had their charge step at the same time. So I'm surprised that Mitch was able to get the full combo. I think for this specifically, because Mitch gets the flip up first, that grounds and denies the rest of the spike.
I think so too.
Which is very close, unfortunately, for Flame Dove.
Yeah, like if he had that fraction of a second beforehand, it would have been the other way. Would have been that near 100 to 0 that we would have seen go over to Flame Taff. But all in all, if you kind of look at it, it's a small moment in this game that doesn't really give anyone that huge lead for either side. It's still well played, and I'm curious to see like when we get further into trios and stuff, if we have more storm shifts that get added in that can kind of cause some more chaos, because we have things like Bullet Train that everyone knows I love the Bullet Train, but I also love cross country.
We didn't see it today.
We did not see it today. Hopefully we'll see it tomorrow. I have the train whistle always ready for that.
True. Bullet Train rocking the highest KDA in SUPERVIVE.
All right.
But yeah, do we want to just like quickly talk about the format is for tomorrow?
Yeah,
Let's go for it.
Yeah, we can talk about that. I was waiting for Toilet and for Jang. They're still adding up the points and trying to get everything ready. So while we wait for them, yeah, let's talk about what we're to expect for tomorrow. Either one of you want to take that point?
I don't know the format, so
Yeah,
if you
Toilet
want to
is
go for it.
deafened. So
Okay, I'll take it then.
Okay.
So as far as
Okay.
I'm aware, it is going to be 6. It's not just 6 games, right? So how it is, it's match point. If you haven't played match point before, how it works is that you have a certain threshold of points that you have to get past. So first off, that's a big thing. But once you get past that threshold, now you have to win a game. It's not so much that you can get second place or third place. You have to win. And so this is where you can have some crazy moments that start taking place in a lot of the games. And we got to see this for one of our tournaments in EU. They did play a match point format where you have it where I think towards the end we had 7 teams that all had passed the threshold, yet none of them had won the game yet. And so you can have really crazy things that go with that, where now there's almost like, do you want to work with your opponents to try to remove one of the teams that's already at that match point and make sure that they can't get the victory? Or are you more worried about just getting enough of a snowball yourself to then get to that end game to win?
Jang, did you want to add to that?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, we were thinking of doing just 6 games because
Because of time constraints?
depending on that, and if Zendrix is here, it would be awesome. Live scoring. But yeah, it did take a while. I remember when we did it in EU.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing. As it will take some time to like add up the points because they're still working on trying to automate the systems in many ways. It does slow down the process a little bit, and I think we ended up playing 12 games for EU.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
it's gonna be another Nidhogg Arena tourney.
Yeah, 12 games of BR too, and me and Zikrik casted all the way through. So it was quite a. I mean, that is not guaranteed though. Keep that in mind. It's not guaranteed that it's going to go 12 games. It can easily go like, if you think about it, there is a possibility where one team just dominates most of the games. They get to the threshold really quickly, and you end in 4 games. So that's the crazy thing about match point that a lot of people have to take into consideration, is that you are trying to get the points early on, but once you get past the threshold, it's just about winning. And so if you're able to survive well enough in some of these games, or if you can play, say like in this one, we look at Moonlit Battlegrounds and how they were kind of playing. They played pretty passively, but they were able to get decent points. And then the last game, they were able to win. From there, if they had passed that threshold, they'd be the ultimate winners.
Maybe like food for thought. You make like the. Oh, I guess we can't spoil if you guys want to do any Easter eggs on the last day.
Easter eggs.
Maybe not Easter eggs, but because For the other games, there's always been added like duplicate hunters. So
Okay,
maybe we'll see that.
yeah.
Maybe we won't.
Ooh, yeah, let's not have any spoilers then.
Yeah,
Let's wait.
well, you know, maybe in the works. I was gonna suggest that like maybe, for like the sake of having a grand finale, you can make like a final game worth more points or something like that. But you know, TBD.
TBD. I know that we were kind of talking about some fun stuff yesterday at the end of the arena tournament where I'm thinking I'm going to try to host a tournament that'll have some fun rules like that. That will probably be in May, and then in April I'll host one that's going to be for Eva and try to celebrate the new hunters. And we had one for Bebo, we've had one for Luna, even though Luna wasn't a new hunter. It was just kind of try to get more players to play Luna. But I think it would be a lot of fun to have one for Eva.
Okay.
So let's see. How you guys doing on the point scoring so far? How are we looking?
Doing okay. Almost done.
Nice. Who are we
Got
waiting
a few
on?
more teams to go. I need a few more screenshots. I will let you know when they're almost done.
All
I
right.
just messaged them.
Okay, thank you. Do you know the other ones I haven't wrote down yet, Jang? There's like a few others I didn't write down.
No, this is Jay's here. I'll put it in the screenshot.
Okay, I need the rest of these. I'm highlighting.
All right. Also, Quiz wants to be glazed a little bit. Quiz, you did a fantastic job today. I mean, we were kind of talking about it during the games and seeing how you were able to play on a lot of those, as well as some of the timers you had on your knocks there when people were over the abyss. We talked about a little bit how you were able to have great positioning and really good players. NA, we're spoiled for choice when it comes to our Jin players. We have a lot of really talented Jin players, especially compared to other regions. That makes it a lot of fun and really adds into some of the chaos that NA tends to have.
Chris, we'll give you better glaze if you use a Twitch Prime real quick. No, I'm just kidding. But on that note, I do have to take my leave right now.
Okay.
So thanks guys for letting me be the observer. Thanks for the cast. Thanks for the games today for all the players.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Tsunani.
thank Jang and Toilet for organizing this. This tournament is very hard to run. Hopefully tomorrow will be smooth. Hopefully I'll be around for that too. But yeah, see you guys.
Tsunani, thank you again
All right,
for
it was really
joining
fun.
us.
Thank you.
It was a lot of
Thank
fun
you,
having you in. All right, now we're just waiting to get to the point with the points scored up. I mean, we're expecting a couple of our teams. There are some teams that we should talk about that we know will get through. Like HZ, I'm pretty sure they're going to get through. Same with Moonlit Battlegrounds that we saw from our second group. But looking earlier in the day from some of our groups, then I feel like those were really close in how a lot of those players were playing in those ones. So there is a lot more of a likelihood that we see maybe some teams that we weren't expecting to make it through. But I do think that Hat is going to be one. That one is pretty much guaranteed in my mind as making it from Group 1.
Yeah, Hat, they played really well. Up played really well. Who was your favorite team to watch today?
I mean, there's something about Up. Something about these players and how they play so aggressively that I just adore. It's something that as a play-by-play caster, when you have players that are willing to go for risky fights, even if they don't always win them, you have a lot of respect for those players. One, because it makes my job more fun, because now I can be even more crazy than I already am. But also because it just is a great sense of awareness from these players to say, win or lose, we need to go for the fight anyways. Why not just try? Let's see what happens. And that's why I loved Up beforehand, and I love Up now, and I'm looking forward to the future of all 4 of these players.
Yeah, I'm glad that Up is back. I don't exactly remember who were the players back then. I don't imagine they're all the same players, but I'm glad that they're here again. I was talking with Pine and the others a couple days ago, talking about some of the older teams. I was like, yeah, I miss Up. So I'm glad that they're back. And of course, it was very fun to watch them. I think they were my favorite to watch, of course, besides MB, because, that's my team. But they were definitely more exciting because MB was taking it slow in some of those games. So, but yeah, Up is fun to watch for sure.
Yeah, here, let me see if I can find the old roster really quick of them. No, I don't want to do that. Quite some time ago, so that's why I have to look through. See if I can find it. Oh, that's not it. All right. While I look this up though, what was your favorite team besides Moonlit Battlegrounds today?
Oh, it was up.
It was up too. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
good choice.
Similar.
Yeah.
But however, you did say that, because they were super aggressive and it was fun to watch.
Mhm.
But I think that was kind of their downfall in some of
Yes.
in the other games. They were just too aggressive. They weren't thinking about the other teams around them, and that's something we've been working on as Moonlit Battlegrounds a lot. Is making sure, like, of course we believe that we can just hand check everyone. Whenever we have Aiden play with us, he's like, "Oh, this is dog lobby," and so, I keep getting pings. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
kind
okay,
of
it's
getting
okay.
distracted.
I'm
But
looking up this stuff too. Okay. Oh, so I have the
Yeah.
old up roster here, and
Oh, okay, yeah.
it is the
What
same
it?
four. It is the exact same four as it was beforehand. Toilet, Flame Death,
Exact
Starflash,
same
and
four,
TNM.
okay.
So it's just they got back together. I knew that they had split up, and they when we looked at the last
Yeah,
Battle
they split
Hub,
up for a while.
Yeah, the last Battle Hub event, they weren't on the same team. In fact, all 4 players were on a different team from one another, if I recall correctly. But seeing them come back for the end of squads with one another to play it's one of those things that is exciting to see and why I love those players. And they still played just as aggressively as they had beforehand, which makes me really hype about their futures in SUPERVIVE.
Yeah, especially that they've been separated for they still played, but they were separated for so long, so that their team still working. That's a big accomplishment.
Alrighty, so
They just gotta be smarter about their fights, is all.
exactly, just a little bit more cautious. And I think maybe that is one of the reasons why, even though I love them on a team together, they play aggressive, they play flashy, but they kind of need someone who is more like a Paz, more like a Tom Kick, who kind of reel in these players and be like, whoa, let's not look for that player. This isn't the right angle. We need to hold off. And so as much as I like seeing them all together, maybe that's one of the reasons why we see them split apart and go their separate ways, as they'll be able to bring that aggression to whatever team they're a part of, but they need that captain, the shot caller, that can kind of rein them in and say, let's reel it back just a touch.
You know what team I really miss?
Which one?
I really miss Hogs. We need Hogs
Go
back.
Hogs, yeah.
We need Weedle and Jang and
Steven
I
Ader.
tried. Actually,
Bro, just tell them.
Shout out to Jack-O-Lantern, guys. It's his birthday today. So
Oh,
Chuck-a-luckin'.
yeah.
Happy birthday, Jack Lacken.
He played with MB for a little bit. He tried out for us way back.
We need to get them all back in. Once we get closer to 1.0, we have to convince them all to reform a team again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And you only need 3 of them now. So
Exactly.
you and then you just need 2 more.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
no
we
leaks,
can
but,
make Go Hogs and Go Frogs. So it'll be 2.
Oh yeah.
Go Hogs and Frogs.
And then dogs, and
Yeah.
then
Logs.
oh, there was one show match where we were the cogs from Toontown.
That's a good one too. That's a good one.
Senior vice president, the chief executive officer.
Oh my god.
I like this. I like this idea.
Yeah.
All right.
What other big team are we missing?
And obviously TLD is going to be like.
Well, I mean, besides TLD,
There's-
I mean, they're still here. They're
I'd
just
say
not playing
Rift
today.
Walkers.
TTG,
Which one?
Okay, yeah.
TTG, Zekin, Mira, Anyan.
Oh yeah. Oh man, you're really going back. I mean, Fable is another one that comes to my mind. I miss Fable.
Yeah, for sure.
That team was really becoming their own like squad and really growing into the scene, and were looking really good. Even though they did end up, splitting up. I think some of their players stopped playing SUPERVIVE, but that was a team that was really getting hyped for when they were starting to I'd say end of December, beginning of January.
Hogs can't lose, indeed, Vipero. They can't lose.
All right, how are we looking now? Toilet, is Toilet around?
Just waiting on one more team screenshot, but we finished scoring group 1.
Okay,
So let me get that set up for Jang here.
perfect. That way, once we end, I gotta eat my food. I've been having this dinner in front of me for quite some time, so I'd really like to be able to eat.
My apologies. I'm going as fast as I can here.
Oh, I know. That's like, hopefully one of these days we'll be able to get a nice system that can automate this. So it's like pretty much instantaneously that we have like the scores after
Yeah.
games. No need for players to
Yeah.
submit screenshots. Hopefully in the future.
Need those APIs.
Exactly. So one day.
I've heard good things. I've heard good things.
Me too. That's like
Uh-oh.
I have
Leaking
heard
something?
good things as well. But, I mean, nothing that hasn't already been said publicly.
Yeah.
Jang, you can go ahead and announce the group 1
All right. Do you have a?
if you'd
Yeah.
like.
There, can you stream your
I'm gonna
screen?
post yeah,
what we have.
I'm just gonna post the entire screenshot.
Okay.
How much from the so you have Carlos?
No, I just need all of theirs.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna OP.EG, I think.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, once you post it, let me know so I can show it on screen.
Okay.
Bring back Kogi. Yeah, Kogi was great too.
Bring back Kogi!
That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping, when we get closer to the full release, a lot of players will start coming back. Well, start having a lot of excitement again with new squads, especially for trios, because that can cause a lot of new players will already enjoy playing something like trios because it's going to be something that, as Theorycraft said, a little bit more leaning into the solo queue, but also it can bring in a lot of the old players who have kind of gone away and feel very comfortable playing this one because it's not too different from what they're already used to from the past.
Yeah, I'm hoping some of the older players like, oh, how's trios, and they come back and try it again, and
I've
maybe
talked-
not like. Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was gonna say I've talked to a lot of the players, who have left, and they're like, yeah, we're looking forward to everything, and that they're going to start coming back in probably mid-May, end of May is what a lot of players were kind of saying.
I mean, for me personally, I'm just a scrub lord in this game. I suck, but when I played squads, I feel like I did almost nothing, and just my team kind of carries me, and I feel like I didn't have any say in what's happening in the game. So I kind of just stopped playing the game. I watch my team and help them out, and that's all I do. But I'm excited for trios. I definitely want to get back to the game when trios comes out.
Me too. I'm very excited for it as well. And Arig was asking in chat what my thoughts on SUPERVIVE are. And personally, I really do believe in the game. I said it before. I believe this is going to be the summer of SUPERVIVE. That come summertime, we're going to see a lot of players coming back to the game, but also a lot of new players that will start playing the game. People like to kind of look at how things are right now in open beta and feel like it's doom and gloom. But as someone who's played other games that have been in beta phases before and looking at how their open beta phases have been, and a big one for me would be League of Legends. While I didn't play in the open beta, I had friends that did. And they had even said League of Legends back in its open beta had barely anyone playing it. It wasn't until it actually went live, and not even when it initially went live, several months afterwards is when the game started to grow. And it was a slow process that took a couple of years for it to get even close to the level we see it at now. I started playing a few months after it fully was released. And so I remember back then of the 10, 15-minute queue times way back in the day. And that was after full release for League of Legends. And we all know how League of Legends is now. So it's people just need to understand how games kind of go through a lot of things. But I think with the current landscape of games and how my thought process is with how this game is, but also having talked a little bit behind the scenes with other people, I do think that there's going to be a nice big push for SUPERVIVE once we get to June or July.
If any of the devs are listening, I just ask that you don't release when there's another big release at the same time. What released again when
Marvel Rivals.
SUPERVIVE came out?
It was Marvel.
Yeah, please don't
Marvel
release when
Rivals.
Marvel Rivals comes out again.
Yeah.
Like Marvel Rivals 2.0 or whatever, please don't.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I still believe in the game. I think it will do fine. It's one of those things that the devs clearly believe in it as well. They've been putting a lot of their heart into the game, and they've been continuing to update it. So I think we're just weathering through the storm, the rough part of open beta.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. Even Deadlocked is...
Yeah.
How's Deadlocked doing right now? Because I haven't heard much news from it, so
Yeah,
maybe are they going through something similar?
I honestly, I haven't heard much from Deadlocked either. So it honestly probably is very similar. The only difference I think is isn't Deadlock actually officially released?
Is it? Oh, I thought it was still in beta. I don't know.
Is it? Yeah, let me see.
Let's find out.
Oh no, it's in an early development stage. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think you still need it's like you need to get invited to it.
yeah. So
Still.
it's just one of those things. It's just games when they're in the earlier phases of like testing and stuff, and trying to figure out what direction they want to go for, as well as what direction do players want to have the game go for, that they're going to be more likely to play the game and stick around. I think it's very important to kind of keep all of that in mind and take what you see with a grain of salt.
Yeah. Do you have any ideas of like events that you want to run to help new players get in or like bring more attention to the game?
Personally, yeah, I'm going to knock on wood. Like, I'm going to try to host some more tournaments coming up soon. One of them is going to be the EVA one that will be, so not this weekend, so not the, let me pull up a calendar. So not, okay, actually, wait, not, where's it? There it is, April. So not the 5th and 6th, but the 12th and 13th is when I'm thinking of hosting a tournament for EVA. And then my birthday is in May, so I'm thinking of hosting one on my birthday. That'll be a more for fun one. That'll be just something that we all can play, where I was talking about those mystery rules and stuff like that. That's something I'm going to announce later. And then I'm going to talk with devs as well to kind of see how they want to take the game, and maybe have something either at the end of May or like the middle of June that'd be much more about trying to, like, it's a tournament that would be for newer players. So it'd be newer players. We've done something like this before, where it would be team captains being players that we know of. So in the community, if I could get, these players would be like Lemur, Tomcake, etc., would be the captains, and they have to pick from a pool of players that are relatively new to the game, that haven't actually played on a competitive level, that are looking to get started, and have them then learn under these top tier players.
I was thinking of doing a 1v1 tournament.
Ooh,
because
that'd be fun too.
When we were waiting for the, I don't remember if it was the Abyssal Cup or the NA thing that we just did a couple weeks ago, but I'm pretty sure it was Abyssal Cup. While we were waiting for Abyssal Cup, the MB guys, they were just like doing 1v1s in the practice lobby.
Right.
It was pretty fun, and like Karatsu was commentating over it. It was kind of fun.
That would be a lot of another thing I would want to do is if we did like a for fun one like that with the newer players, is maybe get some of the players as well that are on teams to then try to cast and commentate over it. So get their insight would be a lot of fun as well. Maybe then and then have a caster team, and then they could flame us the whole time.
And then a dev team.
And a dev. Ooh, see who's the best at it? Is it casters or devs?
Yeah. Devs are definitely better than me.
Me too. As long as I can play Hudson, I'm relatively okay. But once that's taken off the board, then we're screwed.
Well, we'll see. Maybe I'm hoping that I really enjoy playing EVA, and I just like get into it and just keep playing the game.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I mean, keep in mind too that per Theorycraft, there is going to be a new hunter pretty much every month for the rest of the year. We'll have new hunters every single month that we can play, and if that's the case as well, I'm going to try to do that kind of EVA style tournament, the Bebo one we did before, with every new hunter. So we'll have one for April with EVA, whatever new hunter in May would be that one, then June, July, etc., and hopefully by that point, we're starting to see the scene continue to grow. And Krillo is asking, would they be a captain or a scrub? You would be a captain.
I would be a scrub.
Scores are done.
Oh, the scores already. Okay.
Let's go.
Alrighty, where'd you post the scores? In casters? Here we go.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Scores are there.
Here we go. So I will open that up for everyone to see on stream. If it will load. Hold on. There we go. Perfect. All right. So for group 1, we have Hat. No surprise there. They take first place. They have
Let's go,
104 points. So our top team
Wow.
in terms of points. And then for our next ones in that group, FP come in second place with 68. So quite some distance between
That's a
first
big
and
gap.
second. Yeah. And then the Game Center, they'll be in third with 64. So a little bit behind that of FP. But before everyone can see on stream what the other ones are, but we'll go to the group 2 first. So we see Moonlit Battlegrounds at first place with 81 points. Up second place at 75 points. So very close between our top
Very
teams.
close, yeah.
And HZ not too far behind either with 68. So those are the 3 teams that are confirmed no matter what for the finals. But then the next thing is the points. And this is where it goes based off teams that have the most points as opposed to just taking it as is. So it'll be the next 4 point totals, which just so happens to be the next 4 teams in the standings. So Big will be our next team at 55 points from Group 1. Then Got from Group 2 would be the next one with 53. JDL2 are going to be the ones from Group 2 that we saw at 50 points. They make it in. And our last team to make it in. Wait, am I missing one? Oh, no, JDL2, I think, was the team that...
Yeah. We
no.
just played for the 9th team.
That's right.
Played for the
That's why I'm like, wait, that's right. I remember now because that's why it's JDL2. So BBC actually will get that spot from JDL instead. And then Fell are the other team with 45. So there we go. We got our finalists.
You know, I want to point out, if you look at the group 2 with MB and Up, despite MB winning 2 games, they were only 6 points ahead.
Yep, 6 points. That's
so
it.
Up just getting all those kills, you know, it adds up.
It does. It
Yeah, we're the
really
goats.
does.
And we weren't playing our characters either, just like MB.
I love it. But, hey, you know what? Toilet, this is the reason why I love Up. This is why I was glazing you guys for pretty much most of the cast. You guys are very crazy. You play aggressively. It's one of those things as a commentator that we absolutely love to see.
I first timed the bunny and it hit like 2 roots, and that was like it for the entire game.
All right, everybody. GG's. Well played. Jang, I'm going to end the stream here. I'm going to thank everybody, though, for joining in. Luna, thank you for your commentary and joining in with the analysis for the games. As well, Twin A and Tsunani. Twin A for their commentary, as well for Tsunani commentary and observing. Jang, Toilet, you guys for helping put on this broadcast and helping squads with the penultimate day of it. Tomorrow will be the very last one. So it is our finals, and we'll decide exactly what the format's going to be, if it's going to be match point or if it's just going to be 6 games. That's up to Jang and the squad. As for us, we will see you later, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
And shout out to MadMagical for stepping in.
Shout out MadMagical.
And streaming. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you guys. All right, good night, everybody. But I am ready for this. I hope you are all ready for us as well. I see that Pine in the chat said 40 minutes late. Hey, better now than never. So, Tsunani, do you want to join me with the cast, or do you want to just do observing today?
Probably a little bit of both. I'll obviously leave most of the play-by-play to you, but I'll try to chime in every now and then.
Sounds good to me. Whatever is clever, whatever you want to do is what we'll do for this one. I appreciate your help for the observing part of it, because it makes it so that my computer doesn't have nearly as much of a workload going on with it.
Yep.
Perfect. So, if the players are ready, you can do ready check now, and then you can start getting ready to get in. So there we go. Our very last day of squads. Got our last competition of it while we can. Because sadly tomorrow it will be no more, even though we'll be into trios and we'll have some fun things that we can plan with that. Just making sure it's all live. It all looks good. I am streaming on Jang's, just making sure. Yes, I am. Perfect. We are good to go. All right, if the players are ready, let's get into this. Let's get into our very first game of the finals of Quintessence, shall we?
I think that
So I
All
have
of them
one
except for one.
especially for you, MadMagical.
Oh, what do you have
A
for me,
little
Jang?
gift for you.
What is this? Is this it? Where can I see this gift of yours, Jang?
Maybe in the top right or when we get in the game, you know.
Okay. Oh, is it Bullet Train? Do we start off with Bullet Train?
Yes, sir.
Yes!
Okay.
Yes, everyone
Oh,
knows I love
yeah.
my Bullet Train. I have the whistle here, always ready for Bullet Train. So excited about that for our first game of the end of squads for SUPERVIVE. It'll be sad to see it go, but it was a pleasure having it while we had it. And myself, MadMagical, I'm going to be joined in by Tsunani, who's also going to be controlling the camera so that you can see all of the action from there. So Tsunani, why don't you say hi?
Yo, yo, yo. Hopefully, I will not suffer another power outage.
Fingers
I guess
crossed.
fingers crossed today.
And we also, I think Jang just went down to go play with the team that he's going to be subbing in for as well. I'm very happy about the Bullet Train. Everyone knows that is my absolute favorite one. And having that on our first game is going to be exciting to see here, especially as we look at our teams, our top teams from yesterday. We did the group stage, well, the qualifiers, 3 games apiece for each of them, and then the points added up. So we have Up playing, it's going to be one of our teams, FP, Big, HZ, MB, which is Moonlit Battlegrounds, fell, first eliminated a hat, BBC, Got, and the Game Center GCR. We got to look at how this first drop is going to be for ourselves. It's going to be a kind of an interesting one. We got the cone shape going more towards the north and honing in on Frag Isle.
Yeah, and it looks like teams are ready to land. We have FP immediately dropping into Molten Fortress,
Ooh, interesting.
while Hat go Catacombs, assumably into Coldfang.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see the Molten Fortress drop so early, just because we do see what we're kind of over and where the golds are. Gridlock and the Machine going to be holding on to the gold armor and having 2 teams drop at Shards of Fate. There are a lot of camps up north here, but it will be contested. Actually, 3 teams dropping up in the north. So it's going to be HZ, Game Center, and I believe the last one is first eliminated. So 3 teams all within one another. There's a lot of farm up there, but not enough to go for 3 teams.
Oh, I know GCR love to start off with the Delicate Barrier common to this region for Skedaddle specifically. But that's also just been the GCR Classic, as we do have a scrap here.
Yeah, fighting over those camps, as said before. Chinese Spy looking for that angle. The Huddy, spin barrels are ready, decides to go over, getting a lot of damage on Encore. The first casualty with Trev, the next one to fall surely as he tried to get away, but put into the corner, even with the phase dash. But the interrupt from Skedaddle, getting into the back line, almost was able to take him down. The shield not in time for Skedaddle. And the jet ski is going to bail out of that one, not try to revive the team. Skedaddle got very close to turn that around.
Honestly, I think if Jetski decided to commit, that would have been a very close fight. Obviously, can't discount the damage from an early game of Huddy, fully ramped up on that RMB. But I don't know, maybe with a very timely slam, we could see it as Spades and Trickle take a little bit of damage from this boss.
And we're seeing it's the King Pine here for Moonlit Battlegrounds. Pine back onto the Kingpin. We got to see a little bit of that yesterday, whether you were happy or not about that. It's going to be a lot of fun to see Pine not on one of the classics such as Shrike or Zeph.
I mean, no matter what happens, only up from here, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, there is up north in Gridlock.
Yeah, up is here. Yeah.
Had to get that pun in at least once with that one. But BBC have taken control of the machine. The gold armor's there too, so they're going to be reaping a lot of the benefits from that early split up from the MB that they punished.
Yeah, and it looks like Up have now consolidated the Red Book from Academy, as well as both vaults and the gold armors.
Yeah, so they're going to
Good
be
start here for Up.
Yeah, Up is going to be in a good spot. And Up, I've talked before, I love this team and how aggressive they tend to play. And getting them kind of these good loot options right away will lean into them looking for those early fights. But when you look at where everyone dropped, they were one of the few teams that dropped all the way late at Academy and then had 2 players rotating down to Gridlock in order to grab the gold.
Yeah, and I mean, splitting up is obviously one of the highlights that we see the, I guess, more experienced teams take. Those that are able to take the vaults comfortably by themselves means that there's a bit higher tempo for the team because those powers early game really make the difference in the day 1 and 2 fight.
I mean, we see how the powers can work up, the armors as well, because even if you're not getting the early fights, as we saw a lot of the barbed wires kind of put down by Gatehead onto the base, but Madly showing up, tossing down their own barbed wire. Big have the flank from Paria as they look to see if they can interrupt the backs, and they're going to be able to take down J-Bo and look to see if they can get onto SNA and Jang. But Jang with a nice pin into the wall had to get over the fence in order to get away while Big continued to hunt. But the third party got showing up out of nowhere. SNA down. Jang was able to phase walk away, but Paria hot in pursuit, not realizing a third party is there, but now sees that Connor is right behind him, but still wants Jang more than anything. Wants to make sure they can take some kills for themselves, but instead have to start to regroup because they realize that all 4 of GOT were starting to find a flank angle onto Big.
Yeah, and Big are now taking this opportunity to hopefully do the night camps here, play for the level 7, maybe you can get a fast turn onto GOT. But we do see that Yggdrasil is level 7, so... Oh, and actually they might play for the night boss. Well, HZ are here.
Ooh, there's a lot of teams here. We even saw that Fel were nearby, so there's a good chance we have 4 teams fighting. Fel are chasing God at the moment, but might even run into FP on the other side, while HZ and Big kind of passing ships in the night, not going for the fight. Instead, it's going to be HG running into GOT, noticing that there's low armor, but they've been taking a beating as well. Their Zeph's a little bit too battered from the initial skirmish. They're trying to get back while they realize how they want to look at this fight, how they want to approach it, the third party now being Big.
Yeah, and it looks like Big have now taken the initiative with the Huddy damage, trying to burn down the Abyssal Hatchling, notably one of the faster bosses, as Ani has jumped on.
As we see on the kill feed as well, BBC first team eliminated. They got chased down by Up, but also FP got eliminated. Jang was hunted down by a completely different team. Was the 3 teams that we were looking at there at Vane Grove. The power that goes over towards Big. They had more control. Then we go down south. Fel and Hat staring each other down. The initial fight on a Maddie as they're now in a bad spot. Double dunk. And with Fel getting ripped apart, only Afios is alive. The anomaly might give him some distance. They could chase this down, and looking up north, there's still that fight. Finally, GOT is actually going to fight against Big, getting the first initial knock onto GOT. Conra might get revived. No, the push back. Chilling Finale tries to get back the Void into the fight. Will momentarily do so, but Conra was not able to swap away. The damage onto Oath, and with Sarah already separating from Ani, it's going to be one of them gone. As the anomaly was there to save Sarah for now, GOT are in the bad spot, getting away from the fight that Big clearly won.
Offensive board buying some time here for Sarah as Party tries to clone on.
And Sarah's still making some good distance for themselves to get away from Big, but we already know that on the other side, Annie at the heart was able to get the revive while Up. All 4 golds on their side. They were able to get the golds away from BBC earlier, and now they are powerful. They get rid of Yggdrasil, and they're even looking to see if they want to get rid of GOT completely. While GOT do have the team separating, Conra will be able to get south with Annie, while it's instead going to be a potential fight between Up and one more team. But down south, Hat have rotated over towards MB-controlled desert.
And it looks like we had, I think, Zen taking that base camp so the rest of the team could rotate. As the fight in Heart might be building up a little more.
Yeah, Up have been wanting this fight because with all that gold, they know how strong they can be. Star Flash with a pull through the barbed wires. It's a trade, 1 for 1. But the punt back from TNN over the Abyss. They've got Taricha, and they're looking to see if they can take down Haxon, but they're not going to be able to get to him at the time. Boy, he was able to separate. TNN still has the rocket splash up, interrupted by Hazakon, making sure that Bishop did not have the invade, and into the back line they go. While Lodge, he might have his own strike back as he tries to get onto that myth, but the myth is difficult to chase down for so long. So many phase walks away. The Abyss, the snap back, and the punch from TNN only needs Savvy Hero to remove one more team from the equation.
I think Hazakon had just barely enough mana for that RMB, which was aptly placed, I suppose. As Conra able to get out from the Huddy.
Barely, though, and look at how low they are. Their armor is completely shattered. There's even the potential play that could have come in from Up, but Up want to regroup instead and then look for the play onto Big.
Yeah, and it looks like without Big having time to recoup, we have 3 parties here.
3 parties, and GOT are not looking too strong for themselves. Up, find the fight initially on a pod racing who spin dashes away, but look at Lods on the other side. He was looking for the spike on the Parrier with a nice pull back again, but it only is going to be their own doom as Madly was able to take down 2, throws down the spin barrels, and even on the other side, they're trying to see if they can escape, but Parrier could not get rid of Lods. Lods was able to take 1 back and then look for Conrail as it's only going to be 1 remaining member for GOT, while Big could not get Ixtrail. He was able to get the recall back.
Looks like I'm not sure if Lods placed that penguin to deny the spike, but if he did, that was a very good heads-up play from him.
Yeah, I'm not perfectly sure either, but Lods definitely. Yeah, does he have the penguin? Yeah, he has the penguin. So I would assume that that's why, just to kind of deny that for the moment. And now Up, having kind of lost one of those fights, and looks a little rough for them because they are going to lose some of the golds they were able to win early on. But we look at the other teams that they kind of have been fighting, one of them being GOT, who have had to revive a couple of times. Getting themselves this Shrapnel Soul could be a nice way to get them back in the game, but we go down south as we see GCR fighting with Hat for a moment, but it's on the rails. It's not going to be so easy, especially as you're waiting to see if the other team is going to make the first play.
Yeah, that fight by Up got a little scuffed there when Starflash accidentally hooked Flame Dav, which meant Parya had 2 targets to just go for a double slam.
Mm-hmm. And right now, I'm just kind of looking at how our teams are starting to move around the map. And with 6 squads remaining, 4 already eliminated, 24 players. Every team has at least their full members up, but once you have a fight break out, that's when things are going to get dicey. Already seeing the clone used by Lots to get out of danger against Big. Big having kind of beaten them already in one of these skirmishes. We're able to get rid of some of the golds from Up. You see TNN and Starflash no longer having that, instead just the tier 2 armor for themselves.
Yeah, notably the best thing about Big that they have going for them is the Oath, who takes a 2-way tunnel.
Interrupting the recalls for now, and they could continue this pressure, realizing that it's only 3, but Up make the wise call. They already split off and are able to get back. So now it's going to be down into the desert. Hat against MB. No one taking the bullet train. Got close to getting pushed back into that, but MB still controlled the desert down south of the rails.
King Pine aiming for these zoning slams, I can see.
Mm-hmm. I'm waiting for the pulls. Oh, there's a nice pull from Arig to get rid of Encord as GCR feel pressured to go for the fight against Hat. Flight of the Firefox from Skedaddle, not doing any damage while they're getting disrupted, and Jetski is gone. Try to get Saucy Hack, but a pull back from Arig should keep him alive as Krillo's Fierce Launcher was interrupted with a nice knockback from Myth. But still, GCR are on the back foot, forced to heal up, not having anywhere to go. No respawn beacon on their side, and the heals on the other side for Hat as well as they're trying to stay on this ledge. Blast off from TNN, explodes the back line. They put up the instant fortress, but it looks like the own doom of Hat as they had to go through the storm in order to escape. Thinking way too much. Up now in control with Moonlit Battlegrounds down in the south, the third party. Hat now struggling to get away as they're down to 2, almost the dunk. Slugwave interrupted because Krillo saying these are mine. Now Flame Dav gets them all and removes one more team from the fight. Then gets the pull on Afro while Flame Dav takes a little bit too much damage and is forced to reset as well up into the air with the Eye of the Storm from Moonlit Battlegrounds because CNN has been able to blast into the back and look for one more rocket, but Afro somehow surviving. She's not done just yet unless Up want to look for the play on the other side, but they got the change connected as TNN finally sliced down from height.
Ooh, action after action. All these teams looking to play for the third party. Unfortunately, there for Hat, they were not able to find any powers that give them a good rotate, as Spadestorm just barely dodges the train.
Using the phase walk in order to dodge away from it. So close there. I had the whistle ready just in case.
We're always hoping for these train kills, but as we see, Starflash trying to play for the res, has the base camp down, so we can see if any team comes for the contest, but it doesn't look like that will be the case.
No, and there was even a crown just in case for Lods. If a team did show up, was an easy angle for a spike out of Jin. But we look at our teams and we look at how our souls have been so far. Moonlit Battlegrounds holding on to the Glider Soul, but the fight in Mana Coils is going to force out a chilling finale for GOT as they do get an explosive bit of damage onto Skedaddle. Then the dash back in. Jetski's armor has been shattered, and they were going to be able to shatter the hopes of Game Center, who once again are on the run. Conra was able to take down one and looks for the two-way tunnel to interrupt the retreat for Encord, but Encord hops into the tunnel as well, bouncing around forever to try to juke them, but nobody's fallen for it just yet until the anomaly takes them out into the storm. But finally, that last bit of damage does get rid of GCR.
Wow, Encore putting the moves on, just getting caught barely.
Barely. That last little bit of damage kind of was the doom, the anomaly into the storm too. So now down to our top 4 teams. Got Moonlit Battlegrounds up big. Our 4 that are left is bigger on the other side. They're kind of in an awkward position that they're going to have to fight in third party whatever team is in front of them, unless they want to go for that long angle, which they opt for.
Yeah, playing for this island where we can see Nexus Zone is starting to move for as the Avalanche comes out.
Might be body block pod racing, gonna eat that for the team, but here's another avalanche to throw at them. Train gonna glide on by, no pulls back in, but it's gonna be pulled on the other side from Pine to get rid of Claire. Well, Big then have to play up towards Up, who already control the mana coils, and then try to go south into the desert. Moonlit Battlegrounds, though, undeterred, are looking for any spikes and any bits of damage. They connect the chains. The Abyssal Breaker doesn't do enough while they lose Starflash on the other side. Up tried to push back in onto Moonlit Battlegrounds, but the strain making it so not the full team can join in just yet. Instead, they're waiting to see if they can buy their time and take down GOT, who are down to 3. But same with Up. TNN has to use a lot just to get back with the rest of the team, while Big to follow, trying to see if they can get the knocked on to TNN. Instead, they're not going to be able to find anything just yet. Parya maybe a little bit too far, and with a Fusillade, that's going to only help out Up with their crown.
Yeah, Sarah tried the hover wings through the two-way portal to find an engage, but MB were able to back off in time and just got picked. As we get almost a double dunk here from Lods.
So close, but it doesn't need to be a double dunk when Flame Dav can clean it up for the team and eliminate one more of the competition, while King Pine lands the pull onto Annie and got forced back. They're trying to save one Wisp, but here comes the train. Is it going to be in time? Are they paying attention? Both sides will be able to avoid the pursuing train, but Up now on the other side, and they got exotic armor on Flame Dav. You got to be really scared at the moment of how powerful Up are looking.
Gotta be the first time I've seen a Kingpin going for using the grapple tech to fish for a hook was definitely interesting. I don't know what the intent was with that, but it looked funny, I guess.
It's Pine. It's just for the content. That's what it's for right now. I'm always convinced that if it comes to Pine, he's doing it for the content. And speaking of for the content right now, GOT are trying to see if they can beat Up on the other side. But Up were able to kite back pretty well, not really playing into the hands of GOT.
Timely Sandwall here by Flame Dab was able to stop a lot of that Mythult. He has a hook connects by Pine.
And the train's on its way.
Slam, and Train with the finish.
Pine the pull into the train to make sure that there is one train kill in this game, and then the two-way tunnel to try to escape. But GOT are going to get bounced around. We see how low they are right now. Hover wing tech on the other side, but GOT have been scattered. They're down to 2 members, and Annie going to join his teammates in the ground as they look for one more hit down onto them. But Up have played perfectly, waiting for their time to strike. They got rid of Pine on one side, while Lods did get taken back as well because of the train.
Looks like Train has found another victim on the tracks. Pine maybe a little overzealous, trying to play through that two-way. He did anticipate the first one onto Sarah, but the second attempt was not quite as successful.
And keep in mind, GOT are not out of this just yet. A crown has been picked up by Sarah, and the crown that was there for Up has been beaten up pretty bad. TNN can't punt them back. Get so close to the edge, but an Eye of the Storm up into the air. Make sure that Up cannot find their most wanted crown proc. Instead, we have to look towards Sarah as the last survivor for GOT, holding on to that crown for 1 minute and 35.
We do have the tunnel. We do have the hover wings. Can we see a lemur play here as Pine placing down the jump pad?
Looking
for an angle here. Counter frog jump.
Nicely done from Starflash as there was another attempted pull on the other side. Starflash and Sarah, the two with the crown. Now it's going to be a little bit dicey for Sarah because Starflash Go for the quick punish and just get the instant kill onto Sarah, and that's what they're trying to do with a slug wave and a jump pad, but Sarah goes the opposite direction into the storm and avoids a lot of it. Star Flash gone, the crown is down, and almost was able to take another train kill on the other side, but up, down to 1, got down to 1. Sarah looking for her moment, but with the chains on to Flame Dev, it's going to be up that are eliminated and down to the chilling finale. There was no finale there for the side of GOT. Moonlit Battlegrounds take game 1.
I'm not surprised that Sarah went for that play, because at that point, Flame Dive last, no armor, no ult. I would assume you just play for placement, but you know, with that combination of powers, I can't blame him for trying.
Yeah, I think it's one of those tricky situations for both Up and for GOT. It's like, how are you really gonna play one of those matchups when you have no control? There's a lot of Abyss to work with too, and kind of looking at the powers that Moonlit Battlegrounds had, the grappling hook makes it really difficult to actually like go on to Pine, because we already saw, even if it was funny to see the grappling hook into the Abyssal Grab tech, it's still one of those things that can give added safety towards Moonlit Battlegrounds. Same with Air Blast. I think there's a glider fuel as well on their side, and then having the glider soul kind of makes it so that Moonlit Battlegrounds had the perfect final circle for themselves.
Yeah, also notably, MB had some really good positioning that game, able to play along the bottom side of the storm at most points in the game, and playing for very well-timed third parties, I think was just a very clean game overall.
And so we look at the next games and kind of look at how our teams can jump back into this one and what are really going to be the ways that they can try to win. I'd say for every team kind of looking at Moonlit Battlegrounds in that game, it wasn't like it was a dominating performance from Moonlit Battlegrounds through the whole entirety of it. Up were part of a lot of the fights that we're talking about, but Big as well. One of those teams that was really trying to find a lot of these kills and get a lot of points that way. So I think that we could look at some of our teams as being able to catch up relatively easily with Moonlit Battlegrounds, unless MB come into this game and they start smashing again. Like once you get 2-3 games under your belt that you're able to win, you start feeling a lot more comfortable at the top of the standings.
Yeah, also I think Hat had some pretty good moments in that game. They just got a little unlucky with the positioning with their fight that they took against Up.
Yeah.
I think that next game, as long as they're able to play a little slow around Storm, like I'm sure Krillo wants to, we'll be able to see a bit better of an engage.
I'm not.
Yeah, so
kind of looking at that as well. I think that GCR too, they had good angles, but they got put on the back foot pretty early on into the game from that level 3 fight all the way at Shards of Fate. That even when they had fairly even fights later on, like in the mid game, when you're kind of expecting them to get outscaled, like it's good to see from them. But imagine if they were out on a better foothold of the game, if they were on a more even level with the rest of the teams, they'd probably win some of those mid game fights, and then they're one of the teams we're talking about towards the end.
absolutely. So here we are waiting on the last member of GCR to join, which is Trev.
Okay.
And he's getting flamed for it in the chat.
I was wondering what
unfortunately.
happened. Yeah, I was wondering what happened there. So just waiting for one player to get back into this one so we can get into our second game of the night. Yep, there he is. So I think with Trev back into this one, I think if all the players are ready, we should just jump right into our second game.
Alrighty, and it looks like I think we could just get Jang to start.
Yeah, if Jang is ready to start, let's start it up. Because I think the players want to get into these games as well. You want to, especially once you start playing, you want to keep going with the groove. If you're on a good streak, like right now, Moonlit Battlegrounds probably feeling pretty good with themselves on how that last game went for them. So they'll probably want to just jump right back into it. But other teams need that mental reset. BBC struggled in this game, kind of losing out early on and being our first team eliminated. Same with FP.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of these teams are also, well, to be fair, I do think some of the stronger teams will always end up being fairly consistently in the top 5 placements. I am hoping to see a bit better of a, well, I mean, obviously as a caster, I'm hoping to see better performances from the quote-unquote lower expectation teams. See another upset, perhaps, like we saw yesterday in the prelim games. Still remembering that play made by Zed.
Exactly. I was about to say, we saw what BBC is capable of. We know that they have that power within themselves. It's just whether or not they believe in that going into this game and into this day for the final bit of squads that we get on NA.
Yep. I am looking forward to trios. Also,
Me
I
too.
guess for those curious, we do have a patch coming out tomorrow.
Yeah.
So anyone invested in NA scrims, those might not get started up immediately. It might take a day or two, maybe 3. Probably just 1 or 2 days.
Yeah.
For people to play the patch a bit more, get their ranked climb in.
Mm-hmm. I would expect to see that the scrims probably will be back on Thursday, give everyone a day to work on it. Sadly for me, I won't be able to cast any of the scrims until the weekend, just with how my schedule is. But I'm excited to see how trios will fare for everyone, as well as Eva, and how that new hunter is going to play. A lot of people are excited for that. I'm going to also, I said it the other day, I'm going to commit to it that I'm going to host an Eva tournament on April 12th and 13th. So make sure that you keep your eyes peeled for that.
Yeah, I'm also looking to play some Eva. She looks pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like a more actually utility based Zeph.
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to see her numbers, but I mean, you know, Zeph does all the damage and all the healing. As we have 2 teams landing here in Academy.
Ooh, all right.
Teams.
So Up and Fell, both going to be nearby one another. Fell taking the northern part of school, while Up getting kind of the benefit of the Guardian spawning right on top of them, so they're going to clear that really quickly, have that level 4 experience lead over Fell, and they are looking for the immediate fight against them. With the slam automatic in the back line, the grenade did not get the stun it needed to, but that Zeph grenade did, while Lods is chasing down Palmu, but ripped apart the slam. Lods turns it around, he survived for so long, while Palmu on a sliver of health as well. They're trying to get the damage onto TNN, and TNN has to get out of there, while Lods has been resurrected from Wisp. Hafu does find the dunk on a star flash. Hafu will trade, but it's another trade on the other side as well. But it's going to be Fell completely bailing on the fight. Down 2 members. It's not looking too good for them in Academy.
Yeah, and it looks like HZ were able to force a GOT off of Cold Fang. And it looks like, I think they split up. Or no, I think they dipped immediately.
Yeah, it looks like they dipped
Looking at their
immediately,
levels.
and because they're under leveled. It's a catacombs, not really much to find there outside of some loot. So they are gonna have to get all the way up towards Wellspring if they want to start getting that loot, getting the levels for themselves and being a little bit stronger. But looking at the rest of our teams, in that everyone's kind of fairly split out now. Only a couple of teams have some players nearby, like looking at Moonlit Battlegrounds down south, and see them all spread through the southern reaches of the breach.
NBA have the TLD drop this game where they spread out throughout Scav, Grind, and Skywrath simply because a lot of other teams tend to congregate near the locations they find. Obviously, Brawl is a champion that's very comfortable playing alone, almost always able to get out of any situation. But that's just part of what it takes to be a higher tempo team, one of the strongest teams in the lobby, able to grab more resources around the map, so they set themselves up well.
Yeah, and just looking at how it's uncontested down there too. No one's going to be getting anything away from them. They're going to be feeling pretty good going into those fights early on. Speaking of feeling good in those early fights, FP, one of our teams that got eliminated pretty early on in Game 1. They were able to grab the gold of Prisma Falls, so they're going to look pretty good for themselves in these first fights, especially if they can find Big out of position. They don't have Oath with them right now up in Ion Acres, and they are starting to push towards Mana Coils.
Yeah, as we can see, though, BBC looking like they have a slightly rough start, able to get the Catacombs Vault, but not much gold. Well, actually, no, it looks like their gold is pretty good, where we have quite a few blue weapons. We can see that one pink, which means he rolled a Soul Stealer, I assume. So they might collide with the team coming out of Cold Fang, playing for the bush here.
It's going to be the push back. Pokeball has been sent out, but not going to be able to find the sun. Instead, it's going to be the Vortex Charm to get rid of the minion pretty quickly. And now HC are aware of what was going down in the desert. The standoff going to be about blows here as everyone's trying to push forward. But with the barbed wires and then the damage on Immense, BBC already on the back foot, forced to heal the best they can as they try to get away from HZ. They're getting all this damage, but a nice Vortex Charm and peppering in the damage. Zed looks for another snipe, takes down Taricha. That's going to be the support gone, and then the spike on the Savvy Hero. One more tick of damage, and with another Vortex Charm, BBC win the desert duel, and HZ are trying to run away the best they can. The second win to try to interrupt Chinese Spy, who's on the edge, creating a little bit of distance so that HZ can maybe survive, but they're going to have to split up if they want to do so while we go all the way over to Mage Bog, and we see that Up are in a bad spot. The push from Up gets a lot of damage onto themselves as GRC are forced into this position, forced to go for the chase while Fell are right behind them, and Lodge is going to be the one escaping for Up while Fell take their spot up against GCR, who are going for the Guardian, but being so low, neither team feeling confident to actually take that down just yet, because it's going to be on who gets the best damage onto it first. Well, Skedaddle did start it off initially. Fell finally retreat, realizing the fight is not worth it.
Maddie almost found the double nade there. Also, I forgot to mention at the very beginning of the game, we noticed that this is actually another game of bullet trains. Which I think is kind of funny, is I think Height secured that camp with the tether.
As Height, that is a far away camp that he could have gone for the dash for, but we do see on the kill feed that PBC did lose one. I'm not sure exactly what happened on that side, but Height trying to get away. There's going to be the nuke sent down by Afro, and they've connected the face steel chains, and the burn from the nuke does help take down Star Flash. So Up again on retreat, splitting up in two directions. Bullet Train almost was able to get the knock, but with Flame Dab not able to book that ticket onto the train. Up or down to 2.
I think Zed ate a train there, unfortunately. And actually earlier when we saw BBC wiping HD a bit, I think a train killed Parya at one point, which is kind of funny.
Gotta love
it would be nice to check the tracks. Yeah,
I know, right?
I would like to check.
One of these days, we'll have a tracker on just train kills, and it'll just say if you've died to the train, so that way we know we can call everyone out for that one. That's the dream. That's the ultimate patch right there.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, we do have one person on train while these teams are scrapping out for the day 2 camps.
Yeah, Up, they had, I think it was CNN on the train to get the revive, but Big are going to lose Parya initially in this fight down south. You see back in the mana coils, the BBC were able to get the initial fight, but the Mega Avalanche on the other side. But here comes the choo-choo train. They're grounded. Immense was able to barely get away while hopping aboard. Big should be able to survive, but Madly and Claire, they're going to battle their way out of this one the best they can. Heals on one side, the 3 in pursuit, trying to take down Madly. Vortex Charm and the Pokeball both miss, but the engage from Immense on the other side tries to get rid of Madly, and they've gotten rid of the Bunny from the carry. The Bunny tried to pick him up, but now it's hunting season for the side of BBC. Down to only Pod Racing, and Pod Racing had ran into another squad up north, found him. Keep in mind that Parya had gotten onto the train for Big beforehand. It might be Pod Racing's turn, not actually going to go for it. Instead, wants to continue to journey south, but are hunting down this team, and Big struggling in game 2.
Yeah, Pod Racing living up to his namesake. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but there's a clip of him running after a train. Not a bullet train, just a normal train. And can't get over this oath animation when he recalls. And we tried to play for a box res here.
I actually don't blame Pod Racing for this one. Just going for whatever play. It's an early circle, so not taking any damage, and actually still hanging out. Might just wait for the bullet train's next venture around the tracks to go for another revive. But we see up north that Fell kind of went into the awaiting arms of Star Flash. It was a nice knock on the side of Up, but we got to look at these souls that are possibly being fought over in Ion Acres. FP have had control over this for some time, but now that GCR and MB are nearby, it's going to be difficult for them to secure. That's why they don't even go for that Northern Crystal. They're trying instead to see if they can get some vision, but Jang's going to be spotted out, not realizing there's a whole bunch of them right behind the third party onto Jang. Almost worked, but Jang somehow escapes certain danger. Was able to push back with the rest of his team, but we go over here to God and to BBC. We see Immense get run over by the train. Well, Zed tries to dash back forward. They want to be able to revive one, but unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be the other side. Get Annie back on their feet, and they're still going to be in control of the fight. While back over at Ion Acre still, teams are fighting over control of the soul. No one fully gaining just yet. The nuke has been sent down by MB to try to burst that down the best they can, while FP are holding on to the Meteor Beast the best they can. It's getting so low, almost in their control. BBC again up against GOT as Blue is pushed back over the abyss, tries to mantle, but the mantle did not work for himself. He was taken down. It's only Zed remaining while we look at Pod Racing, who was able to get the Deathbox revive onto Claire. Might even be able to get the respawn beacon outside of the circle and outside of the zone to get the rest of Big back on their feet.
Played by Pod Racing, able to bide his time, wait for a third party before we go for the res. And here we have MB against Fell.
Man, Tsunani, there are so many fights right now, but keep in mind there are so many teams still alive. Not a single squad has been wiped just yet, and now we're getting Fell pushed back over the tracks, chased down by Moonlit Battlegrounds. But we're so close to losing some of our teams. We go south, Big, the fight up against GOT. They just got resurrected, and it's looking good. H-Drill is going to be the target they want to chop down the tree of, and only having Annie remaining. But could still be one player to survive for another team, while HC, same thing. Losing Hazak gone on one side, but they're going to be able to get the instant revive onto their myth pretty quickly. But up, see that Hot are nearby and might be able to get the damage from Flame David. He tries to see if he can go for the Feather Tech over the wall, and they'll be able to survive. It's only Saucy Hack that dies. Finally, Flame Dav does fall, and then they get the kill onto Arig. But Hat are still alive. Krillo might be able to get the revive onto them if they can rejoin into the fight with Zen, but Zen and Krilla decide to go back to Kobayashi's.
Whoa.
Well, BBC, what happened over here? Don't even know what happened to BBC because they're down to only Blue, and we see GOT were the first team eliminated, and over the abyss, it's Encore to lose out to MB. Another squad has been wiped.
Wait, I just saw 3 members of BBC got wiped to the world at the same time. I wonder what happened there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it was another train play as well. Not quite certain either, especially because we weren't watching them at the moment. But we do see that Moonlit Battlegrounds want that Guardian. They put down the chains. J-Bo having that attached to him. It could have been any moment that Height looked to pull the trigger, but instead they're going to fall back. A lot of teams scrapping it out. We see another potential fight all the way on the other side. Fell and Up. Sharing one another down. Up are down one player. It was a good pull from Hafu. Yeah, no, not from Half. It was, do they have Kingpin? I don't think they have a Kingpin.
Yeah, half is the Kingpin. Half got
King...
the hook.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. I thought so. Because I'm like, wait, Half is usually a Kingpin player. I'd be surprised if not.
Oh, and it looks like Blue was eliminated, and BBC are now out.
Yeah, I was trying to go for the rat strat outside of the circle. Got spotted out by Moonlit Battlegrounds, but Moonlit Battlegrounds having gotten victory against BBC, want to have victory against Big. But Big have been preparing. Even if they were down for quite some time, they have been able to get a lot of their armor back, and they're looking a lot more powerful in some of these fights, but not compared to a team like FP, who went out at 9th place in Game 1. Here they have 3 golds, and they have an XP soul as well. They're looking quite strong in this lobby.
Yeah, this is a pretty strange situation here for Up and Fell, who are forced to push into zone for the next day. I think they still have a minute left before they're forced to make this rotate, but it looks like they're getting preempted here by Hat.
Hat is kind of ready for either team that might have to push, especially coming in from Emotech. There are really easy to read entrances that you have to go for, like right there. They're spotting out that Maddie was over the abyss. Now the boat going by, whizzing through. Lodge wants to be able to get the revive because Up still struggling as they are still pushing back onto Hat. They will survive somehow, getting onto mainland. But TNN engages in the 3v4. The damage into the back line, but not able to get the knock just yet. So low are the damages and the members of Hat, but no one had fallen just yet. Up almost had the play to reduce the cooldown of their crown, but unable to actually capitalize on the initial play from TNN.
Lodge was so close to getting that just reset city there. Unable to gap close quite enough to find a connection on the slam. I think he missed his R&B and then had to waste both dashes to get there. As Ari fishes for a hook. 9 seconds left on the crown.
Yeah, they'll be able to get Up back in full. So Starflash will be resurrected. Up going to be in a pretty good position, and that's why they're already preemptively moving forward, trying to find a pull onto players that are leaving the tracks and trying to go over towards those islands and get a slightly better position into these circles that we're going to have. As I believe we do have a corrupted storm, so not actually going to have something that's honed in around the tracks for the bullet trains. Instead, it will be changed. Well, Gaydad gets spotted out, almost was able to feather away. Well, Up take the train. They book their ticket right behind Fell, destroy Fell's hopes. While Hat find the pull, or drags in Star Flash, but it's not the slam that worked. It's going to be the damage that comes in from Zen that picks up the kill instead.
Oh, we almost losing the 1v1 there. I think Starflash's hook just wasn't quite up in time. So for those that aren't familiar, if a KP hooks another KP, you can cancel the first KP slam with your hook, which I think was what Starflash intended, but just wasn't able to find the timing.
No, but at least Up were able to get out of there. They had eliminated Fell already. Now, even without Starflash, they can pick up another crown. Look for another play. They have Lod, someone who's great at finding these dunks as well. But FP, kind of in a similar boat at the moment. They're down to only 3. They need to get that crown to proc for themselves, while we see teams are now venturing away because of the gnarled heart that had been placed down. I want to say it looks like it probably was MB that placed it and forcing teams off of the tracks and away from the train.
Double nuke here. Looks like we have Oppenheimer on MB as we have a
Big.
drive-by rotation here for Big.
So Big essentially trying to make the same play that Up did to Fell as they encroach onto their island and scatter them in multiple directions. But Lods has gotten the double dash away, but a minute remained on that crown, and then he jumps right over to FP, who will get the dunk to instantly proc their own crown and put Up only to 2 players. A nuke from HZ, making FP vulnerable. Jang has been caught out, but nobody's going to realize that right away. Instead, they're going to kind of wait and see how they want to play over the next circle. HZ, they've got their base camp down. Same with Big. Only FP lacking that knowledge with vision.
Unfortunately, Up got caught between a Huddy and a Huddy. Not a good angle as we get RMB'd out. Gunned down here by Hudson, and Flame Dab gets incinerated.
Absolutely destroyed right there. But Up aren't quite out of it just yet. They still have TNN. They want to play around another crown possibility. But we see a nice pull on the Moonlit Battlegrounds, but the pull on the other side drags back in Spade, says, no, you don't. We still got the team here as Height swings their way into the fight, but Hat were able to disengage until FP seeing the fight, showing up on the other side. Jang has been spotted out. They know someone's invisible nearby, but actually aren't going to be able to find where Jang is just yet, voiding that vision perfectly.
Yet another nuke falls down as Jang wiggles on the side, keeping Hat on high alert. Both of them collide. Jang able to get the R&B, pushing him in the team.
Trying to get the kill, but not able to capitalize just yet. Lots of low health again, but it's going to be Jang who falls to the summon Napalm. Then Moonlit Battlegrounds with their own pull on an all-rig to disrupt the fight. Now Hat find themselves a member down. Same, though, with FP as they had struggled to get away from Hat. This is just giving Moonlit Battlegrounds more ammunition to continue this onslaught and continue this hunt as they are marching down Hat, getting damage onto them, forcing them into FP as they had already gotten the resurrection on their side. And now they're looking for TNN, but TNN might be able to blast away, goes up into the air, but all the way over to HZ, and that's not a territory you want to find yourself in. Up have been eliminated. FP pushing back Hat, find the pull, and then take out Zen, while 2 remain for Hat. Not looking so good. There is spike walls that are stopping them from going forward, and then a thick fortress wall that makes it so they can't go the other way.
Hat once again getting caught between 2 teams. They're really hoping that TNN would be able to force FP into an awkward position. Well, we do have a TP here
on the other side, but Hat are still there, and they might be able to interrupt if they can actually find the damage. But instead, FP, they're going through the slime. They make the full push on a Big into the storm, and they take another team out of the equation. But Hat somehow able to avoid the ire of FP up in the north. Well, we even see that Pine unable to find anyone down south, not even going to go for the YOLO pull into the bush, hoping to find any team.
Oh, it would be so funny if Pine goes for a hook there, but I don't think he's privy to the knowledge that Hat were there.
No, I don't think they should know, at least to some degree, though, because Hat have not been eliminated, and they knew that they had pushed them north. And then seeing that another team got wiped, either they're in the assumption that they are the team that is even further north, or they just kind of forgot that Hat might be holding on there. Now with one of the walls falling, they definitely should have information that Hat is behind them, but Moonlit Battlegrounds still too worried about FP and HZ ahead of them.
Yeah, FP now remember that they're there, so we have a little exploration. Hat gonna be forced out. Krillo
Hero
experience in
missed.
this, able to rat.
And trying to see if they can get it, but Krillo's pushing to the storm, and so is the rest of Hat.
Oh.
This is not looking too good for the team. Can you get back in time? The spike to deny and remove Hat from this fight. Down to 3 teams, MB, FP, and HZ, each holding their own point of the triangle.
Oh, FP were so lucky that Gaydad threw that wire preemptively. Otherwise, would have been fish food for Afro.
Would have been a little bit rough for them on how they want to be able to play around this, as there is still a possibility with a nuke sent down, trying to see if they can force FP a little bit further, but FP isn't actually going to go anywhere. They're just going to stay up in the north and maybe look for the play back onto HZ while another nuke has been sent down Moonlit Battlegrounds way. FP forced into a fight. Mega avalanche, but it's going to be body blocked by a lot of the walls, so not many of the snowballs going through. And into their own fortress of doom, FP now have to push through 2 squads in order to get a safe spot in the circle, while MB still control the center. They force these 2 teams into them, and they put down the spike walls to make that choke even easier for themselves.
Fine, almost hitting a game-winning hook, but the hook got canceled after dashing through the anti-movie field. Unlucky.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but not the worst thing in the world, as right now they're trying to go for the phase walk tech with a myth on the other side for the pull, but HC were a little bit too privy to that information, avoiding Pine as best they can. But with Delicate Disguise, you can constantly just go forward, look for a pull, he misses it, he goes back, reset, try again next time.
Yeah, so normally in these third-party situations, MB are wanting to wait, but with 2 nukes, they're able to force a fight here.
And force them into this corner. Both teams got it pinched in this horrible spot. First casualty is going to be Gay down, while FP couldn't fight back. Boombox has been laid down to try to keep FP alive. Then the re-engage onto HZ, but Afro, she's going crazy in the back line. She's got the static built up, and she wants to dash once more. Instead, just going to look for Savvy and look to take out HC with FP, the next one in their ire. BJ, Bo, and Jang no longer, as Moonlit Battlegrounds take 2 in a row.
It's actually so funny. Normally in these situations, I really wanna take some analysis here. I'm thinking, okay, we've seen these classic situations where 3 teams face off. Obviously, whoever jumps the trigger first usually dies. MB decide, well, instead of forcing teams to fight each other, they could just start fighting both teams at the same time and then kill both.
Yep, and somehow it worked. Like, that's the even
Yeah.
crazier thing, is that not only was it like something that we're watching it unfold and we're like, okay, maybe they go for this play, how well is it going to work? But 2v4 on both sides of the front, and they somehow win. Like, Afro goes absolutely nuts against HZ, Height destroys FP, and they win the game.
Yeah, that was disgusting. The double nuke, able to pressure FP into the rain of arrows by Spade Storms, then creating 2 separate fights where Pine and Height get to clean up the weekend FP, and then Afro just almost a 1v4ing HZ on the other side. Ooh. It's really hard. It's really hard to see a team beating MB after that type of game.
Yeah, right now we've got 6 games that we're playing, so 2 games.
7.
Oh, 7. Sorry, 7 games that we're playing. So 2 games won by Moonlit Battlegrounds, and this second one I would honestly argue a little bit more convincing from Moonlit Battlegrounds. The first one felt more like they were waiting until the end game to find these fights. This one, they were a part of a lot more of the skirmishes mid-game. They had a really clean early game where nobody contested them down south, and then once they got to that power point, they fought everyone they possibly could, and even with the gnarled heart, they forced the fights their way. So it was much more like what we expect to see from Moonlit Battlegrounds, this really coordinated effort in order to scale up into the late game and dominate.
Yeah, really well played. Really well played. It is also nice to see that this like combination of powers definitely shows some foresight by MB. Like they have this end game they very specifically want to play for, and we're just able to find the execution.
Also, Wadel saying in chat that the Kingpin myth tech, using phase walk into the wall to get the Kingpin pull and then snap back from the phase walk is Wadel discovered tech. I don't know if anyone wants to disagree or agree with that.
Wadel making the claim here.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised
I could
because
see that.
I can see it too. So I'm not going to dispute it. Plus, it would be kind of fun to call it the Wadle as like a shout out to Wadle as a player. We'll see if it works. If someone's able to make it work in this game, Wadle, maybe we'll consider it naming after you. You know, like it's there's so many games that have different tech that is named after a certain player that discovered it, or like if you watch any speed runs and stuff like that, there's all these different shortcuts that get named after a certain player that really pioneered it. But we'll see. We'll see if that's kind of the case going into this one, especially for our third game. Maybe if Wadle comes back and plays some more competition, then we can start naming things after them again. I'm like making up the rules as I'm talking.
I mean, there's like, I think a few. I know there's like the quote unquote Lord Vader combo where Shiv just happens to hit a double bola into 3-man ult.
Mm-hmm.
We actually saw Flame Dad pull that off. I was thinking about that in my head. I was like, I just heard people talking about that today. I don't think Krillo hit one of those, unfortunately, but we'll see if he locks in the Shiv again.
Yeah, it's always funny to see Krillo playing all these different hunters, because when Krillo first kind of came onto the scene, it was much more the Kingpin style, and then tried to like, when Bebo came out, was like, all right, I'm gonna play some Bebo, went back to Kingpin for a bit, now has gone over to Shiv, and if I recall, I think Shiv was what they played before, even the Kingpin, but just didn't play it in competition. So now that we see Krillo kind of going back to this, it's fun to see the evolution of players and which style they want to bring to a team.
Oh yeah, I think I've played with Krillo a few times, so we've talked about draft a little bit. KP was obviously like the champ that he got really good on first. Still a great KP. I think he just really prefers the playmaking angles that Shiv is able to create, really able to force open fights, where he wants his team to be able to follow up, right? He is very fond of his Bebo, but Bebo is definitely a champ that has been finding a little less success in BR or in squads, simply because it's a little harder to create openings for your team. A lot more people are watching out for the bomb, and then also in like these metas where you're squaring off against other squads, it's a lot harder to find any like meaningful engage as a result of it.
True. It's definitely like when you look at certain hunters, and I think as we see the game continue forward with new hunters that are going to be added in, we already look at Eva, and we're kind of trying to predict how she's going to change things. Saros was another one that people were wondering how they were going to play into a lot of the games, and we're not seeing nearly as much of Saros as we expected to see of him initially. And I want to see how this continues forward with trios, because I'm suspecting with trios that there's going to actually be more openness to trying new hunters as opposed to just going for like one style, one composition only, because you have only the three players that you can go for things a little bit more cheesy that you might not have thought about going for beforehand.
Oh, Trendy Spy living by the skin of his teeth, picking up the monster soul.
Nah, that's the Hudson in him. As a Hudson player, you never doubt it. You're like, I'm fine. I'll heal.
Oh, calculate. No,
yeah.
he knew. He knew. It's all
exactly,
calculated.
Exactly. All right.
As we see a few level 1 fights breaking out. Sorry, MB and Up just collided.
Yeah, I was about to say,
as I
we look
jumped
at the circle, and we actually see quite a number of teams dropped on one another. Up, MB, you talked about. Down south in Scavenger's Bay, fighting over the 2 golds. It's FPHZ and I believe Fell. We're all down there, so we have 3 teams that all dropped and are trying to fight over that. Right now, Up are trying to get out of the Molten Fortress, but spiked over the lava makes it impossible to do so. So MB will control themselves a castle and force out Up into a respawn early.
Oh, yeah, and if it wasn't clear, Resurgence is off for these final games, so
yes,
teams are far more willing to play for Reses. As oh, we got a hook here.
Hook landing. Chinese Spy getting caught out on that one, and it's going to be the first fight starting, but look at Pamu, who's now caught out of position by FP. We'll look to see if they can get Hazak on, but will this myth be able to escape when surrounded on all sides? Fell and FP both were trying to hunt them down, but we go all the way up north in Shards of Fate. Hat of separated game center already got Skedaddle, and now the pull onto Encord into the icy water. It's a chilling death there for Encord.
Yeah, really quick on onto this map. Definitely the worst part about doing the vault here in Skyrats is the opportunity for enemy KPs to just sit on the other side, watch you break the vault open for them, and hook you at the last second.
I like that juke right there from Hafu. If you noticed that, I'd gone for the blast with the fan, then feinted going for the other fan to make them think that he had gone elsewhere, but he actually recalled with the rest of the team. So Fel not quite going to get caught out there by FP, will be able to keep themselves fairly strong as they've moved up towards the machine. But now that we've seen some of these early fights having already broken out, we're seeing teams kind of scatter in other directions. Hat will get full control up north of Shards of Fate and Dawn Caps. Game Center had to get out of there. Up, they even left from their comfort zone in Chaos Steps after they got forced out of the Molten Fortress. They went to Mana Coils, and now kind of in a bit of an awkward scenario where they want to go. They've separated in multiple directions. Lods here getting spotted out by Moonlit Battlegrounds as they were looking for Wellspring. They've even sent Starflash down to Enshrine. Flame Death still in Mana Coils. TNN is kind of getting information at Prisma Falls. So for Up, they've got to find a better position soon and group up if they want to look for some of these fights, especially because BBC and GOT are all pushing towards the Mana Coils.
Something I was curious about was why Up and MB decided to land at Molten Fortress. And then I saw Height just happen to has a rewinder. So I'm to punch here by Conra.
What a damage on to BBC. Immense taken down nearly instantaneously. Blue right after you. And now we see Zed trying to get away from Flo. Both of them have gone in different directions. Flo tries to rat. No way. No, you did not. Okay, you did not. Sarah's like, wait a minute. Pretty sure I saw something here, but Flo might be able to get the spike down. So low on death and finally taken down.
Not the confidence there to make that play. It would have been so... I'm not sure if Flo had the CD, but if he hooked Conra in the middle of the ult, would have stopped the ult, and then would have been a free slam. But luckily for Conra, that didn't happen.
So now BBC only have Zed that they can rely on, while we see Fel lose Pamu outside of the storm. So another one's been chopped on down. Having a lot of players kind of getting taken left and right. Up now struggle up against God, as God had already been able to beat BBC, and they're going to be a little bit more powerful than Up, who were in a bad position. They had to retreat. Flame Death up north, Lods down south. And Up still look like they're struggling at the moment on how they want to regroup since that early fight against MB.
Yeah, Up's tempo just keeps getting shot in the foot, constantly colliding against these teams while they're just trying to farm or at least find a third party.
At least something, anything for a lot of these teams, as a lot of the teams, even if they're having these early skirmishes, as you talked about, no resurgence, they've been able to kind of group back up, get themselves the revives on multiple areas. Also, I just realized we have another bullet train. So that's 3 in a row that we've had, 3 in a row bullet trains.
Maybe that'll just be the series.
I'm okay with it. I am
just bullet trains.
Very much okay with this. I have been an advocate that there needs to be a 4th train, and they need to go faster, even faster bullet trains. That should be the next storm shift they add. There's bullet trains and even faster bullet trains.
It'd be actually kind of cool if, like, the longer the game went on, like, Storm does more damage, the trains just get faster.
Oh, that would be so sick. Just start seeing them literally zipping around. So if you accidentally land on one too, as it's zipping, you just get pulled right into the storm.
Yeah. Would be great to watch, terrible to play.
This is why I love being a caster, because I get to watch it.
Wouldn't be our problem.
I get to enjoy every aspect of it without any of the consequences.
Yeah, the better players can figure it out.
Exactly. Exactly. It's now a fight from Up in Mana Coils as a chilling finale gets a root on a 1, but it's going to be the blast back. Try to separate, but Lods is a little bit too low. Not going to be able to get back to the rest of Up. Already taken down, but it might be a trade as they try to blast down Sarah. 1 for 1. The punch into the wall from TNN as they're chasing down Annie, but you got to be careful. Not looking okay for you, God, as now you're fighting back against 2 with only Annie over here. Sarah not going to be able to hop back as we see FE showing up the third party. Starflash trading out some of the armor, but is going to be forced away. They get back only 1 member, while Fel then find themselves in hot pursuit of Up, who are now taken down over the abyss. The glide came out a little bit too soon.
Looks like TNN lost a lot of opportunity in that fight, trying to go for the getting caught in a mantle, leaving Ani with the opportunity to get 2 free shots, swinging that fight. And it looks like we have Big playing for the res. Are we going to get knocked in the heart by the RMB? No.
It's getting close. And look at how Podrex is playing around that information too. It's trying to make sure not to get punted into the heart too easily. but sadly just wasn't able to fight forever and a half and was taken down, while HZ, a new team into the Mana Coils, they found FP, and FP are struggling. Jabo is down, and SNA, only one remaining. A lot of teams getting beaten up at the Mana Coils. It feels like that's really where the Coliseum has started to build itself, and BBC finding themselves fighting against the Titanic Moonlit Battlegrounds, who've won both of our games so far. Zed is the only one remaining, trying to survive and get away from any danger. Might even have to go all the way to Kobayashi's, where we see that big Haftaria doing the same thing with the revive at core.
Fight after fight after fight. We love to see these volatile day threes.
It's a lot of fun to see, as they've kind of been holding on to the Ion Acres for some time. They notice that there's another team that has ventured into their territory, and they look to set a trap. Ani is nearby, but they miss the blast off onto Lodge. Lodge has the clone, but is taken down by the aura from Sarah, with Moonlit Battlegrounds now pushing up and saying, we have been beating you all game long. We're going to continue to do so. Up again are going to be forced to find a respawn beacon, but Flame Dav jumps right to game center and is taken down, as we see that FP, they got eliminated at the same time. So FP, even if I think there was a knock from the train, if anything, on Acrylo, it is FP being the first team eliminated.
I think Krillo died to a mob.
Oh, was that what it was? Yeah, it looks like
when
it.
He tried to res, maybe. I also thought it was funny that GCR just like didn't react for a second when Flame Dav dashed into all four of them.
Yeah, it was kind of funny.
Trying to loop around.
Oh, did they spot him? He's being sneaky. We gotta be quiet here. He's trying to go for it. Nobody's noticed. Corrupted zone, not gonna get him. Two-way tunnel. Oh, Zed. They're gonna go for the respawn beacon in there. It's gonna be risky. He knows that GCR are gone, but does he know that Gaunt's up north? That's the big question. He should be able to hear some of the fire from north, so he should know there is another team nearby.
Yeah, it looks like we rerounded back. Huh, that's funny. As Up and Hat collide.
Oh, Up and Hat are going to fight. Up really have been struggling in this game to find any solid foothold, as again they lose two members. Starflash, the last remaining, and has to be more than just a flash in the pan with a slam down, but Summon Napalm gonna force off Kingpin from the revive, and a nice snipe from Saucy Hack will eliminate Up fairly early on, while Big are in the corrupted zone and are trying to get back to safety. Oh, wow. Barely does Paria make it out, so he'll be able to revive the Wisp unless Zed was able to look for it. He doesn't actually go for it, but he has been spotted out, I think, by Paria.
It would have been so funny if Zed just happened to stand there and finish off Big.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for, was the summon Napalm into the revive attempt onto the Wisp, but unfortunately, not able to do so, and now into the corrupted zone of Manta Coils, chased down by a Tonk and a Bebo, slams him down with a baseball bat, as we have another team eliminated down to 7.
Looks like Zed got a little too indecisive there, unsure which direction was the closest to take out a Storm. There I blame my teammates for 3 being dead, not telling me where to go, as Height able to find the slam on the Conra.
Paria, he took the Tonk to try to get to safety, but so many teams are here! There's no safety, there's no retreat, and Big eliminated, got eliminated! 3 teams still staring one another down. Moonlit Battlegrounds, GCR, and HZ. All ready to fight, but fell or down towards the southwest. We even saw that Hat up in the northwest can start pushing down south and join in to make all 5 teams meet up early.
Pretty unfortunate that Sarah took some collateral from the Zephyl, got pushed off in the middle of the ulti, and just got spiked by that random tether from Height.
That's kind of the problem whenever you see something like a brawl. You throw out that tether. Nice pull. Hafu was looking for the slam on a skedaddle. They'd knock him back for the moment, but it's going to be the flame shield, the burn as well, trying to melt some ice, but the ice was too thick to get through, as it is going to be a crown worn by Encord. Fell still pushing back game center into Mana Coils, while Hat have slowly been working their way down south, but we also saw that HZ hold the same position right outside of Shop and Chaos Steps. Moonlit Battlegrounds have gone for the northern end of the circle. not really wanting to play just yet for any of these fights.
And it looks like another nuke has come down. HZ taking the strat from MB of last game.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see a beacon swap here? No.
I think so.
No.
Yeah, it's gonna be a beacon swap. So they should be able to get that one fairly easily. So Game Center not out of this one. And the team back full, only having this possible fight up in north as Hat now see Moonlit Battlegrounds. Height engaging onto Saucy Hack, but the damage thrown down. Nice spike, an emergency platform to try to get away from the lava, but Ghost cannot escape from Brawl's might and his sword, but he was able to dash away for now with another chain. Height removes Saucy Hack in the 1v1, and his team winning out in the rest of the fight. Zen goes towards the tracks, but Height was on board and was looking for Zen and helping out Spade to take down Brawl.
And it looks like Ari last, able to scramble just out of the way, maybe playing for the edge of zone here.
Might be, and looking at where the other circles are, where the other crowns are at the moment, kind of far away. So Arig hopping onto the train, but going north, it's back to Moonlit Battlegrounds, who have not left the situation. Arig sees some rings that he might be able to glide towards, but it's out in this storm, and this storm hurts hard. It's already raining down. Arig needs that dash, but Moonlit Battlegrounds are right there to welcome him back into the circle.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the plan was with that train, considering we had just fought MB. And Encore eats the train.
There's our Encore getting hit by the train. Another train knock for ourselves, but they're still in this game, and Moonlit Battlegrounds, they've been here this entire time as well. Afro found herself pretty deep, but same with Height, who is forced to rewind back and tries to heal up. Well, Jetski might engage. Nuke's been sent down. It will force Moonlit Battlegrounds' hand, and the dash away from Jetski gets him barely back to the rest of his team. So Game Center still on board and still ready to fight another day. But they got to be careful because Afro, she's got a good angle for a flank. They see the crown onto Jetski. Thunder did not strike twice and wasn't able to find it, but the rain of arrows going to separate Game Center for a moment as they look for the knockback on anybody. A surge from Afro gets her back with the rest of the team. But now that HZ have been slowly pushing up, same with Fell towards HZ. Any one of these four teams could be the first one to fight. It's going to be Pine. Height went right into the train. He forgot to pay attention. He was too focused on Pine's engage and unfortunately got baited in, as now Jetski feels confident enough to go for the fight. They're looking for the spike with the flight of the Firefox, but it's going to be too much damage in the back line, as it is Pine taking him down, bringing back Height into the fight with Fell looking to take down Pine. No slam, but King Pine is gone, and Moonlit Battlegrounds only have Height on the other side. 2-way tunnel to be able to survive for now, while HC nearly got rid of all of GCR. It's only Skedaddle on the other side who had to go for the 2-way tunnel that was put down by Height. First eliminated an HZ fighting over the tracks, while the 1v1 duel on the other side, Skedaddle versus Height. Crown being worn by one of them, so the team can get back into this one fairly easily. But it's hard for a Brawl and Felix matchup for the Brawl to be able to win. A nuke from Fell tries to force the fight. A nice Vortex Charm will land on a 2 and find an instant knock on Zracha, and then the push on the Savvy Hero, who's so low. Same with Hazakon, but it's going to be instead Chinese Spy, who's able to melt down one with the spin barrels, and we saw that Height won the 1v1 duel to resurrect Moonlit Battlegrounds into the fight.
As much as I would love to see the 1v1 upset here by Skedaddle, situation was looking pretty grim for him with no armor, no ulti. All Height has to do is play slow as we get a hook here from Pine going fishing.
Pine landing the hook, making up for yesterday some of those hooks that we saw, getting another knock on a Fell who are down to Aphios. This time it is a Bishop with the crown, Fate Rewinder as well. Tries to go for a recall onto the base camp up north, but HZ, Moonlit Battlegrounds, they're both playing for this one.
The
And
prediction!
right into the grab! Pine's predictions on point today!
Wow, that was just straight up a prediction, no doubt about it. Well played by King Pine.
I mean, it might make a case for himself to play only this Hunter from now on if he keeps making these predictive plays, as now the push back on HZ, as Zakon's going to be the target, as even with Taricha and Savvy Hero together, they got separated. It's down to only Savvy Hero as a slug away from Pine, almost landing the pull, but a 4v1. Not looking good for a lone Chriso, especially with the face steel chains connecting, and a slice of the sword for Moonlit Battlegrounds. Third in a row.
Really close game here, as MV were put so close on the ropes. But unfortunately, GCR find themselves giving away first place.
So close, so close. And for GCR, I'm kind of looking at Skedaddle on how to play, like what should you do in that situation. Sadly, the only real answer is to go for the 1v1. Once Hyde picks up the crown, it's like you are forced because your team is gone. You need that crown proc if you want to survive and get the team back.
The biggest problem for Felix in that matchup is that Brawl is the champ with the higher mobility, and unless he is forced to play, then there's no reason that he can lose that fight. He could just bite out all of the RMBs of Felix, all of the shields, and let's see.
So just reading the chat, but yeah, I mean, for me, I think the only thing I'd say for Skedaddle in that kind of situation is honestly just wait. It's don't try to force the fight into Brawl as you were kind of talking about. Just wait for the fight to come to you, because then you're not getting things baited out. You kind of wait for Height to use a lot more, but again, that's so difficult. It's so difficult against a player as experienced as Height, who's really good at kind of baiting out those abilities and making it look like he's going for the full engage, then realizing when to fall back. It's one of those almost lose-lose situations for Skedaddle, because you have to have the 1v1. It has to work, but it's up against Height's Brawl.
Regardless, it was a very good try, as maybe we'll be able to see Luna hopping in for this game. And then also, I think Jang has made me the party lead.
Ooh.
So we have cross-country this game.
Cross-country for this one. Ooh, all right. So is Jang stepping out, or is that...
Yeah, it looks like we have found a sub, and it looks like it'll be Quiz coming in.
Gotcha. Okay, so Quiz stepping in. That makes sense. I did see Quiz hanging out in the Twitch chat earlier. But yeah, so now 3 in a row for Moonlit Battlegrounds. It's looking like Moonlit Battlegrounds have taken the mantle from the last 2 or beforehand. This seems like it's the current super team of squads, and they will end as the strongest squad team unless some miracle can happen here for any one of our teams. Which team will step up to the plate and take down Moonlit Battlegrounds in Game 4?
Yeah, I am going to be right back. I'm going to get some water and go to the bathroom. So we'll take a quick 2-minute break.
Sounds good to me. So we'll be back in just a little bit, everybody. I'll be hanging out for a little bit while we wait. I could probably... Is it ready right now? It's okay. Because we're just taking a 2-minute break right now. Yeah. Gotta go pee. Alrighty. Now, just waiting for the next game to start.
Alrighty, I am back.
Hey,
It looks like
perfect.
everyone else. Alright, let's get a ready check.
Yeah, I am ready for the spaghetti.
Alright, up fell HZ.
Alright, so MB's not ready.
I assume MB is the only team not ready because nobody else said anything.
Yeah, I think so too.
As we wait on them, we do have cross country this game. So cross country
I love
is
cross-country.
maybe a little less exciting than trains in the sense that there are less funny deaths. But cross country really does test the ability for teams to plan ahead, get enough resources that will grant them maneuverability in the end game once you get to the cross country storms. So finding things like two-way tunnel, finding things like a fan maybe to rotate, TP, maybe a TP soul, playing comps that can take space well or move well. All this type of stuff, right?
Right.
So I think this also does place a little more priority on having resources because something you'll see a lot in cross country is that you do have to fight a bit to both
Right.
make space or get to where you want to go. And then the teams that are the best at this usually emerge at the top pretty convincingly. As Jetski is really eloquently trying to come up with a copy pasta that incorporates all the team names.
Nice. I like it.
And Trev not liking this. As we can see the LF1 here.
Alright. So, we've had 3 bullet trains in a row, and now we have cross country storm. Now it's going to be for our next game. Jang is stepping out, and it's going to be Quiz playing. So we'll have a change for FP as well. I'm curious to see how that's going to change how our teams will approach one another, but right now, to me, it almost feels like teams need to start ganging up against Moonlit Battlegrounds. They all got to start working together to take them down, because otherwise, they're just going to take this one super easily and handedly.
Yeah, almost like scrims and almost like the last few tourneys. MB emerging as a powerhouse in these first few games. But some of these teams have been pretty close in these end games. We know Up, very strong players, just had a few bad fights go their way. GCR been pulling through in some of these fights. We see HZ, we see Hat. So overall, there isn't a very clear second team, which means there aren't any clear teams in the end game that MB have to prepare for.
Right.
They have to be ready to play for anything, and in a zone that is as volatile as... Sorry. Yapped a little too much. And in a zone as volatile as cross country, we could see MB just completely wiped going even a third or fourth, but we'll have to see.
We've also seen that MB sometimes, when they're not paying enough attention, have gotten wiped out pretty early as well. They've gotten out at 10th and 9th place before, after winning several games in a row as well. Anything can happen. It's SUPERVIVE. You just never know, and all these players are talented. There's a reason why they all were able to make it to the finals in the first place. So anything can happen once we load up onto the breach for our 4th game here. Can Moonlit Battlegrounds make it a 4-peat? Not just the 3-peat, but with a 4-peat. I think only one team besides them has ever been able to do that, and it was the Last Door, who I think took all 6 games in a row in one tournament.
And unfortunately, we don't have TLD in this tourney. I'm not sure if it was an availability issue, which it might be. Or actually, yeah, I don't think I've seen them in any of the events today. I wonder if that's
just for the days. They were over the weekends, so it's very much a scheduling thing because having the last days on Monday and Tuesday.
I remember now.
That's why Zikrik isn't here as well. Work stuff does get in the way. It is unfortunate, but things do happen. So, Jang, are you sure? I'm pretty sure there was 1-6. I'm talking way back in December too, like at the beginning of December. I'm pretty sure there was 1-6. that happened. That was the only time it ever happened, though.
I believe it, as we only see 2 armors here in the heart. That's interesting.
Ooh, 2 armors in the heart and 2 on train. So it will be train that you can go for, not bullet train this time around, so that's why I can have gold. We do see that there is one team going for it. Up are looking for the train drop, but we see the Moonlit Battleground squad. They also are going for a little bit later drop onto the train. They might have a fight over it. No, we actually, when the Battlegrounds decide to fall off of it, realize that Up are going to be able to get that first. So instead, they're just going to go farm out Prisma, but it will be contested by a few teams. Gotten big, having already landed, fighting over the early minions. Level 1, Moonlit Battlegrounds have the level 2. They can start pushing on to Paria, who has to be careful of their flank, while FP and HZ fight over Enshrine. Level 1 fights everywhere on game 4. Zakon and then a murder squad on HZFP. Eliminate a squad immediately.
Wow. It's an absolute dream angle for Huddy. Idrisil playing for, I guess, a rat. MB on all sides, having to wait. We have a res on train here for Conra. Meanwhile, Big playing for the level 6, but it is taken by FB. Madly able to pick up the armor shredder as Paria forced to dash away. Oh, the damage is big on Saps, who's pushed out, but Madly gets gunned down by Gaydan, who was able to find the 3 members of Big.
Not again, FP already defeating everyone that goes up against them. Only Paria was able to get away over in the brush, so now down to 1 member. FP in full control of Enshrine.
Level 1 and a dream for Paria, who has to wait for all these teams to back off. Before, I mean, I would play for a res Goldfang here, as there are no teams I've taken it. You'd be able to get the gold. You know, we'll see, I guess. Is Krillo on the Bevo this time?
Yeah, Krillo swapping it up. Kind of maybe hearing me talking about the different styles that we've seen of Krillo over the years, and well, over the months. It hasn't quite been even a year since we've had the game out on open beta. But I like seeing Krillo changing it up and allowing the team a little bit more flexibility. And we even see that with Bebo, Kingpin at Brawl, they're going to look like a fairly scary team on how they can play a lot of these fights.
Looks like Krillo is probably looking forward to the rotates that Bebo gives. You know, cart up every, I think, like 20 seconds late game. Which obviously I think the storms last like 2 minutes per zone. Which, so definitely a very good pick here, as there is a Trailblazer. Man, a Trailblazer. Okay, nobody wants that.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're fine without it, so it'll be A-okay. And Paria all the way over here, level 1. Wow, the ultimate rat strat here, because you're looking where you can go, and there is nothing. Just the death box revives instead, because you realize you can't even get to a respawn beacon reliably.
Yeah, well, it looks like they'll be able to get all the boxes, but the only problem is that all the camps here are taken. It looks like their best bet, they can't even get the night camp, so it looks like their best bet might just be waiting for day 2.
I think so too.
Pretty unlucky start for Big.
Yeah,
really. Fight here, bottom right.
They'll really be on that poverty run in this game, but as you were talking about Moonlit Battlegrounds, getting contested down in Scavenger's Bay, looking to see if they can get a pull, but nobody's going to have it connect. Both go wide, and a little bit of damage. Zen will be the first one to make the call, as they wanted to be able to slice into the back line, but good retreat tactics from Moonlit Battlegrounds. Ulrich almost finds the slam, barely goes wide onto Spade. But Moonlit Battlegrounds are not done. They haven't gone full retreat mode. Instead, they were looking for a counter flank, but we go all the way over there. There was the hook that landed from Pine on the other side, but they try to go for the re-engage. They find a spike on a 1, and now they might be able to get this Bebo. He bats him into the bomb, but he's slammed down. Moonlit Battlegrounds wrestle control away from Hat while we go over to Up. It's the Hudson battle, trying to take down TNN. Blast Up was barely there. And FP right now are the juggernauts of Game 4, taking down squad after squad after squad. Only TNN remains, but it is difficult for Hudson to chase down Bishop.
Wow. Yeah, and just barely getting out. I think the Hudson ulti just wore off right before it was about to hit the threshold. And the ulti there with the quick little bait and switch, just getting him out. As we see, Got and Big fighting on the top right, but rather tacked down into this fight.
BBC were able to get the first knock on a Trev. Might be able to reset, but the ring's not in time. Blue dashing forward with Surge will take down another. We go all the way to the mana coils. Got an FP. FP, what has gone on with them? They changed out Jang for Quiz, and now they are dominating the lobby with more knockouts, taking control of every single aspect that they have found before them.
Also interesting that Quiz is on the Void this game.
Yeah, not even on the Jin this time around.
As we know is a staple. I think he's M6 on Jin, but I could be wrong.
I would have to ask Quits about that as well. But either way, absolutely goated Jin player. But playing something different, it is nice to kind of see, especially being the sub, so on the Void. But level 9 on Void right now. That's actually kind of crazy. And then picking up the Fate Rewinder, they're going for the kidnap strats.
I don't think I've seen a kidnap rewind on Void recently, but
It's been a while.
Gay Dad really jumping in.
It's been a while, but this is just insane right now from FP. Quiz and Gay Dad on the same page as one after another. Do they take down more players and are starting to reap every benefit? Level 9s for both of them. Look at their items as well. Like, they have great armor, they have great items, powers are all on their side. While BBC have been chasing GOT for quite some time. They see Sarah caught away from Conra. The entirety of GOT have been struggling to get themselves back into the game, and it's going to be the surge forward from Blue. Chilling Finale to try to clear everything away, but they already are on top of her, and they can easily push that Wisp over the edge.
Getting spiked there at the Talon, a little unlucky. I don't think Celeste quite has the agency to kite at that point in time, as we might see. Oh, Lodge just found a King Pine, unfortunately.
And TNN, still the last member for up, trying to blast away with the grenade. It's difficult. Man, this is just rough for some of these teams that have fallen behind early on. Big being one of them, up being the other. But Height getting caught out by Fell. They didn't realize that Fell had already taken the machine for themselves, and it is their territory, not yours, Moonlit Battlegrounds.
Oh, and it looks like we were able to get Sarah back up, so... Oh,
Wow.
it isn't looking that bad for GOT, as Party and Madly have died.
Yeah, I was about
Is
to
that
say...
the zone? Oh, they are...
They're way out there, yeah.
That's
There's
an unfortunate recall.
maybe, but Blue getting caught out a bit. Want for the dive further back onto FP, but FP, they're the strong team for a reason. Even if Gay Dad has been taken down, they might be able to get the revive on to Blue. While the rest of FP are waiting for the cooldowns to try to re-engage. Quiz might go for the kidnap, or it was an attempted save with Swap, but unfortunately the mantle, because of the elevation, it wasn't enough for Quiz to be able to get that, and then they lost one of their teammates. So now, Quiz, you had all control on your side. Wow, what jukes! The anomaly into Fate Rewinder. Nobody even realized what just happened. So BBC instead are staring down Hat while Quiz was able to get away, and nobody knows where Void's gone.
Wow, really, really good timing there. Able to juke both teams with the rewind.
That was actually kind of wild to see. Speaking of wild, down south, GCR are finding themselves against Moonlit Battlegrounds. Might want to get Trev back up, and TNN has 45 seconds left on the clock in order to get the team back for up. Moonlit Battlegrounds in a 3v2 for Height and Pine. We're actually winning that out, but then they're pushed back by Jetski while Skedaddle taken down by the other two members of Moonlit Battlegrounds. And TNN missing the punch. 30 seconds still. Needs to survive if up want to gape in this game and get the points necessary to catch up with Moonlit Battlegrounds. But there's so much being used to try to take down TNN. Yeah, 20 seconds left to hold on to dear life. Apollria spotted out by BBC. Another time almost down as TNN dodging away from a grab. And then BBC getting away from Moonlit Battlegrounds, who have taken control of Scavenger's Bay.
Oh, TNN, 2 seconds on the crown. Is he able to live long enough?
You got it?
And his team is up!
Oh, but now the team has to fight back. TNN is gone and Flame
Oh,
Dab.
Lods gets a dunk.
Lods, even with Lods' dunk, it's not enough because Flame Dab is the only one to live.
Would have gotten out if he didn't meet an unfortunate ending to a spike wall in pod racing.
Ran into
Dying
Fell, yeah.
Couldn't
the-
sit in the bush for long enough.
And Quist now, it looks like another player to go. Quist tried so hard to get out of that one. You can only perform so many great jukes before finally You lose out in FP. After a great start, they fall a little bit shy of where they would have wanted themselves to be. But look at this circle. It is cross-country storm, and it is taking us over only Abyss.
Wow. Oh, they got punched into each other.
As
Reed
Hat
finds a scrap.
was able to get the knock, and it's going to be the Wisp for Annie. Yggdrasil trying to get the revive, but denied with a nice grenade from Ghost. They're pushing away Gaunt and making sure there isn't going to be that attempted revive. Nice dunk to make sure they get rid of one more player from Gaunt, but we see that Gaunt, ooh, all the way on the other side. It was, I don't know if it was Krello who got that one or someone else.
I think they just died based on the sound. I think it was a fuel issue as there's a fight below with MB.
I mean, this is just a wild circle to see. Look at that. Like, there's so
It's
little.
mostly Abyss.
Yeah, and this is, like, normally we see this kind of circle when it is the glider field that we have, not when we have cross-country storm. Hat taking back a little bit of control at the machine, but still struggling with the lasers. As we see way down south, Game Center and Moonlit Battlegrounds. Both of them kind of fighting over the little bit of land that remains before the storm pushes in. Pine was looking for the pull, but he was almost dragged back in. The rail's not really working for Moonlit Battlegrounds. Neither is this platform. They're realizing they need a better position. They decide to retreat and try to go for more land.
And we finally see the specialty of Bebo here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Krello is really happy with the call.
Yeah.
Which I think this single-handedly is able to get them an extra placement or two.
Well,
As Flame Dav caught in the middle of two teams.
might be able to blink away. Fusilade sees the crown from Aphios, but can you get the dunk? Aphios going under and finding the elevation to drag back in up as Blue has to dash away. BBC struggling in the position to get out of there. Blue gets spiked down, and then Hafu gets focused by Starflash, so they get eliminated, and up are back in the game.
Wow, that is a crazy, unfortunate death by Aphios there. Heading over a placement change as Flame Dav getting the fuel reset is also able to live.
As we see BBC, even if they lost Blue, they still have the crown they can work with. Cross-country storm now going back to Scavenger's Bay, so no longer do we have to worry about nothing but Abyss. There will be a lot more platforms that teams can actually work with. Before BBC, having the inner angle on the circle might actually be their saving grace. That's why up, we're trying to force them out before the storm pushes in. And when you get a pull that bring in flow, that's going to start things off even better for up.
All right, the zone is very awkward. GCR trying to make space as they have 20 seconds until zone starts to move. 10 seconds.
Takes the chain. Rain of arrows put down by Trev. But with BBC already low, Zed jumped on by Flame Dav, and then Immense, the last one remaining, blasts off all the way further north. But look at how fast that storm is moving. Immense was hoping the fan was going to be their safety, but up still hunt down BBC, and even with the grenade, it's not enough. So much distance into Moonlit Battlegrounds. Where do you go now, Immense? Nowhere. BBC eliminated at 5th place.
And Hat, as we can see, have taken their sweet time coming back into zone, avoiding those two fights, getting a free 2 placements as a result. And now we have our final 4 teams all up. But MB actually pretty weak in this zone.
Now, this is not looking like their strongest angle in this game or in this day so far after 3 confident victories. Now we see where the next storm shift will move. MB definitely going to be the team put in the worst position. We already see that Up and GCR are looking for a decent angle, but Hat are going to be the biggest benefiters of the circle so far.
Yeah, Hat and Up almost guaranteed a top 3 at this point, given their positioning and their combat strength. Although Flame Dav looking to correct me, almost getting spiked.
Got a little bit dicey there. They've sent out the nuke on the other side. Isn't going to be the cluster, but the nuke did find Skedaddle. Barely was able to clip the Felix, but then Flame Dav gets pulled back in. Second Wind tries to heal up, but Up are having Lodge go rampant in the back line as Jetski running over to Hat. Same with Starflash, realizing Hat control the circle so far. The grind rails for Jetski, missing the damage, missing the dunk, and GCR are gone.
The dunk there by Lodge. That pudge by TN to push Skedaddle into the nuke was pretty crazy timing.
Yeah, it was. It was honestly perfect for Up there to be able to get Skedaddle out. So one of your biggest problems, the engage from Felix on how you can control zone, taken out immediately. And now we see that up, even if they did lose only one player, they're still in a decent spot at Machine. Moonlit Battlegrounds kind of been able to wait it out. Oh, Saucy Hack was eating the laser, then it ate a hook right into the arrow. So Hat already missing one of their prominent positions and one of their prominent players. They're trying to separate in two different directions, but Hat were able to find Pine on the other side. And Up are still pushing back the best they can, waiting for the lasers and denying the Deathbox revive for MB.
All right, and then Arig able to steal away the Oracle means that MB have now traded a member of theirs. So as we were saying earlier, this could be the end to MB's winning streak.
But the thing is, we thought that in the last game too, and somehow they're able to pull off a victory. Anything can happen here. The only thing is that MB don't have a base camp to fall back onto to be able to pick up a crown. Emergency Penguin kind of gave Height some assurance that he could get back over to the circle. We see where the next cross-country storm is pulling us after we get it to finally collapse. There's a little bit of land, and Up want to punish MB when they're a man down. They've got damage on a Spade who is able to phase walk away. Afro is going to be the target, and with her gone, then the dunk on the Height. It means only Spade will be in the pocket to survive. They've got to make sure they outlast and outmaneuver both Up and Hat. Find a crown somewhere. It's not looking too good.
Oh, Spade Storms losing some precious time getting on that mantle. Hat now hot on his tails.
Yeah, might be able to go for a phase walk. Barely is able to get through the wall. Has gotten enough distance, and because of the lasers, Hat decide not to chase. That is a certain doom scenario if you chase into a myth with lasers right as they spawn up.
Well, to be fair, you could dash through the rain of arrows, but it is pretty tough, and it looks like Hat aren't willing to take that risk.
Exactly. And that's the thing. It's like, do you risk it and then allow the crown to pock for MB? It's like, why would you risk that when you could just fall back, wait, and see? With the cross-country storm, you know eventually she's going to have to push towards you. You know that eventually
Super Zeep.
you're going to be able to find that jewel going towards your position. It's going to be very difficult for you to play around.
That Super Zeep almost immensely compromised Starflash's positioning, as Spades, trying to lurk on the edge of Storm, has a minute left on the crown. Will be popping before the zone makes its, full shift here.
And as we see that Spade is moving over, he'll have a decent angle onto someone. He might be able to... Now, okay, he's backing up the base camp. He's going to capture the base camp and pack it up. But now already Krillo moving back, and anywhere but here in the inventory for Spade. But you gotta be careful as Krillo is pushing back, and you've got to start proccing that soon. B-bombs on you. They're pushed back into the spike walls. Krillo, your own doom you met in the face of Spade Storm, as now Afro back in hot pursuit looking for Zen. But Zen now has to get back with the rest of the team. Hat in bad position. They're now getting focused out by Up over the lasers, and Brawl is gone. Only Auric survives, and no crown in sight. The mantle is not your friend. It is going to be the pullback in, waiting for lightning to strike, but the static is there, and it's going to be the electric spark for Afro to get rid of only one remaining member of Hat.
Oh, Krillo trying to find an angle to bat Spades into the wall, but Spades was just a little faster as Lods is able to dodge the spike grenade with his own dagger.
So Up, they are fully reformed. Moonlit Battlegrounds, I told you can't ever count them out, as they are in control of the Forge. Height slicing through the competition, but a good clone tries to create some distance, but Starflash, the first casualty. Flame Dev unable to join in this entire time, just sitting and waiting for the team to win or lose, and unfortunately for you, it's looking like a loss, but there is the respawn beacon. That Flame Dab is holding on. It's going to be the dash in from Spade, trying to replicate success like before, getting the damage, but it might be turned around until the pull from Pine with the primal slam takes him down. TNN, the only one remaining, as Moonlit Battlegrounds find their fourth in a row.
V just having the stars align for them. Oh man, Krillo, we can't be dying like that. You hate to see it. Flame Dive unable to get the finish of Spade Storms, commits a dash going for the res, but not the insta-ult. Just dies in the air, getting hooked by Pine.
Krillo, I understand you're going for the montage moment, and you will be a part of it, don't worry. It just won't look good for you.
Oh man. Clip it and ship it. You hate to see it.
You hate to see it if you are anyone anywhere outside of Moonlit Battlegrounds. Because Moonlit Battlegrounds are very happy about that one. That they will be able to get their 4th game in a row. And now, going into Game 5, I think we are going to be adding up the points, if I recall from Jang. They're going to try to add up so we know. We already know that Moonlit Battlegrounds, top of the leaderboard. Like, there's no question there. Up probably are close to the top as well. Hat, definitely going to be nearby as well. But no one is even close to Moonlit Battlegrounds. They've won 4 in a row. We're playing 7 games. I don't think that there is any hope for our teams to start catching up to Moonlit Battlegrounds unless there is some sort of crazy situation that makes it so suddenly Moonlit Battlegrounds lose like half their points for no reason.
Yeah, well, maybe let's see if I can convince someone.
Just have Moonlit Battlegrounds donate half their points. Be like, all right, guys, we got to donate the points.
We gotta see if they're willing to lock in random for content.
Let's see.
Well, I know Pine is already on the way there.
Yeah, Vine's been playing the King Pine today, so. All right, let me see what Jang's goal. I think they're adding up the points. So for now, I'm just gonna toss it to a break. So hopefully we'll be back in just a little bit. I'm gonna go eat some food really quick. So
All right.
I'll be back in like 5.
All right, sounds good. Alrighty. So, what game am I looking at? I'm looking at game 2. So we had Big, and then 3rd place was Up. 2nd, Conra's team. Dot. And then MB. Jane, can you you see I'm typing out the placements, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't remember I don't remember the point totals off the top of my head. I can do them later, but if you want to fill it out based on this.
Yeah.
I'm just pulling this from OPGG and I assume it's correct. Low is on PC. Then we have Fell. All right, then game 3.
Oh my god, 8 kills in the last game. Your dad had 8 kills and they went 8.
Oh, he was incinerating people early game.
I know.
It's crazy.
Crazy. Yeah.
He. Up. BC. There you go. HG have been placing pretty high, huh? On MB. Alright, then we just had game 4. Adam right, HG went 10th. Ol. Big, and then FP. L. B.
I just need.
I'll just italicize the values I put in if you want to verify them yourself. But... Wait, this is the wrong. I looked at the wrong game for this.
Alright, I'm back.
I'm back.
There we go. I needed to eat. I was so hungry.
I feel you.
Whew. So, how are our points looking so far?
Pretty good.
You never guess who's first.
I can do big.
It wouldn't. No, it can't be Moonlit Battlegrounds, right? It's got to be like. What could it be? I don't know. I'm at a loss at who would be in first place.
Wait till you see FP skills in
Oh yeah.
in game 4.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. For going 8th.
I know they
had-
were a part of so many kills.
Yeah.
How many did they have?
And they had 13 kills for going 8th.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Like, that's legitimately impressive. Like,
Mhm.
get out that early, yet still get 13 kills. I do feel a lot better, though, now that I got some food in me. I was starving.
We have Luna here now.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm
Oh,
here
Luna's
finally.
here. What's up?
Hey.
So, I don't mean to alarm you, but I think your team's doing pretty okay.
Yeah, I was listening in. I wasn't able to watch, but I was listening.
They're doing okay, you know, just a little bit.
Yes, and I swear I didn't pay Krillo to do that.
Check the PayPal, guys. Everyone check the PayPal.
Follow the money.
In PayPal.
No, he's got to get the coins, right? He's got to get the 3craft coins. That's what it's all about. If we see Krillo rocking,
Theorycraft coins.
if we see Krillo rocking any new skins, we know what happened.
Holy.
Gonna get the Eva skin.
Yeah. Oh, I guess while we have a moment, I'll this can be like a public announcement. So, I've decided that it will be official that I will be running an Eva tournament the weekend of April 12th and 13th.
Let's go.
So I will
It's next week, right?
not next week. Oh, yeah, okay. Technically next weekend, not this weekend, but the following one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just that way,
That'll be
it
fun.
gives players a little bit of time to play Eva and unlock her, but also like give teams enough time to try to group up together. And I'll try to make it like a 2-day event if we can get a lot of signups.
We'll sign up, I think.
Yeah, because what my
They just sign up for everything.
True. Because my goal would be that there would be like I would do it for NA and EU. It'd be like I want to split it into that kind of thing. So NA and EU, if we can get enough signups for both, I'd have the EU one obviously in the morning. When the EU one ends, then there'll be like a bit of a gap between the EU and NA one. Then start the NA one, and that way we can have like both regions represented. You know. Selfie. My dog likes the idea too much. That or she wants the food I just ate.
I'm waiting for the NA-EU show match where we just see who's best. That's what I want to see.
That would be nice. Knock on wood. One day when we have like live events, we can have something like that to really be able to see with no lag or anything.
The SUPERVIVE League.
That's the dream. I'm trying to get my dog to jump up, but she's just like staring at me. Though I will say, like, for SUPERVIVE, I don't know your guys' thoughts. I feel like it would be better to not have a dedicated league like some other esports, because it really does play into the fact that you want to have lots of teams that can join in, almost like not quite a Dota style where, you know, they have the international where a bunch of teams get invited and then it's a gigantic bracket that way. But you'd still want to have it where it's like multiple stages and almost like multiple levels of skill that can get represented.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the franchise leagues because I remember when Overwatch was coming out, and I was like, oh yeah, like they started. There's like rumblings of the Overwatch League. It's like, oh yeah, like my goal is to one day have like a team in the Overwatch League, and then they like announced the buy-in for that.
Yeah.
It was like millions of dollars. I'm like, okay, never mind.
See, I think that's my problem with the franchise. I don't mind franchise, but it is something that has to be handled with a lot of care. And
Yeah.
not a lot of esports have done that. Like, they just kind of just take the money and run kind of deal. There needs to be much more thought put into it, and more like how soccer is, you know, like with how that is in other regions and other countries. They have it so there's actually like seeding that you can, if you're a good team, you'll stay at the top, you know, the top league. But you can get knocked down if you're not doing well. You can get knocked down into lower divisions, essentially. That's how it should.
Like
that's
Champions
how,
League or something.
Exactly, and that's how it should be, in my opinion. Like, if you're gonna do a franchise, that's the way to do it. But you have to then let in so many different franchises and have a very low buy-in for that reason. But obviously, a lot of big companies wouldn't like that, because then it's not as easy to know whether or not your investment's gonna pay off. You know.
Yeah.
All right.
yeah.
We
Go
will
for
be
it.
starting soon, so dropping in around 10.
Okay.
And then this storm shift will be Final Destination.
Ooh. Okay. So moving it up to Final Destination. All right, Luna.
That's where we know the last circle, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
So Luna, do you want to join in for the commentary in game, or just do the analysis outside the game like before?
No, you don't want to hear my in-game commentary. It's so bad.
It's all good. Hey,
I'll stick out of game.
sounds good. So Luna, we will see you after game 5. We'll see if we can have our 5th in a row for Moonlit Battlegrounds, or if a team can finally beat them. But in game 4, it seemed like they weren't going to get it. Krillo did hand that to them on a silver platter. Game 3, almost a similar situation, but a little bit more earned from Moonlit Battlegrounds. And makes me really curious to see how teams are going to approach this 5th game. If teams are going to really try to put that focus on the Moonlit Battlegrounds, or if they're going to just continue to play the same way and then somehow Moonlit Battlegrounds keep winning this day.
Yeah, and looking at the point totals real quick, we do have a very clear MB lead. These values aren't like completely finalized, just in case I goof some numbers, but MB are sitting around at 140. And then the next closest team seems to be Hat at 59. So the gulf is kind of big.
Yeah. Wait, where are you seeing this?
We have a score sheet, or Jang has a score sheet that he shared with me.
Oh, okay.
I'm helping him put in some values.
Gotcha.
in the
'Cause I
interim.
was like trying to look at it so I can look at it as well, but I wasn't seeing it. So I'm like, wait, where is it? But that is good to know. So looking at how this drop is going to be, we are going to be on the south end with a cone as well. We kind of started off the day with a weird northern cone that dropped over Frag Isle, and now we even see that it's going to be our final destination, because that is the storm shift we have. Final destination on Frag Isle with a southern drop.
So real quick before Up and Got clashed too much, it's kind of funny that we're dropping on the south side, and then the final destinations in the top right, as a bunch of deaths have now happened. Wow.
Whoa! Look how many teams just dropped on one another. Hat are completely scattered. What is this? Already Hat eliminated? What? We just jump into the game, not even a minute in, and a team has been eliminated.
Oh, and then more fighting here.
This time it's looking like Moonlit Battlegrounds. Oh, no way. Moonlit Battlegrounds down to only Spade, who's playing Bebo this time around. And look at the swap. They really have gone, like, someone was mentioning that they should go for all random, and I feel like everyone kind of got that memo outside of Height.
Well, Height will be Height.
Height likes their brawl. That's for sure. Ooh, nice knockback there from Yggdrasil. Kind of getting up away from Coldfang. Our only 2 teams that dropped on the southern part of the drop. Everyone else dropped northern part right in the middle and all clashed early.
Yeah, Oath is a tank, by the way, as we do have a little bit of train combat. Highway robbery as Hazakon is forced out.
As always, a lot of
1
damage,
HP.
though. Yeah, a lot of damage and 1 HP for Hazakon, but will it survive? No, oh, the boar I thought was about to charge at him.
Oh, and it looks like Gay Dad died.
Yeah, Gaydad taken down. BBC were able to find them and take down one more player. Quite a bloody start, though. And for Up to be eliminated so early, for Hat to be eliminated so early by Big, this is definitely going to shake up our standings that we were looking at and how teams are comparing with one another. And another one being Moonlit Battlegrounds, who are trying to take the golds in Dawn Caps, but are pushed off by Chinese Spy and Hazakon. The rest of HZ are nearby. Doricha tries to get the OOOTECH charm, but it's going to be heightened to the back line, slicing their way through Chinese Spy, and then the dash from Afro. She looks for one more kill, but Hazakon, even with the snapback, wasn't able to turn back the fight. So now HZ, with only 2 remaining, try to see if they can escape towards the northern side of Shards of Fate, but it's only 1 left, and they're running right to FP.
And then in the meanwhile, a fight in Wraith's Row, 2 members of BBC falling to it looks like Fell.
Yeah, a lot. What a chaotic start to our game 5. We have a little bit of a break, gives me enough time to go eat some food. The teams got a reset, and we have another team eliminated as Height finds Taricha trying to go for the rings. You never do that when Height is on your hunt. Cheryl.
Zeph without the B-hops. A lot harder to run away Infinite League, especially against Height on Brawl.
Like, Brawl is already really good at hunting down other characters, but Height especially really great at chasing champions down forever and a half, and we kind of saw that right there as we go all the way over to Hollows. BBC attempting to take themselves a yearbook, but it is thwarted by Fell. Already are putting Afios on a great flank angle, and they're already starting it off, looking for the back line. They take down Flo, and they're looking for Blue as well. Not even losing a single player in the fight, while Afios will make sure one goes north. Zed is away from Immense. It does mean that BBC are no longer grouped together.
And it looks like Pamu is on the Luna this game, RMB max. We will see some aggressive engages, hopefully. And it looks like Fell are playing a comp that really favor playing for these hard engage fights. We have an Luna who might want to shift in, a hook here by the KP, and then obviously we have Bishop, always able to ult in.
And so for our teams, I mean, it is already looking pretty doom and gloom for some of them. BBC are going to be struggling right now. We even see all the way over here that Big, even though they were able to get the first team wipe, they're struggling against Game Center. They're trying to get the spin barrels to heal up, and a nice flame shield interrupts that, while Madly in the middle of 2 might actually be able to turn this around. Second win, the damage from spin barrels, one's gone, the heal's there. Madly 1v3, might have to turn on Cord, but with the revive onto the Wisp, he has to decide. He sees Jetski's on the other side. It's going to be the dunk down, and Madly in the corner is eliminated. Jetski denies Big the play.
Madly almost able to farm resets off there, but and a spike here.
On to BBC, who just were able to get themselves the revives up, and Dawn Cabs Fell chased them to the bitter ends of the earth to eliminate our 7th place team.
4 teams out, and it just turned day 2. Looks like Final Destination won't be the final destination for nearly as many teams.
Yeah, seriously, it has been quite chaotic. And usually you expect that from the first game, not when we're 4 games deep into a tournament where all the teams are vying for control. It seems that everyone wants to get these early points to try to catch up with Moonlit Battlegrounds.
Yeah, teams have started to realize that if you play passively, and you get to farm kills, get to farm placements, if you aren't the team to steamroll the lobby, then we know who the final winner will be.
Looks like Pamu sees Moonlit Battlegrounds back by their base, was able to get an initial spike, but weren't able to find the arcane railgun to land on to Spade. So the rest of Moonlit Battlegrounds near this anomaly can go for a swap over the wall and then hop into the portals back in Academy.
This is probably the first time I've seen Height running away from somebody higher level than him.
Usually it's the opposite. Even when he's lower level, Pine still chases it down, but not this time around. Letting Fell control the Hollows and Mage Bog while we go all the way on to the other side. Game Center, having eliminated Big, now look to take down another competition. Nice flame shield from Skedaddle. Absolutely eviscerate the back lines of Up. While TNN was able to save Lods and Starflash, they are in a bad spot going through Mage Bog and trying to see if they can get a recall to then get a revive.
The base was in Wraiths, but they might have left a fight here for GCR and Fell.
Fell They chased down BBC before, eliminated them already. Then we're able to move all the way back to where they had controlled in Mage Bog. They had the base on their side at Hollows, and now they're chasing out Game Center, making it difficult for any team to start going through these boggy swamps and have a better position when we get towards Dawn Caps, where the final destination is.
Yeah, and it looks like MB have set themselves up for this EXP soul on day 3, on, I suppose, night 2, but really going to be taken in day 3, as Got pulled here.
Trying to fight over the icy waters. It's not working out so well for them. While Extra wants to be able to get a flank angle, is the Chilling Finale forced, and then the Abyssal Breaker to separate, but the change, we're already on to Celeste, so they take down Sarah, and then rejoin the fight to try to take down Oath, but they were able to get away for now. Well, Fell dueling against Moonlit Battlegrounds. Afro, she's ahead of everybody else, but was able to get good amount of damage onto Pamu, but unfortunately not able to get the knocks onto the bunny, so instead, Fell start to retreat towards their base camp, being down one member, but not out of the fight.
Wait, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Palm was able to cancel the Jewel Dash from, or prevent the Jewel Dash from connecting using the Abyssal Scale. I didn't know that was a interaction now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I guess it makes
looks
sense.
like Afro got displaced, like, at the very tail end of it.
I mean, it
I
makes
kinda wanna
sense
see that
because you're
replay.
not invulnerable anymore. You're not intangible, so you can't actually get hit by that kind of thing.
That is so interesting. I've never seen that.
Nah,
That looks wrong.
Yeah,
Actually.
yeah, we've been playing for so long. It's just we are still in the assumption that once Julie uses her surge, that she's invulnerable and targetable. But they took that away, so now you can actually disrupt that and stop her from the dash.
Oh, we do have a red chest here. Fell.
And they'll be able to grab that one, get themselves some of the nice evil loot from there. Some good exotics for themselves, but they still got to play upwards towards Dawn Caps, where we have the final destination, and already that we've started seeing some teams start to group that way. FP have been the team that have been in control, but we even see that Got, with one remaining member, holding on to the outskirts of the circle and up, kind of passing by. Don't even know that Connor is hiding in that brush.
Yeah, trying to avoid spotting the Jhin so his passive doesn't get procced, but it looks like they want to fight FP here.
I'd much rather take down the competition. Nice slam. Even with the change, Gatead was not able to turn it around the fight with the rest of FP. So Quiz having to swap away, not over the wall, unfortunately. So Singularity is used to try to get away, create some space, good amount of damage. So Quiz hiding back well enough. The rest of FP down south and trying to look for the revive. So Quiz, who's taken down, should be instantly revived on the respawn beacon.
Okay, Kara is finally starting to play for the res after that fight, but Lods...
I don't know if Lodge is going to be able to get there in time. Ooh, actually, Conroe got off of the respawn beacon, so might be enough time. I thought maybe...
It looks like they're looking at the fight here.
Yeah.
FP.
We get the call instead to look for this. Lodge over the wall and looking for Gatead. Spin barrels were out, but get behind Hudson, and he struggles to fight. And Game Center looking for the dunk onto TNN. Blasts off into a wall, but dodging away from the brawl. No chance to connect. The second win barely missing TNN. While Got have resurrected in the fight, they put down the right of the arrows and tried to see if they could get the Bishop. But finally, with one falling, Got her back in the fight. And they got to be careful because there's two teams to the north, one to the south. It's up now looking for that same respawn beacon that Got had gotten before.
Oh, a bit of a mess here. Now that we're gotten. Oh, we have. Oh, able to find the spike here is Flame Dav.
Flame Dav struggling. Got taken down another member. So Starflash holding the line so Lodge can resurrect two of the teammates. So up still back in this one. See, a lot of these teams getting close to the brink, yet somehow surviving. Even Gatead way down there, holding on for the team.
It looks like Up has convincingly cleaned up this fight on Got.
Convincingly
Sarah now
so.
falls.
Taking another team out. Well done from Up. After having struggled earlier on, they were able to get back into this one. And looking at a lot of our teams, they are mostly reformed. The only one not being was FP. Holding on to the outskirts the best they can, while Up continue to fight, never stopping, never relenting. But Fell are gonna third party, and then MB will fourth party. The engage onto the Game Center takes down Trav, but here's Fell on the other side. They didn't get the pull because it was denied with a clone, while Hyde tried to get the dunk, but it's gonna be a TNN instead, finding it on to MB. But MB with the dunk on to Skedaddle, take down one more of the Wisps, as GRC are only down to Encore, who is able to get away Up still kind of holding on to the outskirts of the fight, seeing that Moonlit Battlegrounds are nearby.
Yep, and it now looks like MB have to play not for the crown. I lied, psych. And they're able to just get the box res onto Height, who was left alone.
And they kind of had fallen back. Fel was more focused on up, didn't really feel like it was necessary to guard a death box or even look for a fight with a team that could have flanked them at any moment. 4 teams looking pretty powerful. The only one still struggling. FP holding on to the crown, throwing down some barbed wires and hoping someone is going to try to dash over and get caught by the spin barrels. But I don't think it's going to be quite so easy for you, Gay Dad, because here comes GCR pushing forward. And with the separation already there, Hover Jets almost to the rings, but not quite. So a spike means that only one SNA will be the last one for FP.
Snaps bush camping, having to resort to playing for placement as Aphios falls to Starflash. On the other side is half against Afro. Trying to get the bungee, able to push Afro away.
At least able to get some distance, but Pamu can't say the same. Caught in a bad
good juke
spot.
there.
Nice juke from Pamu. Goes the opposite direction, but still, we talked about it before. A height on Brawl chases these down every single time. So now it's up to Hafu to survive for Fel.
Yep, we have 2 bush campers this game. Truly the NA special.
Mm-hmm.
As now the final Guardian has spawned. Oh,
Ooh,
and it looks
Starflash.
like Starflash ate a dunk.
Yeah, from height. They're trying to protect Lods, who does get over the wall, but isn't out of bounds quite just yet with 13 seconds left on the clock. Up should be able to rely on the crown procking. Moonlit Battlegrounds, I think, realized there's been too much time left alone for Jin, so they're going to let him have it instead and look for Bubba's brain.
Yep, and then Half's options, along with Snaps, are pretty limited to hoping for a random third party or random crown falls into their laps, because this beacon is just a little too centralized.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see a beacon this late in the circle that is that centralized, though. So rare to actually have that happen on any of our maps. As Hafu finds one, was hoping to get the slug wave on a Pine, but now you've given away your position, and guess who's in the hunt? It is Moonlit Battlegrounds. Crash with Tonk Tonk, slam down, but it's going to be the slam on the other side. Fel will fall to Moonlit Battlegrounds while up. Push themselves in position, but now they don't realize they are getting flanked by 2 teams. It's going to be rough for them to get out of this one. They just put themselves in, and that's why Height goes for the engage with the dash away from so many, trying to get away. TNN keeping the attention of the game center while Moonlit Battleground try to hunt down the remaining members of Up, who are now caught over some frosty, icy water. Flame Dav is going to be the first casualty for them, with Lods getting a great bit of distance away from Height. Now Height no longer wanting to chase that one down. It is risky to go up against Lods on that Jin when he's over the abyss. But when you land a auto like that on the other side, it's a lot easier for you to take down such a slippery hunter like Jin.
Oh, and then Afro able to check the bush with the bungee.
Nice.
Finds Starflash. And now Tien is last.
Last one remaining for Up, and Tonk Tonk almost was able to connect for Spade. They're keeping TNN pinned between the pillars and hunting down more kills and more dunks, removing another team.
Wow, he almost got the kite away with the ulti and the punch. One more auto would have done the job. As Snaps forced to engage and dies immediately.
Pretty
Crashed
much
down.
instantaneously. So another team gone. Survived for a long time for FB to get those placement points, but now down to the wire. Moonlit Battlegrounds looking for their 5th game in a row, and they're playing mostly new hunters to do so. Game Center try to dash into the back line for Jet Ski, but instead he has to retreat because Height still wailing away. Face Seal Change was onto the ice pillar with the flight of the Firefox under 3 members of Moonlit Battlegrounds. Tonk Tonk crash, almost allowing the reset, but Skedaddle still staying strong on the other side. The shield keeping him alive while they're getting Spade to get some damage, and Pine doing his best he can, but eventually will fall. It's up to Afro, and Afro alone in the fight against 3 while Height was on the other side. Now Height in the duel might be able to outplay this one, slicing every which way, but needs to slice the kill onto Trev.
Trev's double air blast just not good enough, as Pine is able to find the, or not Pine, Height is able to find the R&B, but a beacon is now started.
It's one
After
of the
trying to
last
run with
ones.
Crown.
Up in the air, and with the Eye of the Storm tries to juke, but Skedaddle is wearing a crown as well. But I think there's enough time for Height. Gets off the respawn beacon. Not gonna find it. Instead, 4 members now will hunt down a lone Height. No crown, no glory, unless you can find a miracle for the team. But the burn is there. Game Center's denying Moonlit Battlegrounds their 5th in a row as they got the chance to connect for victory.
You know, honestly, I was gonna say MB can't quite win if 2 people on random, but thinking about their pools, they could actually random into 4 different champs and maybe win. Considering this game is that close, and Pine is on Void of all champs, and Spadestorm is on Bebo, who I'm pretty sure he's played next to no games on. It was a good try.
I mean, a very good try. Getting 2nd place still in that kind of game, quite impressive, and shows just the prowess these players have through and through. And honestly, I think maybe if Height stuck the respawn beacon, took a little bit of storm damage, they probably could have got the revive off and maybe then go for a crown play later, but it's still risky. Game Center, once they won the initial fight, pretty much from there, they just got to play it smart, and they can win that game easily.
Yeah, I think, well, I think stepping that beacon would have been pretty hard, because he would have been taking a decent amount of storm damage at his end game, and then also Skedaddle's burns are pretty potent at that stage as well.
Very true. Like, it's very close. Like, I think there was only like 2 seconds left on the beacon as well, so that's how close it kind of got. I'm looking back at the stream. Yeah, there's about a second left. So if you stuck on the respawn beacon, you might not have been. I don't think you would have actually taken the storm damage, but the burn you were talking about from Skedaddle, that would have been a lot more than anything else.
Yep, and then for Game 6, we will be rocking Unstable Portals.
Hey, all right, and I believe we have Luna back. So Luna, you want to talk a little bit about that game?
Honestly, I don't think there's that much to say. It's kind of just a bunch of teams running at each other the whole time. But yeah, I thought it would be fun to go back and watch those last few fights, and just maybe we could do some live analysis. Let's take a look at this. Let's go back a little bit. Right about here, I guess, is good. What do you think? What were you guys thinking about these fights? Let's do this together.
So for this one right here, I get FP. SNA was trying to go for the play before Storm pushes in, but with Game Center already owning the base camp right there and owning control of the island, you see where Moonlit Battlegrounds have to push in as well. It's a difficult position for Moonlit Battlegrounds, but I think they needed to wait just a little bit longer to go together because they feel really disjointed. Game Center do a great job of kind of kiting together and letting Jetski get a lot of the attention while they stay strong and deny Afro from her backline engage.
I think also part of it is that MB just simply have a slightly disjointed comp. They're picking Void and Biba, which are very control heavy, against Brawl, Jewel, which are very aggressive. Jewel obviously functions better the more engage you're able to play with, or at least the more pressure you're able to create. Because at the end of the day, a lot of what Jewel wants to do is disrupting a fight without people to help create some space for you. All right, and then we are sending now. Without people to create some space, it is really easy to get focused. So,
while we're waiting for everyone to drop, I want to say I was not aware of the April Fool's joke until this game started.
Oh,
so
with the big
I was
heads?
having a bit of a laugh. Yeah, and the sounds. I was like, why is everyone's voice so high pitched?
Yeah.
yeah, it was really weird to play with. Like Void, one of Void's skins gives him like a really big hat, and it's kind of funny because it's like hard to see the stun as a result.
I like him. I like that it was like just something that was casually dropped. Everyone's got big heads, higher pitched voices, and for the whole day, I've been trying to ignore it too. Just like, just do the cast. But it's so hard sometimes to like ignore it because I'm looking at the hunters. I'm like, I don't recognize that model. I'm like, oh, well, that's why, because they have a big old head.
Brawl looks really funny in his skin. His head's just so big.
So we have 2 games left here, and the finally falling down for one of them. But I guess we'll see what the luck of the draw is for the champs.
I'm very curious to see how this team comp is going to look. So, Luna, we will see you on the other side as we get into Game 6 here. 2 left for squad. So we get a look at how our teams have rolled for themselves. Height is going to be on Celeste. Spade on Sorrows. Afro still playing Jewel, but Pine this time will be on the Bebo.
I've seen Pine's Bebo. Okay, well, I guess we'll see how it pans out as this game. Yet again, armor on the train, which is looping pretty close to Underrot, so probably going to be seeing a bloody day one again.
That's what I'm expecting as well, especially because we have this kind of cone where it spreads out. So initial drops are going to be right on top of each other. In fact, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams?
Oh my god.
I think dropping all here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 5 teams, all dropping right at Molten Fortress and Wellspring. There is going to be some fighting here as we see it's FP and Big. The first one to trade blows. Looking for the hatchling behind them that's got that cluster nuke. But you got to be careful because BBC are nearby as well. FP, the first one to lose Quist, but we see that Claire is in a bad spot. Same with Paria, but it's going to be SNA who's taken down with Up, showing up out of nowhere to take down more. So Paria and Claire gone. Big in a bad spot. Madly trying to outplay, but taken down so quickly again with BBC. The next one in the targets of everybody as they are down to 2 members, but there's lots of damage on it to the other side. Got have Annie so low, and that's why the engage from Up is so brutal as they continue to chase. But a wall has been put up. Yggdrasil trying to create distance for the rest of Got to survive, but they're spiked over the lava, and damage is there from TNN, who tries to take down Sarah. It's only Yggdrasil on the other side to spin dash away. The lone Oath trying to get away, but it's difficult when there's so much taste potential. And TNN, hot in pursuits, looking for the rockets to connect. Same with Lod's dunk to remove a second team in one fight.
Unfortunately, the Shield Bash doesn't have the vertical to deal with the Jin Slam that's above him.
No. So now, with 2 teams eliminated out of our 5 and a nice spike for BBC, they might have lost 2 players, but they were able to revive elsewhere, and now they are the ones looking for control of the hatchling and that cluster nuke.
Okay. So I realize now that you can't see the hatchlings. TNN going across, trying to get a juke, spiking the lava here, getting a recall, but that is not good enough as we're gunned down by Zed. I was gonna say earlier, Flame to have Omega greeted for the 4 power shards.
Yep. Yeah.
In the lava, and he died insta for it, which is pretty funny.
It was very funny. I was watching that too. I'm like, I know what you're doing, because I would have done the exact same thing. But now Up are in that spot where they're down to only 2, so another team taken out. BBC somehow come out the victors of the Molten Fortress Chaos.
5 teams land. Only 1 remains. Well, 1 ran off into shards.
1 retreated, 1 stayed strong, and BBC are the team to collect all the bounties.
And yet again, Envy have found themselves just 4 gold armors. You could say randomly, you could say not. At the end of the day, they always get the golds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now they're looking already powerful going into these later fights, but I gotta give a lot of credit over to BBC. I did think that it was going to be really difficult for them to kind of get back into that fight, especially after losing 2 members of their team pretty early in the fights. But they were able to retreat, got the revives. I'm not sure if it was a respawn beacon that they went for or if it was Deathbox. I think it was respawn beacon there at Wellspring and then going for the fight afterwards. But either way, it was well done for them to continue to stay around because they had committed so much beforehand and they needed to get some kind of control back for themselves if they wanted to remain relevant in the game.
Yeah, I think I heard a beacon in the middle of that fight, and considering only 1 team made it out, I'm willing to assume it is BBC. I think BBC also benefit a little bit from the early game comps. That is Celeste, right?
Mm-hmm, Celeste, yeah. There's Celeste and Jewel, Bunny, Luna, and Ghost.
Yeah, but Celeste, champ that is known pretty, or just has a pretty solid early game with that shatter damage. And then obviously Ghost, not super reliant on having 4 points in any ability, nor base stats, so was able to also use that LMB to get a few spikes in the lava, which I think helped swing that fight a little bit. A lot of the teams that ended up fighting, like... I can't even, off the top of my head, I don't remember who died other than Up.
Big Up and, there's Big Up and, who was the other one? Why am I spacing?
That other 10th team that we all definitely care about and remember. But I think also 2 of those teams have Huddy in them, so it is pretty, I think it was Got.
Got, yep, it was Got. That was the other team.
Yeah, so, both of those teams have a Huddy, so it is kind of surprising that they lost.
I mean, I felt bad for Madly on that one because Big kind of fell very fast in that fight. So as Hudson, you're struggling on where to now fire. You don't know where to look. But we look at this fight over at Vane Grove and Moonlit Battlegrounds. Starting fights a little bit earlier. They had a good angle on to Hat, but BBC, the winners of Molten Fortress, they join into third party. And they notice how low some of them are, but they didn't go for the attack quick enough, while Hat are taken down low, and they are getting spiked over the abyss by Moonlit Battlegrounds.
Yep. And this fight starting to get swung again as BBC look for tempo. We do have Armor Shredder here, so
But
those golds that MB are rocking.
I'm worried about it because look at the level 7s on the other side for Moonlit Battlegrounds. Already able to use the Eye of the Storm, and then Tong
Oh, the
Tong
combo!
with the combo destroys BBC. Every which way you look, it's death for BBC.
Wow, I think that was a 4-man Celestial.
It was. It was.
Massive engage.
Absolutely insane play there from Moonlit Battlegrounds. And BBC, they're looking so good after that fight at Molten Fortress. But one combo, one tonk delivery service of Chilling Finale, and everything goes topsy-turvy.
Well, I was going to say that the randoms last game didn't work out as well, but clearly they've worked on their synergy in that brief 2-minute break that we took. As Aureg might be out of position here, getting pushed back with a laser.
Aureg is waiting for it, waiting to regroup with Hat, was looking for the ball, did not grab it. So instead, we'll have to continue to fall back. But behind them, HZ have started to push back forward, and the anomaly taken by 2 with the rings. The jukes from Krillo to get away from the pursuing first eliminated. Now, Fel will decide to fight against HZ instead. A slam to take down Taricha. And then they have to deal with 2 of their members getting spiked out in the abyss and out in the storm, with Hat pushing back into their cart and getting damage onto Fel, only leaving one of Fel alive, while Hat take the fight against HZ, nearly find the spike into the zone, and they do take him down with a pull not connecting from Aureg, but might not matter because they have damage landing on a Chinese spy with the chains connecting. The slam down, no bridge to take to safety. Taricha is gone with Moonlit Battlegrounds, the new team to join the fray, pushing back Chinese spy, getting the damage, and up in the air Afro goes. Chilling Finale as well, keeps them rooted, and Chilling Finale for Chinese spy might be the Chilling Finale for HZ, because Savvy Hero is taken down with the help of the Ghost, and another team eliminated so quickly in Game 6.
Oh, just cleaned up very nicely, but it looks like Fel are able to be brought back up, using that opportunity to run for a beacon on the edge of Storm. And it looks like MB have been able to clean up quite a few fights. Champ picks not holding them back.
No, looking pretty good on them, honestly. Especially the Bebo Celeste combo. Definitely got that synergy working out for themselves. But we'll see how it holds up as we get later into the game. Teams being a little bit more capable of fighting against them or not, because we saw how far ahead right now Moonlit Battlegrounds are with the gold armor on their side. The big things that could stop them are things like these Meteor Beasts. Pine was so close to stealing that away. I know what he was attempting to do there. He was hoping that he could throw in a Zeep, steal it away from Game Center, and then get back with the rest of his team, but XP Soul will go to GCR.
It was pretty interesting that both souls spawn on the same side of the map, and then, and Gay Dad eats the lava and Zed. Jabo left on his own.
BBC, they survived after that big engage from Moonlit Battlegrounds. They had one that was able to get away, so they got the revive all the way up in Emotech. They're hoping for a play against FP, team on a similar foothold to them in this game, but FP were able to ride the boat to safety and get out of danger for now.
Also, I'd like to bring some attention to the fact that Pine has the ever so fun to play against Blink Cart combo, which is basically unreactable.
Yep, you can literally blink
it.
off screen and get the cart to land. I've played Bebo and done that deck too, I know. It is disgusting, and it is very, very strong.
I'm hoping to see... Oh, and then he can also combine it with the Celeste. Oh, I wonder if they can make it work this game. That'll be so interesting to see.
We'll have to keep our eyes on it as unstable portals. That's the storm shift we had for this one. Afro, she's all the way up north, and looks like the rest of MB are looking to group with them. It's only Pine and Afro for now. They've spotted out BBC, They might just go back into the portal and then recall, so they want to stay down south. They'd much rather fight with Fel, it seems, early on. With a nice dunk, Arik spotting out FP as they tried to escape from Kobayashi's at night.
All right, genuinely, I don't know what the plan was for Quist there, because he didn't have a clone back, but I don't know, maybe it was a reaction speed test. Like, really giving the benefit of the doubt, maybe you shift back at the last second and then slam forward, but he's dead. He's getting Resident Koba as we have a fight breaking out in EMOTech.
Fel, they decided they didn't want to fight against Moonlit Battlegrounds, and honestly, probably the right call. They decided to take the portals up north, but they got to deal with the fact that BBC were still in control of EMOTech for the time being. Getting a lot of damage onto these members, but Immense was caught away from Zed. Zed not spiked, gets damaged. Hafu's gone, but he's got to deal with two still looking for the res onto the Wisp. Blue on the other side, not able to get the damage, but they're going to be able to dash in Zed, and he's peppering them down. Slam connects onto Zed, as Zed with the blast for the grenade does find Hafu, finds Ophios from Blue as well. Just Maddie remains. Fel have to get out of that one, but BBC take control back of EMOTech.
Zed, once again in a 1v3 situation, and he likes those odds, as we have a little bit of shenanigans. For those that don't know, the Jin clone can attack people in heart, and it doesn't aggro on the OG Jin. So that's just like a little bit of tomfoolery that Quiz can be up to, as Maddie has the crown. But it looks like he might find FP.
Yeah, goes right over to them. Quiz goes for the dash back, and they burn down Fel. So FP, they got the revive they wanted at the end of the day.
Yep. One extra step, but at the end of the day, they get the kill point, and now we get to play around the portals, where we have this portal connecting top of Emo, currently hidden by the storm. This blue portal that is able to help traverse these large walls, and then orange portals here.
Oh, look at GCR. They are looking for Hat, as Hat had been able to rat for quite some time to get a revive for themselves, and they got rid of Skedaddle, but they engaged that Blink Stone from Pine, from Spade, from Height. It looked so clean on that one, and now they're taking down GCR with Hat running away. A nice spike from long distance.
Wow. That was, I think that was 2 spikes there by Spades, so... Very good precision, as we do have the high ground here for MB.
MB, they've got themselves in a good position, as Pine is the only one who doesn't. He blinked towards them, looking for the Tonk to grab them, but missing. Instead, will crash into the wall without any friends, but a nice spike down from Afro as they look to pull back in flow. BBC might have to try to bail, but can you escape from Moonlit Battlegrounds? They're hot in pursuit. They're chasing you to the bitter end of EMOTech. You once called it home, BBC, but now Moonlit Battlegrounds have moved in. They've wrestled control from you on other parts of the map, and again, they take control of your rightful claim to territory, eliminating BBC.
Sorry, Blue, but you are facing Afro with Abyss Specialist. I think that was 5 dashes onto Zed after the kill, and then another 3 to chase Blue. As Zena gets the spike but dies!
It was a double spike!
I don't think I've seen that before.
I haven't either. They spiked each other. What a world there for FP. You get this. You get the spike as well on the other side. You're spiked down. Oh wow, that's crazy.
I didn't even think Zen found the spike in the first place. So I'm surprised he then died. But now we have our final 2 teams. It looks like MB have managed to grab final boss and XP soul, while FP, a little low on the armors, have 2 blues, have 2 broken armors, but a damaged soul.
You say that they got the final boss. No, MB are the final bosses. They have golds on their side. They've got all this exotic armor. You talked about the base specialist there for Afro. How are you supposed to ever kill her in these fights? FP are looking to see if they can beat MB this time around, but unlike the Game Center, who were able to take Game 5, this time around, it's a lot more powerful, and the flank from Tonk Pine Beepo destroys FP as they bat him around. J-Bo is gone, Gay Dad wearing the crown, same, put into the fryer and the frying pan as they are made into minced meat, with MB taking their 5th victory.
I'm not convinced that MB haven't been secretly practicing this pick, because they have clean swept a lot of these fights, these games. I am sure their kills are disgusting.
Yeah, like they had a perfect combo there for Pine, Blinkstone, and then they eventually found that delicate disguise too for even more creative angles for Pine. We saw the Blinkstone with the Celeste chilling finale into a huge wombo combo in one of those fights. We saw earlier just the Tonk Tonk chilling finale without Blinkstone and how great that was of destroying BBC. It looked very well practiced from them.
Yeah, and then also just at the end of the day, I was gonna, as you were saying, like I don't, when you're commenting how FP could deal with all the options that MB have, I was gonna say, I mean, you know, Hudson, he has those wires, right?
True.
And then we had the the flank, so maybe not as potent.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then in the meanwhile, Jang would like me to post the first 4 games.
So first,
Oh, you already posted. Oh, I see.
oh yeah. So the scores I think got posted above. So we can see how the scores are. Let's see if I can pull them up really quick. Oh, after the first 4 games, yeah. So they've posted the scores so that we have it for the first 4. But now we've had 2 games that have played. Luna, I'm going to give it to you. So if you want to talk about your points first, and then I think Jang is here to make an announcement after that.
Yeah. I will also say that I'm just as surprised as you guys about how well this comp is going because they've never played it before, at least not when I was watching. So, yeah. Anyway, I think this game honestly ended about 5 minutes into it, and I'll show you guys why I say that. So, let's take a look at very early on in the beginning where we have a bunch of teams not drop. Is it this spot? I think it's another spot. Right here. Where they start dropping right about here. And there's all this craziness going on in BBC. They're fighting against Up. And who else was there?
There's Big
Got was
Big
there.
got eliminated. Got was there. Up is there.
Yes.
FP was there for a moment, and then they decided that they didn't want to be there anymore. There's a lot of teams that were there.
Yeah, a bunch of teams, and Got just... Sorry, excuse me, not Got. BBC, they get on top of this, but I want to point out something. So Up gets this nice elimination here, but then they turn towards BBC, and I don't know what they were thinking because so they lose 2, and then Jin gets out, I believe, or is that Bishop? Sorry, that's Bishop, and then
Yeah, Bishop.
there's this one moment that's pretty weird, right here. He just like they
stayed
go
there.
back in, and then Law just stands still, and I don't know what was going on there. Anyway, so that was one big fight. BBC gets on top of that. I was like, okay, BBC's in a really good spot. Meanwhile, we know MB got the 4 golds. They're right here in the middle. I think I can zoom in. Yes, I can. So, you know, MB right there in the middle, getting their 4 golds. They always like to do that. So that's one big fight. As the circle's closing in, let's see if I can find it. Right here, we see the circle starting to close in. The light green team is coming in, and then all these teams are around here. There's this big fight going on. MB, Hat, BBC, and for a while, it looks like BBC is actually winning this. You know, even though MB has all the golds, BBC, you know, they just want a big fight, and so they're, you know, they have all the momentum for them. But I don't know why BBC takes this fight here because, yeah, they were pretty strong, but MB are pretty much stronger too because they have the 4 golds, and they can just, you know, take whatever fight they want. So BBC losing this fight, I think this is where the game is like almost completely decided for MB. So
Right
BBC, they have to poverty and run right after this, even though they got a huge fight. And I don't think BBC took good advantage of the position that they were in. They don't have powers, they don't have armors, so I think they should have just farmed up a bit more before they started fighting again.
Also, like it was that was a crazy combo from both Pine and Height in that one.
Oh yeah, I should watch that. I lost it. Sorry.
It's right
here.
Yeah. Like literally perfect. You could not ask for a better Tonk Tonk chilling finale combo right there. Every one of BBC got hit.
Yeah, essentially, I don't think BBC had a reason to take this fight. So that's one of the reasons why they lost this. And then over here, another big fight. MB kind of comes and cleans up. If I was green team, I try to get out as soon as possible earlier on. And you also see that red team's not taking this fight, and so they're backing off, which is pretty smart. They're just fighting. There's nothing to fight for, so there's no reason to fight. And then BBC's next biggest mistake is over here, where they start fighting Fell. They do win this fight, but it took a lot of their resources. So that's another reason. Again, no powers, still no powers on BBC. And at this point, MB just taking over and doing whatever they want. I want to just rewatch that one amazing combo that they had around here somewhere.
Was it?
So that was really sick.
I'm trying to remember. Is it here or was it before?
Oh, it's further. Was it
real
further
quick,
back?
What's up?
Real quick, do we want to let Jang announce the?
Oh yes. Let's let Jang make the
go for it.
prize. Yeah.
And, yeah, you do that while I try to find this.
Yeah. And then we
Okay,
can,
so as you might have suspected, guys, a 7th game, an odd-numbered game, means a remix. So, in this next game, you are required to run 2 of your hunters as duplicates. Required.
So you have to have 2 of the same.
You have to have 2.
Oh.
So 2 and
Yeah,
2, just to clarify. Or 4. You could do 4.
You can do 2, 1, and 1.
Do 1 1.
Oh.
Yeah, or 3
Oh, okay.
or 3
I
and
see.
1 or 4 no.
Or 4, no.
Yeah. If you all want to be the same one.
4 oaths. Preferably not 4 oaths. But yeah,
Oh my goodness. this
you
is
are
gonna be
welcome
great.
to do it.
Oh, I love this.
Yep.
All right. So duplicates must be. You must have 1 duplicate on your team at least. It could be 3. It could be 4 of the same, but at least 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait, so hunter duplicate should be set to 4 then, so they could do up to 4.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
All
And
right.
and you can and a resurgence for this one.
Oh, and
Resurgence on?
resurgence.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh. All right. Also, I like Blue's response to you, Luna, on why BBC took that fight.
Oh, was it in chat?
It's in Twitch chat. It says we took that fight because fuck it, we ball.
Yeah, it's a for fun tournament. Just do it.
So absolute respect to Blue on that one. Love it. Love the attitude on that one. All right. So Luna, we'll let you get this last one in while the teams kind of prepare a little bit for the duplicate final game, and then we get into our 7th.
All right.
Let
I'm
me-
dropping in 40.
Okay.
So about a minute.
I found the play that I wanted to see. I thought it was MB that did the combo. It wasn't. It was or was it? Oh, it was
It was-
MB.
it was
Sorry,
MB.
let's go back.
Yeah. It's right
Yeah,
here.
yeah, there it is. Boom.
The Blinkstone with
That's
the
huge.
chilling finale, like absolutely insane. When
And then-
that combo hit, I was just like, oh, mint.
And then Spade gets this amazing double snipe here.
Mm-hmm.
One more time. Look at this.
So good. Just
Wait, what? There it is.
boom.
Boom.
And then he gets the next
And-
one, and
Yeah.
boom.
Like max range spikes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, enough glazing my team. No bias. We can
No
move on
bias.
from that.
All right, let's get us ready for our final game. So game 7, almost here. It should be a very exciting one as well because it is going to be a flip of the script, as everyone, including myself, was suspecting. And I'm excited for that one. Our final game of squads. We can even have this, like, there's a lot of pride that'll go into this one. It's not just winning the tournament. We're expecting Moonlit Battlegrounds to win. But this is the very last match of squads that we'll have at this competitive level. If you win this one, you have bragging rights for pretty much all of eternity unless they bring squads back, as being the team that won the very last comp squads. So you got to go into this one wanting to win. Even if it's a for fun tournament, the bragging rights alone should keep you wanting to win.
Yep, and I, for one, am excited to see what comps we'll see. See what teams cook up, what teams really all in here on the 4 dupes, what teams maybe could be more conservative, go with only 1 dupe.
I'm very excited as well. I'm showing the screen a little bit earlier this time around because I want to see the team comps and let everyone see what they are running, what we've got for ourselves. We got to check out our teams once we load up. Come on. I want to see. I'm biting at the bits. Let's see.
Oh,
Double
yeah.
Jin. Double Jin for up. I like it. Double Void.
What am I
for
looking
Got.
at?
Double Void. Oh, can you just go through each one of them? So we got. Oh, look at Hat. Double Myth and Brawl.
I sent you the screenshot, Magical.
Okay.
if you
Yeah.
wanna,
I want to go through them all. Yes. Okay, so I already mentioned that one from Hat. It's the double myth and brawl. We got double Shrike for Big, all Shrike for Game Center, all Shrike for Moonlit Battlegrounds, double.
Wait, FP?
Yeah.
Look at FP.
Sinoid's Pizza Party all over again.
FP with the 3 Oaths and a Hudson. HZ with the 2 Hudsons and 2 Zeps. Fell with double Bishop, double Brawl.
Will be an interesting game to see play out. A lot of a lot of strikes in the game, that's for sure.
This is amazing. I love this. I'm already so happy. Everything that happens in this game is just gonna make me even more elated to watch some of these games. Because right now we see Ixril on that void to be taken down, and another one to bite the dust. Got down to only one
strike
player.
fight.
But strike fight! Strike fight!
Come on.
Come
You
on.
guys know you want to do it.
Strike fight. We need the strike fight right away. Come on, game set. No. Stop chasing BBC. Go south now. Get it? No. Stop chasing them. We need the strike fight.
Oh man.
I'll be so sad if we don't get a strike fight.
Oh, never mind. Well, strikes are fighting. Maybe not against each other though.
Looking for the headshots. Oh,
Flow is-
BBC. What is this? Just watching this as they are landing the headshot after headshot. BBC might be able to survive that one, but it's going to take a lot for them to get out as we go north. And we see one broken shield, another broken shield, actually 3 broken shields for FP. Their Hudson unable to get the damage necessary to win the fight. While Hazakon pushing forward with the double Hudson, double Zeph combo, chasing down the 3 Oaths and a Huddy, making it really difficult to go away, burning down Jang. Making it real hard for any of these teams to escape early on.
Well, it looks like we've answered the age-old question that I'm sure everyone's wondering. Who wins between 3 Oaths and a Huddy and 2 Huddies and 2 Zephs?
So two Huddies and 2 Zephs is what wins. Actually,
Stain beats Frontline.
when you think about it, though, it's like that's a lot of damage that comes in from the spin barrels as well as BBC. They've just gotten back up, but already they lose Zed. Headshots landing on Cord, helping it out as the dash away from Immense. Immense against the wall and 3 strikes. They had so many of those pointers locked down onto Jewel, and they're looking for another, but it looks like Flo and Zed will get away. Kiting back, Resurgence is on everybody. Remember, that keeps these fights going even longer.
Yep. To ensure no teams die early, and note to GCR, I know 2 of them for sure. Play Shrike in the form of Encore and Jetski. Trev and Skedaddle are definitely just in it for the red.
They're in it for the memes. That's why. They're just like, someone's got to call the all strikes that we knew Moonlit Battlegrounds were going to go for, and they did. I very much appreciate you in Game Center.
Now I'm just hoping that they fight.
Oh, yes.
That's the
Look,
important
look.
part.
Oh, they are. Okay, I'm just watching this one. Everything else is like secondary at this point because if we miss the strike fight, let's see.
What's the point? What's the point? You know,
Exactly. Like we look at
run back
everyone
the
else.
whole event.
Yeah, where everyone else is right now, there is a potential for up with the double Jin combo to start pushing towards Game Center, and Game Center having held on to the end shrine. They could look for a fight. They didn't actually capture the base, so they won't have the vision necessary at first on up.
They
But
have it
landing
now.
the first headshot, now that they have the control of it, is going to be a little bit easier. But they got to be careful because their fighting might lure in another. Moonlit Battlegrounds could look for the fight as the lasers are honing in on up, but Moonlit Battlegrounds instead are going to go north while Game Setters deal with up and deal with the fact that they have to fight their way out of the desert and back up to mana coils afterwards. Chains connecting on the other side. Look for the double knock as they already lose on Cord. And this is not looking good for Game Center. Up, completely trouncing them in the fight. As Strikes, how do you get away from so much dive? You just don't. That's the answer. As we go back to the eye on Acres. Bigger, the team now finding a play against Got's double void. The double void struggling for a bit until we had Ixtro picking up the first knock. Well, back down
Wait,
in the
actually-
desert. Skedaddle.
Real quick, GCR got out.
Yeah, they got out, and they might be able to land the headshots. It was one of them that got out initially, and was able to pick up a headshot on to Starflash. So Skedaddle keeping them alive, maybe proving to us that they do have that strike play after all.
And if I was like, I panned away because I was like, oh, okay, well, it looks like 2 of them are getting wiped. We'll just see a resurgence. But they actually turned that fight on the chase. Power of 2 strikes.
It can happen. You land those headshots over and over again, and you start melting your targets. The only problem now is that Skedaddle is not with the rest of the team. Encord and Trev had gone for Prisma Falls, while still on the tracks, can actually get back with the rest of the team if need be. But Big and Got are really the ones that have been locking blows with one another and ready to scram. As we go into the heart, it is going to be BUC. Taken apart really quickly by Fell. The Bishop engaged, doubled up, and leaving only Zed. BBC struggling to get away. Might be able to find a spike. Don't actually get it. It's them who fall instead. So our first team eliminated.
Oh, double jewel. Just not quite good enough in this lobby.
Needed all jewels. That's what it was. You needed nothing but jewels.
True. More stacks. More stacks.
But unfortunately for them, they're out. And we go back to Ion Acres where we see it's still Big and Got. But might be our first strike joining in. Tricle Jordan, Pines nearby. Kind of waiting it out, deciding not to go for it. Instead, notice that Fell were behind them. They're going for the 360s. They're just
What else
okay.
can you do?
If they
all
win
the
with
teams are here.
If they win with always going for the 360s, I'm going to die. Because that is going to be insane. Nice dodge away from Annie. It looks like even with the phase dash, wasn't able to get away. Not going to go for the 360 that time around. Instead, going to go for the assured knock onto 1. Well, we still have the play in Ion Acres. Hafu spotted out. All these strikes looking for any damage, but with the chains already there, it's difficult for a strike to want to engage on a brawl. But back on the northern side, we see that unfortunately it is madly getting taken down by Big, but it was traded 1-for-1, which will be a little bit nice for them. Fell engaged with a double bishop blast up, but denied from Saucy Hack. And the double brawl, double myth, trying to lay down the arrows, but it's not enough damage. Well, Zen couldn't dash into the back line. Instead, Krillo tries to rejoin with the other myth so they can get the revive onto Saucy Hack. They might be able to do it, but they are missing one of their brawls from Moonlit Battlegrounds on the track up north.
All right, and it looks like GCR might be getting wiped here. The Strike's unable to hold their own.
And we still have not seen the strike fight, unfortunately. Skedaddle, the last strike left for GCR. Not avoiding the ire of Up, who've been having the number of GCR this whole game. And one of our strike squads is gone. The other one, take down J-Bo on the fight outside of Chaos Steps.
Well, it looks like MB are poised to prove that 4 strikes are the strongest, as they yet again have 4 golds.
Somehow they always get away with it. I don't know how that is possible. But more fighting in the Wellspring. Fell. Find themselves up against Hat. The double brawl, double myth. Grillo is taken down. They put the rain of arrows onto Maddie, but Maddie was able to get back. Missing the chains, though, onto the rock, so he has to dash back with the rest of the team. And we see these arrows connecting from Saucy Hack. Zen playing aggressively onto Maddie, who heals up a lot of health. But with the burn from 4 players, they should chase that one down pretty easily, while the rest of Fell fall back and away, trying to get a better position in the circle.
It looks like FP are getting wiped, as Huddy is the last, as Oaths have fallen.
Let's see if he can heal up, and couldn't get the Wisp back up. It's going to be Starflash falling outside. Oh, no. Might be able to get the narrow pickup of the Wisp and leaving only Gaydad. Now, one Hudson with a boat in front of them that they can hop aboard and try to go for the respawn, but it's going to be dangerous, especially with the minions starting to lock on to their position. Gaydad instead might just have to buy a crown if they have enough gold. Fell were on a respawn beacon, but Up, interrupt, find the first knock, and it's going to be both Aphios and Hafu trying to get away, but it's hard to escape from so many pursuing Jins. They just dash everywhere. 1 dunk, 2 dunk, red dunk. You're dunked there, Fell, as they burn to the lava. Almost get the kill, but Aphios was able to get away, or is he? One more strike, and it is going to be the toppling down of Fell.
Oh, and on the other side, we had the Double Zeph team falling, but MB might be a little on the ropes. Fadestorm falls, and Afro forced to recall into the storm.
Tries to get the team back up, has a crown as well. The Moonlit Battlegrounds down to only Afro with the crown, and look it up. They spot out, someone's there. our strike teams just aren't able to cut it. Chased down too easily by assassins. So with them falling early, the earliest knockout of Moonlit Battlegrounds today, but we already know that they had won the day.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the biggest problem with having 4 strikes is the second that you guys can't start shooting, you can't run away either.
Oh, the swap was a little too early from Extra, so he wasn't able to get the respawn and been got. Hat find them, and we have the fight on to Big. Madly's taken down. This double Jin squad seems to be working out very well for up. They're very confident with this as they eliminate yet another team and only have to deal with 1 player on FP and then have to deal with Hat, who are holding on to the fortress at the moment.
Yep, and it looks like Gay Dad will have to play a little bit of a coin flip on this beacon, unless
there is a crown.
We have Hat and up fight.
I mean, there's also that crown right behind them, so if teams do join in, could grab the crown and then look for a knock on lava, but might be able to just get that one for themselves regardless. The circle will push in just a little bit too late, not enough damage onto FP, so now the 3 Oaths and a Huddy have another shot at glory.
Yep, and against these comps specifically, where we feature 2 brawls, we have 2 Jins.
It's 2 brawls, 2 myths for Hat,
playable.
and then 2 Jins for up with a Celeste and an Oath. No, with a Zeph and a... Am I right? Wait, what is Starflash playing? Not exactly sure. I know that TNN is playing...
Starflash is Brawl.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Starflash is Brawl, yeah.
Gotcha. Well, here we go.
The triangle
There it is.
formation.
They're just setting up the walls all around Gay Dad. Say, please keep us alive. Everything relies on a Hudson damage.
Protect the president comp as we have a fight now between Up and Hat.
Hat, though, find the first knock, but they're pushed back, bounced around for a little bit of time. Lodge was able to escape, but he leaves his team out dry over the lava. Saucy Hack is taken down in answer, but Hat are the ones in control, looking to bring back up the Wisp as they slice down more damage onto Brawl, but the pushback onto Zen, getting him low. Oh, doesn't find it. Spin dash throws the hammer, puts up the wall of the shield, almost takes down Saucy Hack, but Aurig's still alive as Lodge tries to lower down the cooldown of the crown, but dancing around the pillar the whole time. Auric survived, outplayed them, but now you have to deal with 3 Oaths and a Huddy. They can start grouping around. Hat have regrouped. They've got all players up, but a lot of broken armor on their side.
Hat with the insane clutch here winning that fight. I don't know how the hell Auric was able to space around that Jin, but well played to him. Now, Hat have to figure out how to consolidate some armor, as 2 of them are completely broken, and Saucy is low. It looks like...
They might... Oh, they have the
a
base
red chest.
chest.
They do have red chests. They have red chests. So that
Red
gives them 2
chest.
full repairs and base.
And base. So they're going to be set for now. And they've set up the Chonker Cannon as well. It will make it difficult for FP. We're down to the wire for quite some time, but Gaydad bringing the team back up. Still looking difficult. Even if you have so many shields, your damage has to stick, and it has to actually get the knocks onto all these brawls that are going to be hunting you down, plus the damage that's going to be coming from range from 2 myths on the other side. Krillo setting up the flank already. You see on the other side that not Auric is looking for their own flank angle, puts down the rain of arrows, but they try to see if they can pull the trigger on Auric instead, but that leaves 1 Oath out alone, spin dashing back with the rest of the team. Only a little bit of damage. Now they have to rejoin. Abyssal Breaker on one side. SNA is trying to see if they set up the wall and set up the shields, whether they go for the spin dash onto Auric, but not able to find it. It's going to be inside their first Oath, taken down with a broken shield on another one. Jang's low. Same with Gaydad as they're surrounded from all sides as they're chopped down. And Hat will take our last game of squads.
Unfortunately, the identity of FP playing just ball up, do damage in a line isn't quite good enough against what I think was the most flexible comp, where we have 2 myths, 2 brawls. We can play this all in. We can play this neutral. They have the explosive damage for the shield breaks, and there is just simply nothing FP could have done.
No, it was a little tragic there for FP before Hat. Big props to Auric, because that game was a coin flip with Lodge chasing him down. If Jin finds the knock onto Auric there, up or back in this one, they wipe Hat, and then they're the ones looking at victory, not Hat. So props out to Auric to outplay the likes of one of the best Jin players that we have in NA.
Yep. Just
That was a pretty fun match to watch. I wish the Hudson won though.
Me too.
I wish the
It would have
strikes
been
won.
fun.
I was hoping the
That's true,
strikes would
that's
have a
true.
strike fight. That's what I wanted.
No strike fight, unfortunately.
No. All right, but we can start adding up our points. I think we're starting to get all those calculated so we can see how teams are placing. To kind of remind everyone what the points were before. Let's see if I can pull this up really quick. That people can see it really quick.
I will take this opportunity to hop out. So thanks, Jang, for hosting. Thanks, Magical, for joining me on the cast, and thank you, Luna, also for your analysis today. And then thank
Yeah, it was fun.
all the players, all the viewers. You guys having interest in this makes this event happen. And then thank you guys for having me.
Thanks, Tsunani. Thanks for observing
Thank
and
you,
thanks for
Tsunani.
joining in for that one. You're incredible.
And also thanks to Pineapple for the Party 13 raid. Let's go.
Woo! Let's go.
All right. Anyways, see you guys.
See you later,
Bye.
Tsunani. But here we go. We can look at the points and how they were going into the final 3 games. Moonlit Battlegrounds, they had won 4 times already at that point, and they had 139 points. And this is what I was talking about yesterday when you look at how tournaments can be. Imagine if we played this one match point. That would have been over at Game 4. Moonlit Battlegrounds won all 4, so at Game 4, after they passed the threshold, like if you make the threshold say 100, then they're the winners. They after simply 4 games, we already have it ending.
Yeah, I think it was a fun tournament for sure, but not everyone was taking it super seriously.
Yeah, true.
So I'm excited. But however, what this tournament did do, it is important to some extent, where now we're going to trios, and a lot of people got kicked off their teams. So now this is a great tournament to see. Okay, who would be good to pick up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So I think who do you think were the standout players in this case?
So there are definitely there's a lot of players I think across the board, and I could probably pick one player from each team that I would say is like kind of the standout. Like I want to give a lot of credit out to Zed on BBC. This player definitely came out and was ready to play. They were playing their heart out in every single one of those games. Like the rest of BBC too, they were playing really well. It's tough with the competition you had, but Zed somehow, even with this talented group in this lobby, and even in the qualifiers, was able to stand out amongst the rest of them. So I'd say Zed is one of the big ones that really surprised me. Like if I'm going by players that I wasn't expecting that great of a performance, like I was expecting a good performance, but not that great of a performance, or like this guy you need to start picking up for your teams.
Mm-hmm. I personally enjoyed watching Mocha in arenas.
That's a good one too.
Did Mocha not make did Mocha's team not make it out
Mocha couldn't play today. Mocha's team did make it, but Mocha was not able to play today, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know if Mocha's on a team or not, but I would want him. Or
yeah,
I would want Mocha on my team for sure.
Mocha's a great call out. I agree with that one. If I'm trying to look at other players and just think. So if I just go down the line, all of Up. I just love Up. I've already said this before. I think they're a chaotic, fun group of players. Hat, Arig, definitely someone that has stood out a lot for me in the past. Kingpin being even more so, but even just seeing the myth plays today. If I look at, I think Got had some good moments as well, just kind of looking at their team and seeing how they played. I'm trying to think, because they did also have some swap-ups today, if I recall, for Got. I'm trying to remember who played for them yesterday. But I know that, like, for Big, they have Madly, who is a great player, but Pod Racing stepping in as well. Claire, I'm not as familiar with, but I think they stepped in last minute as well. Paria stepping in last minute. I already mentioned how, let's see, like HZ. HZ was another fun team to kind of watch and see how they were playing. Like, I'm just trying to remember each player on each team. Hold on. Let's see.
Didn't we get a picture about the different teams from
Tsunani? I'm pulling that up. Yeah, just looking. So, Got Igdrill. Igdrill is probably the big one for me on that team. I think that they're.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you go.
I was just gonna say Yggdrasil. He was playing a lot of Oath today. I've never seen him play Oath before, so I think he was kind of nerfing himself a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it also could be just wanted to try a new strategy, especially with squads coming to an end. Try to go for something new. But another player, Skitaddle, I love their Felix play. I think is a
mhm.
very fun player to watch, being one of the few Felix players we have in NA. FP, Gaydad is someone who's a lot of fun to watch as well. Very good player, but Jabo is a newer face that I was a little bit surprised in seeing how well they were able to play today. Jang, we already know Jang. Jang's a great player. MB, every
Jang's
single
always
one
good.
of them, like literally, that is the super team right now.
Spades needs a team, guys.
Spades needs a team, so they like you have Height, Spade, Afro, Pine already a super team, and sadly one of them has to go. So Spade is a great option for any team, so definitely recommend there. Fell, I think it's going to be sad for that team too. I feel like they were finally starting to hit their stride as a group and have been getting better and better every tournament. But for Pamu, Maddie, Afios, and Hafu, it's sad to see that one of them is going to have to go, but there's a really good team, and any one of those four is great to have on your team. And then lastly, HZ, Zakon, great player, Chinese Spy as well, great player who's been more of the Kingpin player in the past, but now switching over to the Hudson. A lot of respect. And Savvy Hero is another player that's been standing out to me.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited to see the switch ups. I said this yesterday too, but I'm excited to see the switch ups for trios teams, and I want to see more competition. I think when trios comes, TLD is gonna have a bit of a comeback.
Yep, I think so
because they've been playing kind of with a sub for a few weeks now. That's gonna be exciting. Up is gonna be up and coming for sure. I did not intend that pun at all. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it shapes up. I'm excited.
And by the way, just even if I didn't mention your name specifically here, players out there, you're all really talented. There's a reason why you're able to make it to the finals in the first place. It's because you are great players. These were just specific examples. I could literally go through and name every single player on the list, but then it's not as fun to talk about, right? All right, so right now I think we're just waiting for Jang to get the points added up so we can see how everyone stacks up. We're expecting, even with the added 3 games in, that Moonlit Battlegrounds, we're going to be at the top of the standings. 5 first place victories out of 7 games. And our 7th game being the for fun one, where we have the duplicates allowed and actually encouraged. It was a lot of fun to see how teams kind of adapted to that change.
Who do you think is going to win second place besides MB?
So that's the harder one because
Yeah.
Hat and Up, I think both played fantastic today.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those are the 2 teams that are kind of at the edge of which one's going to take it. But I also wouldn't count out HZ or Fell. Those 2 teams were kind of up in the standings. Game Center were able to take that the 5th game for themselves, so they were able to stop the win streak for Moonlit Battlegrounds, and that could be something you go, hey, that means that they're going to win. But I feel like they only really had that game where they absolutely dominated. They did well in other games, but I don't think well enough to kind of get up the gap where they were at, 41 points. I'm trying to get up to second place, which was up at the time at 93. That's going to be really tough.
So the scores that we're looking at on your screen, are those updated from game 4? Or can you, if you can move
Those
over
are
to the
up
right?
Yeah, those are up to game 4. So 5, 6, and
Okay,
7 have not
okay.
been added yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just waiting on the results for that one. And once we get the results for games 5, 6, and 7, then we will know how the placements are going for our teams.
I didn't watch game 1, but looking at the scores, even though MB won, Up got more points.
Yes. And that was actually something
crazy.
that started off where I was talking about how MB, it's like they had a very slow game. They didn't do much in game 1. Up were the team that was more proactive, even had a lot of points. Big was another team that got eliminated fairly early, but had a lot of points. So it's like there's these ways where the game could have really gone elsewhere until you get into game 2, where MB win again with 37 points. The next team was FP at 26. And then you go into the next game after that, 41 points for Moonlit Battlegrounds, and the next one was HZ, and you're like, okay, now it's really starting to become a difference between all our teams. Even game 4, where Moonlit Battlegrounds won again, Up still beat them in points because they had more kills.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I didn't see that. 3 more points. Kills are important.
Mm-hmm. But that's why I think Up, they'll get second place. They're pretty confidently in that second place spot because they have 93 points compared to the 57 of third place. And they had, I think, only one game where they dropped out fairly early.
Was it game 5 that MB got the lucky kill on Krillo?
Is that game
I can't
5 or game
remember.
4? I think that was game 4.
One of the two. I can find out.
I think it was game 4.
I think so too.
Maybe. Or was it game 5?
I think it was game 5.
Maybe.
It wasn't game 4. Yeah, it was game 5.
Okay, it was game 5. Okay. I couldn't remember either. I was trying to remember which one. What?
Wait, I can't remember.
There's a
I'm
lot
looking
of
at my
games-
replays.
There's a lot of games that have happened today, so
Oh wait, I just realized we had 7 games, right?
yes.
Oh, okay, I was looking at I was looking one ahead.
So let's see. I think most teams have their points in now. So we're just waiting to see how the final standings go for us for our very last squads. But I'm glad we ended squads on such a fun note with the multiple hunters played, where anyone could really play that and see how they're going to do.
Yeah, and the April Fool's joke kind of made it more fun too.
Yes, yes.
Seeing 4 strikes with those massive hats going,
I
running
know.
around.
You think it would be easier for the strikes to hit their targets with the big old heads, but not the case. Yeah, I like what Pine said in chat. Like, Savvy's like, oh, I failed my teammates. It's like, you know, as long as you had fun, you learn from your mistakes, you come back, and you get better at the game each and every day. That's what's important. Because when it comes to these kind of games, things are going to happen. You just learn from them, you shrug them off, and you're like, good luck, better luck next time. That's how you got to approach a lot of these. And that goes for casters as well. It's like, sometimes we have those moments as well where we're just like, oh, gotta wipe the dust off of our shoulders, get back into the next game, and cast it just as well, you know?
You gotta move on. You can't let it keep you still. Like just how I
Exactly.
stuttered, and now I have to keep talking.
Exactly, so. But, do we have Jang? Jang, how are the points going with adding them up?
Pretty good. We just have 3 teams left. Quiz is helping me.
Nice. All right.
I'm pretty smooth.
Send in your scores, everyone.
Now make sure you get the scores in so we can look at those totals and see how we all did. Game 4 or 5, we died on train. Yeah. Also, Krillo, you're not gonna live down that Bebo mistake. That is a bit of a tragic one.
You know, they released the patch notes while the games are happening.
Or did they?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, you get a sneak peek.
yeah. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, let's see. They posted. There they are.
Share your screen, or put it on screen. I
Yep,
mean.
I'm going to. Where'd it go? There we go. Alrighty. So, we get to see, zoom it in a little bit so people can see it a little bit easier. Alrighty, so obviously with Ava, we already knew about that. All her abilities, we got to see. If you watch, Lemur has a video on it. I know Tom Kick has a video on it, so if you want to check out their descriptions of the abilities, that'd be a good one. As well as, you know, all the hunter missions as well. It'll be that trios.
Are you
going
able to
in.
share your screen, or is it too much for you
Oh, I'm sharing it on the
on the Twitch?
stream.
Okay,
Yeah.
just wait for it to catch up.
Let's see if I can. I can try to.
I'll just
share.
read it with you on my end.
Yeah. So I'm at trios. I mean, that one we're kind of expecting. So that one, no surprise there with anything going on for it. Though arena's remaining 4v4, I'm glad. I'm glad to see that that's going to stay the same. I think it would lose a lot of its luster if it went 3v3. Oh. Interesting. So gold armor zone vaults now contains only 1 armor and a total of 3.
Yeah, I saw that.
Interesting.
I was just looking at that, considering that MB always has 4 armors.
Yeah.
It's gonna nerf with the strat a little bit.
Another one is the early game circle reduced by a sizable amount of units, so 3,000 chopped off of there. That's a big one. And they say balanced for some hunters who are clear winners and moves to trios. Context below. But queue time should be faster. Ranked and unranked split. Something we knew as well. All players. Ooh. Now that's interesting. All players have access to custom game modes where they can invite
Wow.
squads, trios, duos, or arena. Interesting. Wait, what do you mean? Squads.
Like you can do squads customs.
I know, but I'm surprised by that. I'm surprised they're keeping that even in the custom squads and duos.
You know what that means.
Uh-huh. Aha! Got him! That definitely is a more of a shock to me than anything else. I thought they'd just want to keep it trios and arena. So, and yeah, that makes sense too. All players can now host invite-only customs with a minimum size of 8 that have to be a part of. That makes sense. So we're soft rank reset. No, and that means I gotta play some more ranked. Dang it. Let's see, anything else that's good here? New ranked rewards. Yeah. I'm looking for other nerfs. Oh, here we go. Game structure. Automatic respawns off in ranked. Yeah, we already knew that. And on in unranked. Knocked XP. Knock XP reductions. We'll generally want to incentivize PvP. Knocking lower level players is too rewarding, resulting in level advantages and everything else. Feeling overly snowball, so we're reducing that. Ooh. Players lower level than you give you less XP than before. Okay. So knocking player 1 level below has been decreased. Ooh, a pretty sizable amount.
Oh, there's a big one.
That's a huge
under
one.
Mobility.
Okay, I don't think I've gotten to mobility yet.
You're almost there.
Okay, Biome Wisps. Here we go. I'm just kind of like going one by one. So there's a big nerf on those for the XP you gain. That you gain from knocking players at a lower level. Only 10% of the XP from players at 2 levels or below. Damn. So Biome Wisp boss. These are gold. Okay, biome specific powers again. So going back and forth on that one. Okay, wind rings. Well, we love this movement that wind rings provide. That you could basically fall through them and still get yoided around. Meant you were getting maximum movement with no risk. We think if you want to make the moves, you gotta pay the price. Whether it's using a dash for momentum or using your glider and risking getting spiked, you now must have your glider out to get the full benefit of wind rings. Oh, that's
gonna shake it up a little bit.
Oh,
Wait, that's huge.
That's huge.
You still get momentum, just not as much. It's reduced by 10%.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that is a big one. Yeah, and Saucy Hack, it makes sense. Going to trios, 3 armors. I know it makes sense. It does. But still, it's seeing it written that way instead of it being the other way, which I thought was going to be 2 in the vaults and 1 that you found randomly. They're doing 1 in the vaults, 2 that you can find randomly. Okay, let's see. Now to the hunters. So objectively, Shiv is the number 1 in trios. Makes a lot of sense. More targets for her to go for. So, nerfing the cartwheel a little bit, just by 0.75 seconds, so not the most. Gains cartwheel movement speed bonus as ramping effect rather. Oh, interesting. No longer loses cartwheel momentum speed buff on taking damage. Okay, so that compensates for that. Wait, did they rename her alt to Death Blossom? It used to be Death Blossom. Did they change it back to Death Blossom for Visalot? When did that happen? Huh.
I have no idea.
Yeah, because I'm like,
I don't know the names.
I know the name, so I'm like, wait a minute. It's not Death Blossom, that's the old one. It's Fusalod now. And Death Blossom's still fine. I like this one better than the Jewel change, where I'll still forever call Jewel's Eye of the Storm and not Thunderstorm. Eye of the Storm sounds way cooler. Just saying. Let's see.
Luna got a little bit of a buff.
Oh, did she?
A little bit.
Now, let's see. So we got pretty good nerf to damage on her ult, but not the biggest. So not bad. Just kind of changing things around a little bit. Wait, in practice, if you land all of your auto fire shots in the ring, the difference when testing it. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, just more explosive damage if you land all the shots. Got it. Bright shield lowered, makes sense. Luna no longer disappears if attached to a cell. Oh! Will still disappear if it is attached to Luna and she is stunned. That makes more sense, honestly, than having the stunned ally. That makes sense. If she gets stunned, it should disappear. But if the ally got stunned, it shouldn't have disappeared. That's a good buff to her. I like that buff. Items, glide boots, just give more fuel. Okay. Better for unlocking. You can bank 2 hunter tokens. Nice. But if you have more than 2, then you're forced to buy. Okay. Makes sense as well. Rotating storage gone.
Basically, they just didn't want people to save their unlocks until forever.
Yeah, which makes sense. It makes a lot of sense, honestly. Like, a lot of these just are, like, basic ones. So some dash bugs fixed on Saros. Void swap now works on projectiles again. Okay. Removed one option. Help. Okay. Cool. So, just the big ones definitely, I think, are going to be the, like, I think you had it right there with saying that Luna's buff is actually pretty big. Because now you don't have to worry about putting that onto an ally who's going to get possibly stunned and then losing the effect it gets. You just have to keep yourself safe, which is honestly, I think, a big buff to Luna. Oath, that nerf does nothing. Like, I don't think it takes him out of it at all. Like, he's going to be just the same. Shiv too, I don't think it does much. The wind rings change, I think, is going to be pretty big. Like, if you want to get the full benefit, like, you're still going to be able to dash away. But if someone is smart with how they use their glider, they can use that at the moment they hit it, let go. We've seen that tech many a times. And also interested to see the biome bosses back to biome-specific powers again, as opposed to being gold. So I'm curious why that is. Let me see. Oh, it's just because people feel powers are less available. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, and then they changed the points. Oh. Which also makes sense. Nothing's really changed between these. Now, I'm more surprised that 6th, 7th, and 8th give 10 points instead of having, like, 5, like, 7, 15, 15. I don't know.
The last thing is if you scroll all the way to the bottom, it'll give you some previews of future skins.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, right here. Yeah.
I like the jewel skin, and the myth skin reminds me of Renata from League.
It does. It does look a lot like Renata. I like that one. That's a nice one. But where's my Hudson skin? Ah! They're never gonna give me a
Magic, he posted the scores.
Finished.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We have our scores. Finito.
Finito.
Let's open. So, I'm going to swap the screen back so we can see what it is. So we can see how our games are. So game 5, no surprise. MB, 35 points, up 27. GCR got 31. Good for them. So a lot of points added up that way. Game 6, 44 points for Moonlit Battlegrounds. Then 23 for FP. 20 for both Hat and BBC. And game 7, the last one, it was 34 for Hat. 32 for Up. Wow. 23 for FP, but adding them all up, Moonlit Battlegrounds take first place with 235. Second place goes over to Up at 162, and then Hat 112, FP 105, Game Center 88, Got at 79, Fell at 76, HZ at 70, and then tied at the bottom will be Big and BBC at 61.
GG.
GG's.
It's
All
over.
right. Woo!
Jeez.
Thanks everyone for joining in, and thanks Jang for hosting this awesome event for Quintessence, for the end of squads, and for duos as well. It has been a blast catching these. But tomorrow we move on into the future, into trios. Eva will be here as well. Luna, thanks for joining me for some last-minute analysis. Tsunani as well for the observing earlier. We also had Quiz who helped out Jang with adding up the points. And am I missing anyone right now, Jang?
For today, no. But shout out to Zikrik, of course, all week.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to
I miss
Toilet,
that guy.
who fell asleep.
Twin,
you
don't
say
forget
something?
Twin A. Twin A helping
Yeah.
out a lot as
Yeah,
well.
Twin.
Can't forget.
Twin, and Twin with the generous spectating today and donation. I really appreciate
True,
it.
true.
Woo!
Like 5 subs.
All of this will go straight to the next Quintessence, of course. So
Hey. And then a sneak peek, I've already been talking about it a little bit before for everyone. On April 12th and 13th, I'm looking to host an EVA tournament. So it will be to celebrate the new hunter that we have. I'll probably post signups either tonight or tomorrow so that people can start getting in on that one. I'm also going to try to do like a GoFundMe for a prize pool. So if anyone's able to, they can donate, and then we'll use whatever money we generate from that for the prize pool.
And with trios tomorrow, don't forget to check out this week and next week at MadMagical, at Zikrik, casting scrims, casting some trio scrims.
Oh yeah, this weekend. So I have work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but on the weekend I'm going to be casting it.
Okay, sounds good. I can't wait.
All right, well, bye everybody, and until next time, peace out.
And we will,
I.
Jen
Go,
yet?
go ahead.
We will announce the winning region later tonight, which you probably know who it is. You know,
Yeah. All right, bye everybody.